Eastern Wasteland, Purple Sun Prefecture. Under the bright daylight, the official road buzzed with the clamor of carriages and horses. A convoy of over 100 people and more than a dozen horse-drawn carts hurried along at full speed. A young man dressed in silk lifted the carriage curtain, his pale face craving a few breaths of fresh air. Whew! Oh, traveling long distances in ancient times is really torture. Just as he opened the curtain, however, a gust of dust choked him, sending him into a coughing fit. "Young master, we still have 2 more days' journey before reaching the Clear Abyss sect," the coachman, also the family steward, said with an apologetic smile. After a pause, he carefully added, "The carriages from our mansion are the most comfortable for travel." "Got it," Li Mo responded with a sigh in his heart. High-speed trains and planes were so much better. 2 days ago, he had broken through the mystery of the womb and awakened memories of his past life. In his previous existence, he had lived on a planet called Blue Star, a world of advanced modern technology. Great Yu, however, was different. This was a world where martial arts were revered, where individuals could attain godlike power. Now 16 years old, before he could fully enjoy the leisurely life of a wealthy young master, his father had packed him into a carriage. He was being sent to the Clear Abyss sect, one of the 3 great sects of Purple Sun Prefecture, to take the entrance examination. Martial arts. A look of longing crossed Li Mo's face as he gazed out at the 3 suns hanging high in the sky. From the chatter of fellow travelers heading to the Clear Abyss sect, he had learned that in this world, even someone as strong as his father, comparable to a humanoid mech, was merely at the stubborn bronze level. Legend had it that the 3 suns in the sky were the incarnations of 2 past Great Yu emperors. This wasn't myth or folklore, it was well-documented history. An hour later, dusk approached. The convoy, escorted by armed guards, came to a slow halt at a roadside inn. Just as Li Mo jumped off the carriage, the curtain of the cart behind him was lifted as well. A young girl stepped out, dressed in indigo cotton robes, her skin as smooth and pale as moonlit porcelain. Though still in her early teens, her figure already held a budding grace, nearly as tall as Li Mo himself. Days of travel and illness had left her delicate, aristocratic face tinged with weariness, yet it only heightened her breathtaking beauty. Exhausted, frail, and clad in plain clothing, she still carried an aura that made even the most extravagant palace beauties pale in comparison. A name surfaced in Li Mo's mind: Ying Bing. The Li and Ying families had been close for generations, maintaining strong ties since their grandfather's time. In their generation, the elders had even hinted at arranging a marriage between the 2 to strengthen the bond. "Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it," Li Mo said casually. The girl ignored him completely. Her ice-cold eyes didn't so much as glance in his direction as she walked past him into the inn, leaving only a faint trace of fragrance. "Lady Ying has recently suffered a family tragedy, so no need to explain. I was the one who acted like a brat before." Li Mo sighed inwardly. What a mess. Even after crossing into another world, I still ended up as the troublemaking kid. Born into wealth and spoiled rotten, I'd pulled all sorts of childish stunts, peeking at maids bathing, hiding firecrackers in firewood. A few years ago, disaster struck when a calamity beast attacked the city, and the Ying family was wiped out, leaving only Ying Bing alive. His father had taken her in to stay at the Li residence. Li Mo, being the little menace he was, had Eastern Wasteland, Purple Sun Prefecture. Under the bright daylight, the official road buzzed with the clamor of carriages and horses. A convoy of over 100 people and more than a dozen horse-drawn carts hurried along at full speed. A young man dressed in silk lifted the carriage curtain, his pale face craving a few breaths of fresh air. Traveling long distances in ancient times is really torture. Ugh. Just as he opened the curtain, however, a gust of dust choked him, sending him into a coughing fit. "Young master, we still have 2 more days' journey before reaching the Clear Abyss sect," the coachman, also the family steward, said with an apologetic smile. After a pause, he carefully added, "The carriages from our mansion are the most comfortable for travel." Got it. Limo responded with a sigh in his heart. High-speed trains and planes were so much better. 2 days ago, he had broken through the mystery of the womb and awakened memories of his past life. In his previous existence, he had lived on a planet called Blue Star, a world of advanced modern technology. Great U, however, was different. This was a world where martial arts were revered, where individuals could attain godlike power. Now 16 years old, before he could fully enjoy the leisurely life of a wealthy young master, his father had packed him into a carriage. He was being sent to the Clear Abyss sect, one of the 3 great sects of Purple Sun Prefecture, to take the entrance examination. Martial arts, huh? A look of longing crossed Limo's face as he gazed at the 3 suns hanging high in the sky. From the chatter of fellow travelers heading to the Clear Abyss sect, he had learned that even in this world, someone as strong as his father, comparable to a humanoid mech, was merely at the stubborn bronze level. Legend has it that the 3 suns in the sky were the incarnations of 2 past Great U emperors. This wasn't myth or folklore, it was well-documented history. An hour later, dusk approached. The convoy, escorted by armed guards, came to a slow halt at a roadside inn. Just as Limo jumped off the carriage, the curtain of the cart behind him was lifted as well. A young girl stepped out, dressed in indigo cotton robes, her skin as smooth and pale as moonlit porcelain. Though still in her early teens, her figure already held a budding grace, nearly as tall as Limo himself. Days of travel and illness had left her delicate aristocratic face tinged with weariness, yet it only heightened her breathtaking beauty. Exhausted, frail, and clad in plain clothing, she still carried an aura that made even the most extravagant palace beauties pale in comparison. A name surfaced in Limo's mind: Ying Bing. The Li and Ying families had been close for generations, maintaining strong ties since their grandfather's time. In their generation, the elders had even hinted at arranging a marriage between the 2 to strengthen the bond. "Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it," Limo said casually. The girl ignored him completely. Her ice-cold eyes didn't so much as glance in his direction as she walked past him into the inn, leaving only a faint trace of fragrance behind. "Lady Ying has recently suffered a family tragedy, so she's—" "No need to explain. I was the one who acted like a brat before." Limo sighed inwardly. What a mess. Even after crossing into another world, he still ended up as the troublemaking kid. Born into riches and spoiled rotten, he had pulled all sorts of childish stunts, peeking at maids bathing, hiding firecrackers and firewood. A few years ago, disaster struck when a calamity beast attacked the city. The Ying family was wiped out, leaving only Ying Bing alive. His father had taken her in to stay at the Li residence. Limo, being the little menace he was, had deliberately bullied her, though deep down he actually liked her. It was like those middle school crushes where boys tugged girls' hair just to get their attention. As everyone knows, those who lose their entire family tend to be anything but ordinary. As a former novel enthusiast, Li Mo couldn't help but make the connection. "Your soup's here." A cheerful waiter arrived, carrying a tray. Li Mo's lips twitched as he muttered, "After 2 lifetimes, you'd think I'd at least get a cheat system or something." "Hello, you do have one." "Who said that?" Li Mo jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Young master." The steward gave him a puzzled look. Was the young master acting up again? Never mind, must have been tinnitus. Frowning, Li Mo was just starting to wonder if he'd imagined it when the voice echoed in his mind again. "Since you have asked so sincerely, this system will now make its grand appearance." Li Mo. "So if I hadn't asked, you'd stay hidden forever?" Fine, that wasn't the point. "What exactly do you do?" "This system is an investment return system. You may invest in any target. The stronger the destiny of the invested individual, the greater the reward." The adjacent room. Little Li Lai lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Good news. His childhood sweetheart had the bearing of a supreme sovereign. Bad news. His relationship with her was far from amicable, and he had been constantly provoking her like a clown. Once they joined the Clear Abyss sect, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Li Mo couldn't help but imagine the classic trope: the protagonist undergoing a talent assessment, only for the testing stone to explode with a resounding boom. And then the minor antagonists who had bullied her would tremble in fear, lining up to be humiliated. Just then. Investment successful. Investment: a bowl of Old Mountain ginseng chicken soup. Reward being calculating. Congratulations, host. Reward: 1 Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill. Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill. Forged with 6 spiritual veins, a pinnacle-grade elixir capable of mending innate deficiencies. A jade box materialized out of thin air, on the table, its lid already open. Inside lay a crystalline pill, wreathed in purplish mist, its divine glow restrained yet unmistakable. Li Mo's jaw dropped. His expression froze, and for several seconds he even forgot to breathe. He had heard of this thing before. He was a premature child. His mother had suffered a fright during pregnancy, leading to an early birth before the full term. As a result, he had been frail and sickly since childhood, even learning to walk a year later than other children. The whispers followed him. People called him the weak cub of the mighty Li family. His father never voiced it, but the concern was evident. He had scoured all avenues for a solution. Among them was the search for this very pill, the so-called innate restoration pill. Yet such treasures were priceless. Even if the Li family spent half their fortune, they might only secure a 2-veined pill, if they were lucky. Many powerful clans coveted these pills, willing to pay exorbitant prices to nurture their descendants. After all, before one could cultivate martial arts, who wouldn't want a stronger foundation? Thus, Li Mo had never obtained one. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined receiving it this way. And a 6-veined one at that. Even with his limited knowledge, Li Mo understood just how precious this was. Each additional vein multiplied the pill's value several times over, with higher tiers becoming exponentially rarer. 6 veins? He had never even heard of such a thing. Its worth was beyond estimation. Gulp. Doesn't really taste like anything. Li Mo smacked his lips. No matter how precious something was, it only truly became his once swallowed. The pill melted, the moment it touched his tongue, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. The next instant, A warm current surged through his limbs and bones, like schools of fish swimming along his meridians, organs, and marrow. It was as if parched earth had been drenched in sweet rain, or a withered tree had sprung back to life. "Ha!" Limo exhaled deeply, his eyes snapping open with newfound vitality. His body felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. The world before him seemed clearer, as though a thin veil had been removed. Even the air carried a faint sweetness, and an inexhaustible energy coursed through him. An imperfect analogy. He felt like an old man on the brink of death, suddenly rejuvenated by decades. If he were to train in martial arts now, even if he wasn't a prodigy, he would at least be a solid, unbroken stone. A 6-veined pill truly lives up to its reputation. And this was just for a bowl of chicken soup? Limo inwardly marveled. The return on investment was absurdly high. Of course, the main reason was likely the recipient of his investment. Ying Bing. From what he remembered, Ying Bing was as her name suggested. A block of ice. Mending their relationship would be a long and arduous task, but the rewards were worth chasing. A red destiny talent? If he missed this chance, he'd never get another in 8 lifetimes. Steward X? "Young master, how may I serve you?" The steward hurried in. Limo lowered his voice. "Does Ying Bing have any favorite foods?" The steward blinked, thinking for a moment. "Not particularly. Lady Bing has never shown much interest in delicacies." "Any other likes, then?" "Well, I wouldn't know, young master." The steward grimaced. What mischief is the young master plotting now? In the past, Limo had ordered the servants to make life difficult for Ying Bing. Since when did he care about her preferences? "Never mind. Sorry to trouble you." Limo cringed inwardly at the memories. As the steward turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "Ah, young master, the master instructed that once we reach the city beneath Clear Abyss Sect, we are to take Lady Bing for a medical examination. He provided 200 taels for the consultation. What should we—" "Go. And if the money isn't enough, take it from my personal funds." Limo waved dismissively. If spending money could yield such rewards, it was a bargain he'd take any day. "We have an early start tomorrow. Get some rest." "Understood." The steward scratched his head, nodding. What's gotten into the young master? Lately he had been oddly polite, not just to him, but even towards Ying Bing. Maybe traveling has broadened his horizons, made him mature? Thinnement. The next morning, the first rays of dawn spilled into the room, glinting off the frost clinging to the walls. A girl sat curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, a snow spirit in sleep. Ying Bing was dreaming of her past life. When she first entered the Clear Abyss sect, she had been diagnosed with blocked meridians. Only after a fortuitous encounter half a year later did they unseal. From then on, her monstrous talent left her peers in the dust. By 18, even the sect master was no match for her. She ventured beyond the eastern wasteland domain, witnessing a vaster world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were boundless. Hidden sects, ancient prodigies, imperial dynasties chosen, even reincarnated elders, geniuses sprouted like bamboo after rain. It was a dazzling era, and yet she remained the brightest star amidst the storm. First on the hidden dragon ranking, the human ranking, the mystic ranking, the earth ranking, the heaven ranking. In the end, she stood among the 9 heavens, equal to the martial emperor of the Central Yu dynasty, crowned as the Phoenix Heaven. The 9 heavens. The 9 supreme beings of the realm. And yet above even them, lay a fabled transcendent state. Yingbing's eyes fluttered open. Everything confirmed it. She had truly returned to the past and encountered something that had never existed in her previous life. It's still here? Before her eyes hovered lines of mysterious text, invisible to others, as though it would remain until she made a choice. A system? Neither in her past nor present life had she encountered such a thing. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are vast. I am far from omniscient. Perhaps this is a power beyond even my knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, she willed her decision. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Yingbing. This system is the Peerless Prodigy system, dedicated to guiding the host on the path of invincibility. Yingbing's expression remained unreadable. The path of invincibility? She had already walked it once. Her rise was unstoppable, outshining every star in the sky. In her past life, even the martial emperor could only match her through esoteric means. At her peak, she'd have had to scour history books to find a worthy rival. This life, she would only grow stronger. Clear all milestones, and you shall attain the opportunity to ascend to immortality. The system's next message made her breath hitch. Immortality. This was a term that existed only in legends. It was said that in every era, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would give birth to a singular, peerless, immortal, transcending all living beings, a true existence beyond mortality, an eternal being. Yet ever since the Yu dynasty unified the land, attaining immortality had faded into myth, as if the path itself had been severed, only adding to its mystique. This was also the greatest secret sought after by generations. Early in the morning, the courier station was already bustling with activity. Many young men and women from other families were either practicing martial arts outside or devouring their breakfast with gusto. On the central table, an array of breakfast dishes was laid out. Li Mo casually picked up a meat bun, his peripheral gaze drifting toward the girl beside him. Before her sat only a bowl of plain rice porridge, as bland as her delicate features. "Eating just this for breakfast won't be enough," Li Mo remarked, pushing a plate of boiled eggs toward her. Yingbing said nothing, merely lifting her eyes to meet his. She appeared somewhat frail, her lips devoid of color, yet this sickly pallor only accentuated her beauty, lending her an air of delicate vulnerability. But anyone locked in the gaze of those captivating eyes would likely feel an involuntary twinge of guilt. Li Mo broke into a light sweat. The things he'd done in the past made him cringe just thinking about them. Apologizing was the least he could do. "I owe you an apology for what happened before. I don't expect a few words to erase the past grievances. If you're still upset, then it's fine." Yingbing peeled the eggshell, her tone so light it was almost dismissive. Li Mo blinked in surprise. There wasn't a trace of insincerity on her face. It wasn't so much forgiveness as it was indifference. Those past events seemed utterly insignificant to her, too trivial to even warrant resentment. If she had never cared, there was nothing to forgive. Well, fair enough. Li Mo smiled wryly. He must have read too many novels, letting his imagination run wild. Admittedly, Yingbing's reaction aligned better with what the heavenly destiny eyes had once assessed. Those unshaken by praise or blame often walked the farthest, and history had proven it true. Yingbing chewed quietly, offering Li Mo no further attention. She had witnessed countless grand spectacles. experienced brilliance beyond measure. Apart from family, the memories of her humble beginnings didn't even fill one page of her lifelong, long discarded into some forgotten corner. In those distant recollections, Li Mo had been an unremarkable talent, barely scraping his way into the Clear Abyss sect. After a year of stagnation in the outer sect, he had been expelled. Meanwhile, she had already risen as the most dazzling figure of their generation. Li Mo seemed different now, but it didn't matter. His name would likely never appear on the Eastern Wasteland domain's ranking boards. They might not even be passing figures in each other's lives. She never wasted her attention on the inconsequential. Opposite her, Li Mo paused mid-bite. Investment successful. Investment: 1 boiled egg, 1 bowl of plain porridge. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host! Reward: 1,000 tiles of silver notes. 1,000 tiles of silver notes. Issued by the Flourishing Fortune Bank, universally accepted at major financial institutions. Li Mo sighed inwardly. If only she could eat more. 3 meals a day could turn him into a tycoon. Midnight snacks! He had to prepare midnight snacks tonight. 2 days later. In the distance loomed a magnificent city, sprawled like a colossal beast beneath the heavens. Purple Sun Prefecture was one of the 12 great prefectures of the Eastern Wasteland domain, governing 9 counties and 36 districts. Legend held that before the rise of the Great Yu dynasty, this land had once been the ancient capital of a fallen empire, a place of heroes and prosperity. Then came an unprecedented tide of calamity beasts, ravaging the eastern wasteland for centuries and reducing its glory to fading embers. It wasn't until the martial emperor ascended the throne, pacifying the 9 heavens and 10 earths, that order was restored. The founding patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect, having contributed to the empire's rise, was enfeoffed with Purple Sun. After millennia of governance, the land had finally regained its vitality, its splendor reborn. Ziyang Prefecture City, rebuilt upon the ruins of the ancient capital below Qingyuan Mountain, was a sight to behold, its grandeur evident even at a glance. 50 miles beyond the city walls lay the famed Qingyuan mountain range. "We've finally arrived! Is this the prefectural city? It's enormous! Standing beneath the gates makes me feel like an ant. So lively! The heart of a prefecture truly brims with life. With the Clear Abyss sect's disciple recruitment imminent, of course it's crowded." Caravans streamed through the gates like floodwaters unleashed, the clamor of hoofs and wheels unending. Gazing toward Qingyuan Mountain, many wore expressions of longing. The Great Yu dynasty had been forged by martial might, its rule intertwined with the great sects. In the skies above Purple Sun Prefecture, only one name reigned supreme: the Clear Abyss sect. The youths from counties and districts buzzed with excitement, their voices rising in exhilaration. Passerbys paid them no mind, long accustomed to such scenes. "Truly extraordinary," Li Mo murmured in awe. Even having witnessed modern metropolises in his past life, he couldn't help feeling staggered. Compared to stealing concrete skyscrapers, this ancient city of carved beams and painted pillars was a marvel on another level. A modern city housing 5 million was one thing. An ancient one of the same scale was beyond comparison. Travel permits? The gate guards stood like iron towers, silver armor gleaming under the sun, weapons at ready. The steward hastily produced an iron token and paid a string of coins for entry. Their carriage was admitted, as if stepping into another world. Li Mo gawked like a country bumpkin, enthralled with everything. His pockets had grown considerably heavier these past 2 days. Ying Bing's 3 daily meals had net him over 10,000 tiles in silver notes, even 1,000 tiles of gold. Yet, upon entering the prefectural city, where every inch of land cost its weight in gold, Li Mo suddenly felt far less wealthy. "Young master, Ziyang Prefecture City isn't like our county," the steward warned softly as he drove the carriage. "We won't be staying long anyway," Li Mo replied with a smile. That his father had sent the steward, who'd watched him grow up along on this trip, spoke volumes about his past recklessness. It was a precaution against his unruly nature stirring up trouble. "Of course, young master." The steward exhaled in relief. This troublemaker had indeed changed lately. At least now he could worry a little less. The carriage crossed a vermilion-painted bridge, passing over a dense flotilla of boats below. Not only was the city larger, but its residents carried themselves differently. More people dressed in fine silks, and luxurious carriages were a common sight. Like the one approaching now, pulled by 4 crimson-scaled foals. Its cabin was several times larger than Li Mo's, adorned with golden jade, exuding an air of understated elegance. "Cousin!" A voice called out from behind. Wang Hu dismounted eagerly, rushing to the carriage. A tall young man stepped down, clad in white brocade. His arms were long, his stance steady, his movements imbued with the grace of a prowling tiger. At his waist hung a token inscribed with 2 bold characters: Inner Sect. Clear Abyss Sect, Inner Sect. The way the crowd looked at Wang Hu instantly grew more cautious. Among their group, few would even make it into the outer sect, let alone the inner sect. That single word marked a world of difference. An inner sect disciple could command the respect of county magistrates. "Little Hu, I figured you'd arrive soon," the young man said with a smile, as he swept the crowd before lingering briefly on Li Mo. "You're new here. You probably don't know where to stay. I'm acquainted with an innkeeper. Why not settle there?" With that, Wang Hao returned to his carriage, leaving Wang Hu beaming with pride. In the room, Li Mo finished packing his luggage, stretched lazily and pushed open the window. A river breeze drifted in, carrying with it the view of Qingyuan Mountain shrouded in misty clouds. The faint outlines of its staggered buildings could be seen, standing like a silent giant overlooking the city below. "The view up there must be even better," Li Mo murmured to himself. Having crossed into this world, how could he be content with being just an ordinary man? Yet, given his current circumstances, he likely wouldn't get as far as Wang Hu in the sect's initiation ceremony. With the physique of a tiger or leopard, Wang Hu boasted superior innate talent, the best among their peers. New disciples were sorted into outer, inner, or even core disciples based on their gifts, with a system of elimination for the weakest. Clearly, a higher starting point meant mingling with those destined for greatness, and the returns on such connections would be immense. If he ended up in the outer sect, for instance, he'd have no chance of even seeing Yingbing. Speaking of which, Father mentioned there's a skilled physician in the city he knows. Li Mo turned and said softly, "Why don't we go see him today?" By the tea table, Yingbing sipped from her cup and shook her head. "No need." Li Mo sighed. "At least let's try to ease your symptoms." Yingbing remained silent, lifting her gaze from the tea. Even the steam couldn't obscure the sharp clarity in her eyes. She studied Limo as if searching for something hidden in his expression. "Father gave me silver for this. I'd like to report back to him properly. Three Sons Clinic isn't far, just 2 streets over." Limo deliberately furrowed his brows. "Three Sons Clinic?" Yingbing took another slow sip, as if tasting the name itself. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded. "Fine." By evening, Purple Sun Prefecture was ablaze with lantern light. Along the riverbank, flower boats and floating lanterns drifted, while the broad streets bustled with nobles draped in fine silks and easily distinguishable outsiders. The once every 3 years disciple recruitment by the Clear Abyss sect had amplified the city's usual liveliness. The busiest of all was Golden Ring Street, where the wares, herbs, weapons, horses, or tailored for martial practitioners. At Golden Ring things, Gaul cited. "Please inform the master we've come." Limo produced a letter from his sleeve, penned by his father. The young apprentice glanced at the recipient's name and immediately straightened. "Please wait a moment. The master is out on a house call but should return shortly." "Thank you." Limo and Yingbing settled in to wait. Soon, footsteps echoed in the hall. A middle-aged man entered, travel-worn, his patched hem robe speaking of long journeys. His face was lean, a long beard resting on his chest, but his eyes gleamed with unusual vitality. "Master." The apprentice handed over the unopened letter. The man skimmed through it, and a smile tugged at his lips. "Day Long, that boy, still remembers this old man, after all?" Yingbing's brows twitched almost imperceptibly. Limo caught the odd phrasing. This man looked no older than his father. Why the aged tone? The apprentice beside them declared proudly, "My master is 96 this year." 96? Limo's jaw dropped. They said medicine prolonged life, but this was reverse aging. Had he cultivated some art or mastered longevity techniques? This world truly defied common sense. "A minor technique, nothing remarkable. Your father mentioned the patient is this young lady. Come forward." The hemp-robed man beckoned. As Yingbing sat opposite him, he flicked a golden thread that coiled around her pale, slender finger. Limo watched with fascination. Noticing his concern, the apprentice reassured, "Don't worry, there are very, very few ailments my master cannot treat." The man's lips curled slightly at the praise. "But—" The next moment he let out a soft exclamation, his brows knitting tight. "Hum." The thread trembled. A layer of frost spread from Yingbing's fingertip, racing along the golden strand. Snap. The man recoiled, as if shocked, severing the thread deliberately. He exhaled shakily. Such ferocity! "Well?" Limo asked, bracing himself. The man's frown deepened into creases. After a long pause, he shook his head. "Inconceivable. By all logic, you shouldn't even be alive today." 80 years of practice, and he'd never encountered such overwhelming yin-cold energy in a person. "Young lady, you've been diagnosed with meridian extinction before, haven't you?" Yingbing nodded. The man stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This old man suspects it may not be meridian extinction, but a rare constitution. As for what exactly, I'd need to consult ancient texts. If it's not an illness, there's no cure. At best, I can prescribe something to alleviate the symptoms." Yingbing's eyes flickered briefly, before settling back into calm. For him to discern this much meant that his skills ranked among Qi-Wan Ming-Wan's best. Even she hadn't learned the truth until later, in the hidden archives of an ancient sect in central Divine Land. Lunar Phoenix Physique. The ancient records listed 10 legendary constitutions, dubbed the 10 Supreme Physiques by their chronicler. Of these, 9, including the lunar phoenix, had faded into myth with only traces in speculation. The sole verifiable one was the great Martial Emperor's imperial dragon physique, said to bear the weight of a nation's destiny. "This is my pure yang elixir. It should help. 200 tiles." The man produced a small porcelain vial. "That's reasonable." Limo reached for his purse. The man leisurely raised a finger. "Per pill." "Limo, must you pause for dramatic effect?" The apprentice wiped his chin and interjected. "It's a steal. Master only offered this price because his pride took a hit today." "Ahem." A glare silenced him. "Not expensive at all." "I'll take 100, thanks." With a magician's flourish, Limo slapped a stack of banknotes onto the table, followed by several gold ingots. "Apprentice." "Master." Yingbing's delicate brows shot up. The clinic fell dead silent. The heap of silver notes easily surpassed 10,000 tiles, the gold even more. Rare as it was in markets, its exchange rate far exceeded face value. All told, it amounted to 20,000 tiles, enough to buy a lavish mansion in Purple Sun Prefecture's priciest districts. "I've some savings," Limo said with an embarrassed smile. "Should cover it?" 100 pills? Are you stocking a pharmacy? Planning to eat them? 1 vial, 12 pills. The master pushed it forward, his eyelid twitching. "Fine," Limo conceded with a resigned nod. After a courteous bow, he and Yingbing departed. Watching their figures vanish into the night, the master rubbed his chin, perplexed. Weren't they said to be at odds? Why is the boy throwing money around like it's nothing? He picked up the frost-coated thread, lost in thought. If this truly is a special constitution, this child's innate talent might be beyond imagination. "Master, there's a message from the sect." A medicine boy returned carrying a falcon, removed the bamboo tube from its beak, and fed it dried meat. The letter was clearly addressed. For Elder Shui Jing of the 6th Hall. After reading it, he smacked his lips and glanced toward the backyard and, with a grunt of effort, hoisted a towering dragon-tiger bronze furnace onto his slender shoulders, spinning it deftly into place. The bustling night market was winding down, the crowd thinning until only the flickering street lamps remained. As the smoky aroma of the market faded, the starry sky above finally shimmered into view. "What a shame!" "I heard Purple Sun Prefecture's night market has amazing snacks. Next time I'll come earlier." Holding 2 skewers of Purple Sun Prefecture's signature willow leaf grilled fish, Limo took a bite. Tender, fragrant, utterly free of any fishy taste, even the bones crisply edible. "Want some?" Limo turned, offering a skewer. Yingbing didn't even glance at it, her gaze fixed on the boy whose lips were still glistening with oil. A doubt rose in her heart. Having been reborn, she'd assumed everything would unfold as she'd foreseen. Yet he seemed to be the exception. Why? It was the first time Yingbing had initiated a question. Between childhood friends, for the first time in their years of acquaintance, the young man and woman found themselves sharing a room. The bed's curtains were drawn shut by delicate hands, concealing the girl's figure. Frozen solid again, Limo withdrew his gaze and settled onto the divan, hugging a quilt. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem like someone who could be swayed by a few words. Oh well, who knew what went on in her mind? Wait, an investment doesn't necessarily have to be an item, does it? Lost in thought, Li Mo glanced at the reward he had just received. Mystical womb, immortal physique. An immortal body tempered through the trials of the mortal world, bearing boundless mysteries, the origin of all beginnings. Claim reward? The description was brief, just 4 words. But the phrasing was so jarring that Li Mo's brow twitched. This completely clashed with the setting. Wasn't this supposed to be a martial world? Maybe it was just flowery language to make the system sound more impressive. Well, it didn't sound bad. With a thought, he claimed the reward. Instantly, a thunderclap, audible only to him, roared in his ears. His mind was plunged into chaos, as if torn open by lightning, leaving him unable to even perceive his own existence. Bzzz, bzzz. Within the chaos, it was as if a storm raged, like the birth of heaven and earth, filled with countless colors and sounds. Li Mo could neither see nor hear clearly. For a fleeting moment, he felt both infinitesimally small, like a speck of dust, and unimaginably vast, beyond mortal comprehension, as if he had ceased to exist, yet existed everywhere at once. Time lost meaning. Then, darkness swallowed him. Not far away, on the bed, the silk curtains gradually frosted over, brittle as if they might shatter at a touch. The girl hugged her slender legs, her lips pale, her lashes dusted with snow. Even her breath carried an ancient, unyielding chill. She might as well have been locked in the depths of a frozen hell. But she was long accustomed to it. No pain, no fear, only stillness. Yingbing knew this torment would end once she mastered the power of the lunar yin. But first, she had to unseal her meridians. Pure young pill. Shuijing is arguably the foremost alchemist in the Purple Sun Prefecture. She picked up the pill and swallowed it. A faint warmth rose from her dantian, slowly seeping into her meridians. There was no question. She would complete her meridian awakening before the initiation ceremony. Suddenly, she remembered something. Yingbing pushed aside the frozen curtains and glanced toward the divan. There the young man lay peacefully, even emitting soft snores. He's affected? The next morning, Li Mo opened his eyes on the divan, his gaze deep as if holding a sky full of stars, clear and serene, yet profound like a mountain spring. Outwardly, he seemed unchanged, yet even standing still, he gave off an aura of natural harmony, as if he were one with the world. Name: Li Mo. Age: 16. Physique: mystical womb, immortal physique. Realm: none. Destiny: ? Evaluation: bearing an immortal physique, his fate is shrouded in chaos unknowable. Recent events: relations with his childhood friend have thawed, now slightly better than strangers. Li Mo expected his destiny to shift to purple or even gold, but he was met with 2 bold question marks. There are definitely changes, he mused, but pinpointing exactly what's different is elusive. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. At the very least, the system's investment returns, especially those from the ice block Yingbing, had never disappointed him. Since I haven't even started martial cultivation yet, I'll just have to explore this gradually. He reached for the teapot, only to find the water inside frozen solid. The source of this phenomenon, the ice block on the bed. Yet despite the frigid air, he felt no cold at all. At the very least, he'd gained immunity to extreme temperatures. I won't have to worry about failing the sect's initiation. Getting into the inner sect should be a given, right? Feeling at ease, Li Mo decided to stroll through the town, and maybe luck would bring him another worthy investment target. 2 days later. From the moment she took the pure young pill, Ying Bing had remained secluded in the room. No food, no water. Limo wasn't worried. With her heaven-defying fortune, she wouldn't starve to death. It was likely just her unique constitution at work. Best not to interfere. Still, the room's furnishings were ruined by the relentless cold, costing Limo 500 tolls in compensation. Over the past 2 days, he'd encountered numerous potential investments. Most were mundane, with only a rare few glowing blue. Their recent circumstances were eclectic. A struggling scholar hoping to find a wealthy patroness, a man drowning in wealth, yearning to experience poverty, even a burly brute who longed to wear women's clothing. Limo could only sigh at these requests. Of course, there were plenty of normal folks too. Every little bit counted. And so he reaped a variety of rewards, though few were useful for martial training. Most were oddities. Paintings, toys, ingredients, fine wines even. A maiden's underwear. This scattergun approach yielded meager returns. Dawn of the 3rd day. Quality over quantity. Unless it's a special case, I'll skip the white and gray investments from now on. Limo pushed open the door. Inside, a graceful figure sat before a mirror, combing her long silken hair. "You're better now?" "Somewhat." Ying Bing's porcelain-like face held a faint flush of color. She had successfully unsealed her meridians. No longer a blocked meridian case, her suppressed talents were now free to emerge. And it was all thanks to that pure young pill. "Come, have breakfast," Limo said with a smile. Ying Bing picked up her bowl and murmured, "Thank you." "Huh?" Limo froze, eyes wide. Did the ice block just thank him? Unbelievable. "I didn't catch that. What did you say?" But Ying Bing said no more, quietly sipping her porridge. The Clearabis sect's initiation. By the time the carriage reached the main road, still miles from the sect, it could go no further. The crowd was overwhelming, packed shoulder to shoulder. Forced to proceed on foot, Limo felt a sense of déjà vu. Youths everywhere, like students gathering for morning exercises. After another half-hour's walk, ahead stood the grand gates of the Clearabis sect, flanked by disciples in varied robes. Before them, 7 overseers sat behind long tables. Bong, bong, bong! 3 solemn chimes rang out. A stout, ruddy-faced elder's voice boomed like thunder. "Root-gone is the first hurdle of martial arts. If yours is lacking, your path will be arduous. No effort can overcome such a flaw. Those with poor root-gone may leave now. Do not waste your years." No one moved. Those who had come this far either knew their worth or refused to accept defeat. They had made it this close. There was no turning back. The short and stout elder waved his hand upon seeing this and said, "Then line up properly and come forward one by one for the bone assessment." As soon as his words fell, countless young boys and girls, under the supervision of Clearabis sect disciples, obediently formed a line for the examination. The stewards seemed to have trained in a special technique. With just a single pat on the examinee's shoulder, they could roughly discern the individual's bone structure. Wu Ping, lower grade C, move along. He Hai Kuo, middle grade D. Qian Nining Ni, lower grade D. The Clearabis sect classified bone quality into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. As long as one reached grade C, they qualified for entry into the sect. Many factors determine innate talent, and bone structure was merely one of them. A grade C bone quality indicated that one had secured a ticket to the martial path. Even so, only 1 or 2 out of 10 examinees achieved grade C or higher. This first round alone was likely to eliminate 80% of the participants. As for those above grade A, atop the high platform, truly extraordinary, perhaps the most remarkable I've seen in my lifetime. Zhui Jing, still clad in his patched robe, stroked his long beard with a flickering gaze. Yingbing's heaven-grade bone structure came as no surprise to him. So, this is the promising seedling you mentioned encountering during your descent from the mountain. A languid voice sounded from nearby. A woman in palace robes, her cheeks flushed, reclined lazily in her chair. That's her. The question is how far she'll go on the stairway to heaven. Zhui Jing glanced at the woman, his eyes betraying helplessness. I like this girl. The palace-robed woman took a bold swig of wine. The other elders, ... Are you sure? It's not just because she's devastatingly beautiful? She's unsuited for your martial lineage. Zhui Jing sighed. How is she unsuited? The woman's brows shot up. Don't force it. You've tempered yourself into a human furnace. This girl clearly shouldn't be apprenticed under you. A cold, rigid voice interjected. Han He, looking for a fight? The palace-robed woman cracked her knuckles, brimming with eagerness. Elder Han He instinctively retreated half a step, letting out a wary snort. Enough. The voice carried undeniable authority. At the sect master's command, the woman reluctantly picked up her gourd and took 2 more gulps. The elders exchanged glances. Could it be the sect master has taken an interest in the girl? Unnoticed, another incense stick's worth of time had passed. 500 aspirants had undergone bone assessment by now. Finally, it was Li Muo's turn. The old woman seized his shoulder, sensing a surge of energy rush in, poised to circulate through his meridians. But in an instant, that energy vanished. The old woman frowned for the second time. Internal energy could stimulate one's organs, meridians, and bone structure. The stronger the bones, the more intense the reaction. Yet, this boy's body showed no response whatsoever. That alone would be one thing, but her energy had dissipated like clay oxen plunging into the sea, gone without a trace. Were it not for the boy standing plainly before her, she'd mistaken him for a slab of stone. After a moment's hesitation, she noted his name. Li Mu, 3rd grade, move along. My thanks. Li Mu had expected this. He clasped his hands respectfully and strode past the mountain gate without a flicker of unease. Oh, 3rd grade, father won't be pleased. You'll have to put in a good word for me. He listens to you. Li Mu grinned and nudged the girl beside him with his shoulder. Yingbing was mildly surprised. 3rd grade aptitude matched her memories. Yet he seemed unbothered. Li Mu wore his indifference openly, still cheerful. 3 parts fate, 7 parts effort. Plenty don't even pass the gate. I'm already fortunate. What he didn't say aloud was, no worries, I've got cheats. Seeing his genuine ease, Yingbing relented. Fine. His vial of pure yang pills had helped her unlock her meridians half a year earlier, after all. Such temperament deserved a slight lift. How far he'd go was up to him. Just then, a steward's announcement drew the crowd's attention. Wang Hu, tiger arms, leopard waist, high 2nd grade. The square erupted in murmurs. After the 2 heaven-grade freaks, Wang Hu now held the highest innate talent. 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Basking in the flattery, Wang Hu smirked arrogantly, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. "The hell you looking at?" Li Mu fell into thought. At that moment, a figure landed before the gate. Tiger leopard physique? A tower of a man clamped onto Wang Hu's shoulder. Wang Hu startled until his cousin Wang Hao stepped from the disciple ranks, signaling him with a look. Fine form indeed, true tiger leopard traits. The Iron Pillar man nodded approvingly. "Master, this is my younger cousin." Wang Hao bowed respectfully. "Good, good. He suits my tiger leopard thunderclap fists better than you did." His laughter boomed like thunder, rattling eardrums. "Futu, wait until he enters the inner sect before taking disciples," a stocky elder reminded tersely. "Futu?" Wang Hu's eyes widened, then gleamed with triumph. This was a formidable inner sect steward. Were it not for the fixed number of elder seats, he'd already command his own peak. Of course, rules are rules. Futu gave a perfunctory salute. At his cousin's cue, Wang Hu hastily bowed. "Greetings, master." Clear the stairway first. Futu didn't correct the title. Once he'd left, Wang Hu's chin lifted higher, practically spelling cocky on his forehead. Striding past the gate, he marched straight over, clasping his fists with swagger. "Miss Ing will be fellow disciples henceforth," and earned pure indifference. Such talent barely passed muster in a backwater like Purple Sun Prefecture. To Ing Bing, Wang Hu's second grade and Li Mu's third grade aptitude held no real difference. Both were mere stones. Why bother distinguishing which was slightly smoother? Wang Hu stood frozen, face flushing crimson. He rounded on Li Mu instead. "Heh, we're from the same county. If I rise, how could I forget you?" "Wait, inner and outer sects are worlds apart. Coming down to visit won't be easy. Who knows? Soon enough I might be a core disciple. Seeing you'd be harder than seeing Miss Ing, right?" His grin oozed maliciousness. With an inner sect steward as his backer, the young, brash Wang Hu's ego ballooned skyward. Other youths from Ning'an County clenched their fists in silent fury. Wang Hu had been insufferable back home. Now he'd truly leapt beyond reach. Even those who disliked Li Mu now found him almost endearing by comparison. Yeah, whatever. Li Mu hadn't turned off his heavenly destiny eye. Since Wang Hu's bone assessment, the originally cyan destiny threads had begun darkening. Now, with his posturing, the black deepened further. His updated evaluation read, "Obstinate and conceited, unwitting lab rat for inner sect steward Futu, future bleak." Li Mu couldn't be bothered with fools, let alone half-dead ones. More indifference. Wang Hu choked on his own rage, fury boiling in his chest. Yet the stocky elder's gaze had drifted their way. Withdrawing his scrutiny of Li Mu and Ing Bing, the elder smirked internally. Plenty of time ahead. Inner and core disciples exist in separate worlds. They'll never cross paths. 3 suns hung high in the cloudless sky. The bone-touching assessment had concluded, but the crowd remained lively, with many who hadn't qualified lingering to watch the spectacle. Before the newly accepted disciples stretched two mountain paths leading to the summit of Qingyuan Mountain. One was the ordinary route used by sect members for daily travel. The other was overgrown with weeds, yet exuded an ancient and extraordinary aura. This was the famed Stairway to Heaven. Legend held that it was an incomplete treasure acquired by the founding patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect, a relic from an ancient sect of bygone eras used to test disciples. "Climb 10 steps and you may enter as an outer disciple," declared the stout elder standing before the stairway. 50 steps grant entry to the inner sect. 80 steps and you become a true disciple. "What if one reaches the summit?" came a confident voice. Who else could it be but Wang Hu? The elder's lips curled slightly, as though he'd answered this question many times before. "Our founding patriarch decreed that whoever ascends to the peak shall be the personal disciple of the sect master. Yet in all our history, only 2 or 3 have ever achieved this, each a prodigy of heaven-grade aptitude. Do not overreach, lest you falter where others might climb higher." He paused and added, "That advice was for the majority. This year, there was that exceptional girl, wasn't there?" "Elder, wouldn't those with strong physiques or prior martial training have an advantage?" another voice inquired. The elder replied patiently, "Worry not, the steps suppress physical strength." After this brief explanation, he waved his hand. "You have 1 hour. Begin." As his words fell, a disciple lit a thick spick of incense in a bronze conser. The countdown had started. Yet the disciples hesitated, none willing to be the first. "Spineless cowards, I'll go." Wang Hu swaggered onto the steps with unrivaled arrogance. Instantly, the boiling energy in his body stilled, no longer granting him superhuman strength. Yet he strode forward undaunted. 10 steps, 20. By the 30th, his body swayed unsteadily. A faint tiger's roar echoed from within him, resisting the immense pressure, allowing him to push past the 50th step. Gasps rose from the onlookers. "Inner sept." With the ice broken, others followed, mindful of the burning incense. Every second wasted could cost them a step. Some climbed swiftly, others slowly, but none wore an easy expression. The pressure intensified with each step, crushing breath from their lungs. "That's Ling Zhong, isn't it? He's moving fast. Murong Shao is faster. How are they so at ease?" Most, however, focused solely on their ascent. Then Ying Bing stepped forward. All eyes turned to her. Everyone wondered, how far would this aloof girl, rated as a heaven-grade talent, go? A complete stairway would test one's will as well, Ying Bing mused, feeling only faint resistance. Moreover, this stairway was ancient. Soon, it might lose its power entirely. Her figure, cold as a frost lotus, rose higher. 10 steps, 20, 30, as if walking on level ground. She left the others far behind. The crowd was stunned. This wasn't about whether she'd reach the top. She was shattering records. Her talent might rank among the greatest in the sect's history. Ying Bing ascended. 54th step. Huh? Wang Hu noticed the sudden silence behind him. Turning, he froze. The girl's gaze was like snow beneath ice, a cold moon gazing down upon mortals from the heavens. For an instant he couldn't meet her eyes and stepped aside. "All eyes on her," Limo murmured. Some were cold outside, warm within. Others warm outside, cold within. But this ice block, cold outside, domineering inside, a first for him. With that thought, he moved. Holding back? No point. The higher he climbed, the greater his standing, and the easier to encounter those blessed by fate. He wasn't done plucking wool from this ice block yet. Besides, he wanted to see how far he could go. A third-grade aptitude in the bone-touching assessment. He still had no idea what his true potential was. How did an immortal physique fare in this world of martial arts? The answer was urgent. One step forward. Huh? These are just normal stairs. Limo tilted his head, then took 3 steps at once. On the high platform. That girl Yingbing's temperament suits me. The palace-robed woman's eyes gleamed as she watched the girl surge ahead like a snowstorm. Her movements made her already striking figure even more pronounced. Could these two end up together? Shui Jing stroked his beard, thoughtful. In his letter, Limo's father, his former disciple, had hinted at hopes for Yingbing as a future daughter-in-law. But now, that prospect seemed shaky. A third-grade aptitude was unlikely to become a true disciple. Wait. Shui Jing's eyes landed on a figure sprinting up the steps. "Sect Master, let me take that girl. I'll train her well." The palace-robed woman thumped her chest, her words slurred with drink. The elders groaned. 12 hours in a day. You spend 6 sleeping and 6 drunk. Junior Sister Shangwu, spare the poor girl. Don't ruin a genius. Over my dead body. I'll never agree. All harbored thoughts of taking her as a disciple, but on this they stood united. Anyone but the 9th Peak's Shangwu. Then a clear phoenix's cry split the heavens. Yingbing stood at the stairway's peak. Crows, magpies, geese, eagles, countless birds swarmed from all directions, circling her in submission. The crowd stood dumbstruck. But the sect's elders saw more. Behind Yingbing, they glimpsed a moon-white avian figure, its feathers resplendent, its presence majestic and mysterious. The sect master, who had remained silent until now, arose abruptly. "This girl can manifest the forms of 100 birds, condense the aura of a phoenix, and summon the vision of the great moon." Shang Guanwen Chang's eyes burned with intensity. Those still on the stairway couldn't see the vision, but they heard the cry that shook the skies and saw the bird's reverence. Wang Hu's disbelief turned to greed as the celestial figure stood just 40 steps ahead. Just as he prepared to charge upward, tap, a footstep sounded behind him. "Limo? How did he get up here?" "You must have used some trick to cheat the heavenly ascent steps. You still want to stand beside her? Get the hell down!" Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot, his face dark with fury. Barely enduring the pressure, he reached out to grab Limo's collar and throw him down. Limo? In his eyes, the other's movements were as slow as a turtle's crawl. Even now, they still wouldn't let it rest. Honestly, Limo had no interest in humiliating others. Hey, the rules never said we can't take action on the steps. Oh, what was that? I said, thwack. Young Lee delivered a swift kick to the groin. Some pains are so severe that even bystanders wince. Every young man who witnessed the scene felt a sudden chill below the waist. Ugh! Wang Hu's face instantly turned the color of liver. The searing agony made it impossible to stand, let alone on the heavenly ascent steps, where the pressure was already immense. Ah! His screams and the sound of— Did he also reach the summit? If I weren't struggling just to stand steady, I'd suspect something was wrong with the heavenly ascent steps. But if he made it to the top, why didn't anything extraordinary happen? Who cares? He climbed so effortlessly. His bone structure must be far above grade C. The crowd buzzed with murmurs and speculation. Earlier, Ying Bing had drawn a grand spectacle, 100 birds paying homage. Yet when Li Mo ascended, no such phenomenon occurred. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. Wang Hu, who had tumbled down dozens of steps and was still dizzy from the fall, nearly blacked out from rage upon seeing the shameless bastard who ambushed him reach the summit. His molars ground together so hard they might shatter, and he yearned to drag Li Mo down himself. Alas, he couldn't even stand. Cousin, that vile, cunning brat doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Clear Abyss sect. Silence, the elders will decide his fate. Wang Hao, also equally embarrassed, swiftly cut off his cousin's reckless words. The boy's judgment was a matter for the higher-ups. They had no right to question the fairness of the initiation ceremony. Still, Wang Hao also believed Li Mo must have used some underhanded method. The sect's records are clear. The 5th-generation patriarch of the Clear Abyss sect summoned a celestial river cascading 3,000 feet. The 16th-generation patriarch invoked 10,000 trees awakening to spring. Even the current sect master, Shangguan Wenchong, had drawn countless swords trembling in submission. Every summit reacher had manifested an extraordinary phenomenon. Unlike the aspirants still climbing the steps, the elders on the observation platform had fallen into silence. Each was at least at the observation divinity realm, capable of perceiving what ordinary eyes could not. Thus, to them, the crow-crowned youth did exhibit something remarkable. Behind him stood a figure, its back turned to the mortal world. The silhouette seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet it left an indelible impression. A fisherman casting nets on the river, a scholar reading by lamplight, a general stepping into the golden halls of power. In the blink of an eye, the figure seemed to shift, yet when they looked again, it returned to its original form, a youth in elegant robes. Li Mo's own reflection? Had he projected himself upon the heavenly ascent steps? What sorcery was this? The elders exchanged glances, each seeing the same bafflement in the other's eyes. This was beyond anything they had anticipated. But one thing was undeniable. This boy was extraordinary. Since he has ascended the 100th step, he qualifies as a true disciple. What say you all? Shui Jing remarked calmly, discreetly flicking away the beard strand he'd accidentally plucked in his shock. Agreed. Indeed, he warrants further observation. Han He set down his teacup, hesitating. But the ancestral decree states that summit reachers are candidates for sect leadership, future successors of Qingyuan Mountain. How can a sect have 2 heirs? After all, never in a century had 2 aspirants reached the peak simultaneously. The elders turned to the sect master. After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Wanchong declared, Yingbing shall be my personal disciple. Li Mo will be a true disciple. The elders weren't surprised. One had manifested the reflection of an ordinary man. The other had conjured a noble, enigmatic phoenix, radiant as the moon. The latter clearly held greater promise. Ding! A resounding bell tone echoed across the mountains. The towering incense in the bronze brazier burned out. 1 hour had passed. Time's end brought relief to some climbers, calm acceptance to others, and bitter resentment to a few. But now all was settled. Of the thousands who began, only 700 or 800 would advance to the next round. Elders from various peaks descended from the platform. With a single step forward, Shangguan Wenchong silenced the murmuring crowd. Outer disciples, proceed to the Outer Court Affairs Hall to receive your tokens and supplies. Inner disciples may choose a peak to join. Each specializes in different disciplines and martial arts. You have 3 days to decide. Whether inner or outer, do not grow complacent. Your futures remain unwritten. The sectmaster's voice carried an authority that stilled restless hearts. Li Mo's gaze drifted among the elders, then paused. Shuijing winked at him. Ah, now it makes sense. Li Mo had always wondered how a back-alley physician could possess something as rare as a pure yang pill. Yingbing shall be my direct disciple, Shangguan Wenchong announced. Though expected, the proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. To be taken under the wing of the Clear Abyss sect's master. To transcend mortality in 1 step. Moments ago, they were all equals in the initiation. Now, an unbridgeable gap had formed. Such was the caprice of fate. Li Mo, Lin Zhang, and Murong Sha also possessed the makings of true disciples. Which elders will take them? True disciples are a limited resource. Each elder can mentor no more than 5. A pity, my quota is full. Lin Zhang, with your mantis legs, spine, and magpie shoulders, my pole arms would suit you. Will you join me? Tsisk, this Murong Shao lad is exceptional, blessed with auspicious beast blood, a fine seedling. Lin Zhang was swiftly claimed. Murong Shao sparked a 3-elder bidding war before Han He secured him. Li Mo studied the two. Name, Lin Zhang. Age, 16. Bone structure, mantis legs, spine, and magpie shoulders. Realm, Qi blood realm, 4 meridans. Fate, blue. Evaluation, adept talent, but impatient. Prone to breaking under pressure. Potential for growth, if tempered. Recent circumstance, newly ascended to true disciple status, desires a superior grade weapon. Name. Murong Shao. Age, 16. Bone structure, crying drake physique. Realm, Qi blood realm, 5 meridans. Fate, blue. Evaluation, half human, half transformed river drake. Kind-hearted but tormented by bloodthirst instincts, could become either a scourge or a legend. Recent circumstance, struggles to suppress his predatory nature, seeks inner peace. Hiss, Li Mo inhaled sharply. Auspicious beast bloodline? His father was human, and his mother a drake. Murong Shao's father must have been a legend. Even Zhu Xian would pour him tea. In respect. He mentally noted their affiliations. Wait, what about me? Li Mo snapped back to reality, realizing the elders' gazes were tinged with hesitation. The boy's talent is undeniable, but how does one teach him? This unspoken question hung in the air. For a long moment, silence reigned. Then a lazily drawling voice cut through. Hey, kid, hick. Want to be my disciple? Li Mo turned. A woman in palace robes stood there, hands on hips, struggling and failing to appear dignified. Her features were noble and dignified, her loose palace robes unable to conceal her striking figure. Standing there, she resembled a peony in full, unrestrained bloom. Naturally, Limo hesitated only briefly before offering a respectful bow. "This nephew Shangwu, Shuijing faltered, about to speak up, only to be met with Shangwu's threatening sidelong glance and the tightening of her slender, fair fist. "Ahem, becoming her disciple is, an excellent choice. From now on, you'll be the sole seedling of the 9th peak." Shuijing adapted swiftly, his expression shifting in an instant. "Greetings, master." Limo stepped forward to formally acknowledge his new teacher, though inwardly puzzled. Why did the elders all seem to regard him with sympathy? Curious, he activated his heavenly destiny eye to observe her. Name, Shangwu. Age, 27. Bone structure, southern blazing lotus body. Cultivation, inner scenery, 7th heaven. Destiny, purple. Evaluation, the youngest elder of the Clear Abyss sect. You may question her character, but never her strength. Her origins are nothing but ordinary. Recent circumstances? Broke and craving alcohol, currently scheming ways to extort silver from elders of... The initiation ceremony concluded. The emergence of two geniuses who ascended the heavenly steps to the summit was undoubtedly an unprecedented event in the history of the Qingyuan sect. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the sect. Qingyuan Main Peak, Internal Affairs Hall. This year we've gained 4 new core disciples. I heard the sect master hasn't taken a disciple in 50 years. Could it be that he's finally stirred from his seclusion, intending to groom a successor? You weren't there to see it. That girl is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. That's beside the point. The main thing is, she reached the top of the heavenly steps in mere moments. Truly monstrous talent. Wasn't there another who reached the top as well? Ah, yes, that one was taken in by Elder Shangwu. Tss. The inner disciples in the Internal Affairs Hall chatted animatedly over tea. When they heard that one of the ascendants had been assigned to the 9th peak, they all leaned back in unison, their expressions turning peculiar, their eyes faintly tinged with pity. That poor soul is doomed. Alas, had he not been in the same cohort as that girl, he might have been groomed as a future sectmaster candidate. Great talent, terrible luck, someone sighed. The other inner disciples nodded in solemn agreement. Just then, they abruptly set down their teacups and straightened up, calling out respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Qin." A short, portly elder nodded. "I've brought the newly initiated core disciples to collect their supplies. Also, distribute their first month's stipend in advance, according to the standards set by their respective peaks." The elder, named Chen Bufan, was the Qingyuan sect's internal affairs elder. Within the sect, he ranked among the highest of the elders. After all, internal affairs included finances. This is a favor, likely because of Ying Bi. Limor understood the gesture, but still bowed to Elder Chen Bufan. "Many thanks, Elder Chen." "Ah, no need for thanks from you." Chen Bufan sidestepped, refusing to accept the gesture. Limor was puzzled, but he soon learned the reason. The initiation supplies were promptly handed out, 2 sets of finely crafted cloud-patterned robes and a bronze waist token, standard issue for all disciples. The stipends, however, were another matter, entirely. Mu Rongsha, assigned to the Divine Arms Peak, 500 tiles of silver monthly, 1 tempered forging hammer, 2 bottles of Yade bone pills. The internal affairs disciple presented 2 trays. Then, turning to Ying Bing, his demeanor grew markedly more deferential. Yingbing, assigned to Qingyuan Main Peak, 1,000 tiles of silver monthly, 1 superior grade frost iron sword, 2 bottles of pure yang pills, 10 stalks of meridian cleansing grass. The disciple rattled off a long list. Other passing disciples overheard and couldn't help but envy her. The perks of being the sect master's personal disciple were enough to make anyone salivate. But there was more. The disciple added, "By the sect master's decree, you may select an additional private residence for your exclusive use. Take your time choosing." A private residence. This was a privilege reserved for stewards, and not just any stewards, but those who had made significant contributions to the sect. Beyond offering an exceptional training environment, it was a symbol of status. Autumn Water Pavilion, Yingbing answered without hesitation. "Ah, yes, I'll record it at once." The internal affairs disciple paused briefly before nodding. "What about me?" Lemore pointed at himself, wondering if he'd been forgotten. "Junior brother is assigned to Jade Cluster Peak. Well, the resources prepared for core disciples there are, The disciple handed him a thick ledger. "Could it be a martial arts manual? Why is it so heavy?" Lemore flipped it open only to find it filled with entries like, "Second month, year 162 of Jingtai. Jade Cluster Peak advanced 3,000 tiles of silver. Third month, year 162 of Jingtai. Jade Cluster Peak advanced 10 jars of apricot blossom wine. Ninth month, year 164 of Jingtai. Jade Cluster Peak demolished Rare Beast Peak's animal enclosures, resulting in the escape of 52 exotic creatures." Page after page was crammed with debts. Lemore. Question mark? A flurry of question marks popped up over the young man's head. Is this the right book? It's correct. Elder Chen Bufan sighed. Resources for core disciples are provided by their respective peaks. Jade Cluster Peak does not supply its core disciples with any resources. Worse still, Elder Shang Wu has borrowed extensively from the Internal Affairs Hall. When you have time, take this ledger to her and urge her to settle these outstanding debts. This entire book is just IOUs? Lemore's lips twitched. So while everyone else gets benefits, I'm stuck with liabilities. Chen Bufan nodded sympathetically. Also, there likely isn't any living quarters prepared for you on Jade Cluster Peak. You'd best start planning to build yourself a thatched hut. Materials can be requested from the Internal Affairs Hall. A thatched hut. Lemore fell into deep contemplation. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that joining the Qingyuan sect as a core disciple would leave him homeless. Am I even a real core disciple? You can stay with me. Suddenly Yingbing spoke, her voice cool. Lemore stiffened, turning to stare at her, but her aloof expression betrayed nothing. Since when did this ice block become so accommodating? Autumn Water Pavilion has excellent surroundings. You two would make a fine immortal couple there. Chen Bufan patted his belly, his face creasing into a knowing, almost gossipy smile. Turns out Elder Chen is a secret romance enthusiast. Elder Chen, you've misunderstood." Lemore shook his head. "Huh? You youngsters aren't a pair?" The elder blanked. Rumors said they were childhood friends, had entered the sect together, and were both core disciples. Yingbing had even explicitly invited Lemore to live with her today, practically cohabitation. In this day and age, no ordinary relationship involved sharing living quarters. Well, before Lemore could explain, Yingbing's voice cut in. "No!" Her tone was casual, yet it carried a chill, that made the air seem to freeze. "It's a misunderstanding." Lemore waved his hands hastily. Then, silence. The atmosphere in the hall grew awkward. "Forgive this old man's nosiness," Chen Bufan chuckled, although he looked faintly disappointed. Lemore smiled wryly, glancing at Ying Bing before looking away. Was the ice block beautiful? The phrase, "city toppling," wouldn't do her justice. But she was cold, in every sense of the word. At this thought, Lemore sighed inwardly. His feelings toward this childhood friend leaned more toward pity than admiration. In his memories, she hadn't always been this way. A family tragedy had changed her. Put in her shoes, Lemore doubted he could remain warm and optimistic either. Across from him, Ying Bing gave an imperceptible shake of her head. The heavens were unfeeling. The path of martial arts was long and arduous. In her past life, countless prodigies had pursued her. But had she not severed all mortal attachments and devoted herself wholly to the martial path, she would never have reached the pinnacle. This life, her resolute, remained unshaken. Autumn Water Pavilion stood not far from Jade Cluster Peak. Nestled between mountain and water, its scenery was breathtaking. The three-story loft, accompanied by a separate courtyard with a clear stream running through it, stood out among the other buildings with its rustic elegance and natural beauty. At that moment, the gate of Autumn Water Pavilion creaked open. Two figures walked in one after the other, the young man carrying bundles of luggage. "This residence is quite well built," Lemore remarked, pleased with his new living quarters, though a hint of nostalgia tinged his voice. Once, it had been Ying Bing staying at the Li estate, living under someone else's roof. Now, the tables had turned. He glanced back and noticed Ying Bing gazing absently at the courtyard. "It seems no one has lived here for a long time. Let's clean it up first," Lemore suggested, scanning the surroundings. Ying Bing suddenly spoke up. "The broom is under the stone bench by the flower bed." Lemore bent down and, sure enough, pulled out a broom. "Go boil some water," Ying Bing said, matter-of-factly, tying up her long black hair with a ribbon. She slipped effortlessly into the role of the Lady of Autumn Water Pavilion, as if she had lived there for years. It wasn't intentional. Yet even the way she swept the floor carried an air of quiet authority, as if she were accustomed to command. "Well, looks like I'm the dutiful little housemaid now." Lemore pursed his lips and gave a mock salute. "As you command, Your Highness." He knew the ice block had always been like this, but a tiny flicker of indignation still stirred in him. Perfectly normal for a prideful male creature like himself. Until steaming hot water was soon ready, poured by Lemore into a large redwood tub. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully invested in a bucket of bath water, aiding your investment target in cleansing herself. Investment reward received, 1 gold bar." The system's gold bars were always generously weighted. After a moment of silence, Lemore called out to the courtyard, "1 bucket of bathwater might not be enough. I'll boil some more." Night. The next morning, Lemore woke as usual and glanced at the frozen solid room next door before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. His recent wide-net investments yielded plenty of odd rewards, including a variety of ready-to-eat foods that only needed reheating. By the time the sun had fully risen, Lemore emerged with soy milk and steamed buns to find the ice block already seated at the table. Her lips were still bloodless, her face pale as snow. Beautifully frozen was the perfect way to describe her. Not long after breakfast, a booming voice echoed from outside. "Disciple Ying Bing, are you here?" The door opened. An old man sat atop a stately antique carriage, its eaves carved with the four celestial beasts, exquisitely crafted, yet unpretentious. "I am the sect master's coachman," the old man said with a warm smile. "By the sect master's order, I am to escort you up the mountain. From now on, I'll be the one fetching you. The King Yuan main peak has many buildings, and we wouldn't want you getting lost." Wow, the sect master's personal carriage. No wonder it looks so imposing, Limo thought. Now this is what you call elite disciple treatment. He'd probably have to hike up on foot. "Thank you," Yingbing said with a nod. After boarding the carriage, she lifted the curtain and added, "Limo, before heading to Yude Cluster Peak, you might want to prepare a few jugs of good wine." With those words, the carriage sped off, leaving a trail of dust behind. At the summit of Jade Cluster Peak. "It seems Elder Chien never intended for my cheap master to repay her debts, just to remind her not to borrow any more." Limo gazed at the sparse furnishings atop the peak, his lips twitching slightly. A crude wooden hut with a few broken walls and scattered ruins. That was it. If he didn't know this was within the Qingyuan sect, he would have thought the place had just been ravaged by disaster beasts. "Master? Master!" Limo called out twice, but there was no response. He pushed open the wooden door. The room reeked of alcohol. On the bed, a woman lay sprawled under a blanket, her sleeping posture utterly unrestrained, a faint trail of drool glistening at the corner of her lips. "Master?" The woman grunted lazily like a sloth, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Limo had no choice but to lean in close to her ear and whisper, "Elder Chien is here to collect debts." The effect was immediate. Shangyu shot upright, but upon seeing Limo standing before her, her drunken, wary eyes flickered with confusion. "Who are you?" "I'm your disciple," Limo replied helplessly. "Disciple! Oh, right, I remember now." Shangyu scratched her head, seemingly recalling, though her almond-shaped eyes remained dazed. "What do you need?" Awake, but not quite. Limo paused for a moment before speaking. "Since I've joined your tutelage, shouldn't you teach me something?" "That does sound reasonable." Shangu's delicate shoulders were exposed, completely oblivious to how indecent her current posture was. She stood up, her robes hanging loosely off one shoulder, revealing half of her collarbone. Surprisingly, she was even slightly taller than Limo. "Yesterday, I did plan to teach you something. Without alcohol, my memory is just terrible." She frowned slightly, looking genuinely troubled. No sooner had she spoken than a soft pop echoed, the sound of a cork being pulled. Shanghu's nose twitched, and she immediately rattled off like an expert. "Green Ant Brew, specially made by the 10-Mile Slope Winery, aged 5 years for the best amber hue. A 10-year vintage is even rarer. Where did you get this?" She snatched the jar from her unfortunate disciple and took a deep swig, the liquor trickling down her chest, tracing a breathtaking curve. "Your memory isn't that bad after all." Limo could barely stand to watch. Shanghu wiped her mouth and declared, "Now I remember. Yesterday I made a bet with that old ghost Han Ha. He dared say I couldn't teach a disciple. Can I tolerate that?" Limo. The man wasn't exactly wrong. No other master would hand their disciple an account book as a welcome gift. Just because he took in Murong Shao, he thinks he can strut around like a peacock. Pah! So I made a wager with him. If a disciple from Jade Cluster Peak ranks higher in the next 9 Peaks tournament, he'll clear my debts with the Internal Affairs Hall. And if we lose? Lose? As my disciple, can't you have a little confidence? With that, Shangyu turned and rummaged through a chest, pulling out a manual. She declared with full confidence, "This is my unique cultivation method. I'll have you mastering it by the end of the day." Limo took the manual and read its title, Flame Heart Lotus Method. It sounded impressive. Even the system had evaluated Shangyu as exceptionally powerful. Well, all these debts must have been racked up through sheer skill. The fact that she owed the Internal Affairs Hall so much, yet Elder Chien could only tactfully remind her not to borrow anymore, spoke volumes. I felt a little reassured and flipped open the manual. After reading through it, he asked, "Master, there's a part I didn't quite understand." "Snore! Snore!" "Master?" Limo looked up. His carefree, beautiful master had somehow fallen asleep again, the wine jar now completely empty beside her. She was thoroughly drunk. No amount of shaking would wake her. "Sister, could you be a little more reliable?" Just as Limo was drowning in exasperation, investment successful. Investment. 1 jar of 10-year Green Ant brew. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward 10 years of martial insight. 10 years of martial insight? The progression of a martial arts technique was divided into 6 stages: novice, familiar, minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, and transcendence. Even the most common martial arts in the world had few who could reach perfection, let alone transcendence. Take his father Li Dalong, for example. His grasping wind palm technique had been practiced for nearly 20 years, yet he'd only reached major mastery. Of course, much of this depended on one's innate talent. I wouldn't call myself a genius, but I'm at least sharp-minded. Limo stepped outside and sat cross-legged on the ground. With that thought, he poured all 10 years of martial insight into the Flameheart Lotus method. 10 years of martial insight successfully applied. Year 1, you meticulously studied every word of the Flameheart Lotus method, conducted experiments, and successfully reached the novice stage. Year 3, you gained deeper insights, uncovering the method's secrets, advancing to the familiar stage. Year 9, your mastery of the Flameheart Lotus method grew, reaching minor mastery. Year 10, you brushed against a bottleneck but lacked the foundation to break through. Instantly, countless images flooded Limo's mind, as if he'd genuinely spent a decade refining the Flameheart Lotus method and now stood at minor mastery. Whew! 10 years? Minor mastery? The sudden enlightenment felt like soaring above the clouds. Eagerly, he began his first true cultivation session. A warmth kindled in his dantian, and the surrounding grass and trees swayed without wind. For the first attempt, just opening a meridian would count as success. He steadied his mind. Inside the hut, the drunken Shangyu suddenly furrowed her brows. She mumbled, "Heaven-man union? Who's got such damn good luck?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qingwan Prime Peak, Training Hall. Several elders stood by, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The source of their astonishment was a young girl, seated not far away, her posture perfectly aligned in meditation. At this moment, these elders, collectively over 500 years old, were questioning their entire lives, questioning whether their past decades had been wasted. A day to reach novice? Shi Jing murmured in disbelief. To be precise, a quarter of an hour, Chan Bufan corrected, sighing deeply. Then he turned and asked, Hanha, you also practiced this frost-seeking origin method. How long did it take you back then? Hanha's lips twitched. After a long pause, he replied, A month. Back then, Hanha was young, a fresh disciple of the Qingyuan sect. He still remembered how his master had praised him as a genius when he mastered the technique in a month and successfully opened his meridians. But compared to this girl before them, as the elders spoke, their exhaled breath instantly crystallized into frost. Each generation surpasses the last. The Qingyuan sect is destined for greatness, Shi Jing solemnly declared. His perception was razor-sharp. As Ying Bing practiced her cultivation, it seemed as though an endless surge of lunar yin energy flowed within her. Even as the master of this power, she could not avoid being harmed by it. Consuming yang-aligned herbs or elixirs could offset a fraction of the damage. It appears that the vial of pure yang pills he had sold to Li Mo a few days ago had helped this young girl unblock her meridians. Pfft! A faint sound. The cold wind seemed to swirl around Ying Bing, forming a vortex. She's opened a meridian! Hanha's eyes widened in shock. He could clearly sense that the first major meridian in Ying Bing's body had been completely unblocked. If this continues, won't she have all 12 meridians unblocked in just a few days? This statement was only half correct. Ying Bing could indeed unblock all 12 meridians within days, but what she sought to open was far more than just 12. The elders of the Qingyuan sect were ultimately limited by their narrow perspective. The human body was a treasure trove, and the number of major meridians far exceeded 12. Of course, ordinary martial artists in the Qi blood realm, even if aware of their existence, could never hope to unblock them. It required an exceptionally refined and precise control. But for her, this was no challenge. What Ying Bing aimed for was to unblock 24 meridians, forming a grand internal cycle within her body. Once she stepped into the inner breath realm, her strength would increase by more than tenfold. Such a monstrous talent makes our guidance utterly redundant. Hu Jing wore a bitter smile. The sect leader, burdened with duties, had specifically assigned the three of them to instruct Ying Bing, answering her questions and preventing errors that might arise from a single teacher's ingrained habits. Now, their efforts were unnecessary. Watching Ying Bing cultivate made them feel as though they themselves were riddled with mistakes. I'll leave this to you two. I'm heading to Yade Cluster Peak. Why go there? It's an ill-omened place. At the mere mention of it, Elder Han He snorted coldly. Do you truly trust Shangwu to teach disciples properly? Hu Jing tugged at his patched robe. Chan Bufan took a deep breath. Hurry, younger brother Zhu. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A figure flickered through the mountain paths. Shui Jing couldn't help but shudder at the thought of his disciple's disciple currently undergoing meridian awakening under Shangwu's guidance. If he arrived any later, it wouldn't just be a case of poor teaching, it might well turn into an emergency rescue mission. And that was no exaggeration. Shangwu had once entertained the idea of taking on a disciple. Given her youth and her achievement of the inner scenery realm, Everyone assumed that, even if she was usually unreliable, teaching a disciple would be child's play for her, so they tacitly allowed it. Who could have predicted that on the very first day, the poor soul would suffer a qi deviation? Afterward, whether Shangwu lost interest in discipleship or simply realized she wasn't cut out for teaching, she never brought it up again. It was a shame. Li Mo, that kid, had exceptional talent, so exceptional in fact, that no one quite knew how to approach his training. The other elders were at a loss, and Shui Jing's quota for personal disciples was already full. Otherwise, with talent rivaling Ying Bing's, both having reached the pinnacle, how could he have ended up in such a dire situation? At this point, Shui Jing had long abandoned any hope that Li Mo could match Ying Bing's feat of unlocking all meridians in a single day. If the boy made it through unscathed, it would be nothing short of a miracle. With a sigh, Shui Jing's steps quickened, his body blending into the wind as he moved at an almost imperceptible speed. In mere moments, he arrived at Chunyu Peak, a medicine kit strapped to his back. But before he could reach the summit, his expression shifted from worry to bewilderment. Something's off. Is someone drawing upon the primordial energy of heaven and earth to cultivate? Drawing upon the primordial energy, also known as the harmony of heaven and man, was a state every martial artist dreamed of achieving. Typically, cultivators relied on food, elixirs, and other supplements to replenish the energy needed to temper their qi and blood. But neither food nor elixirs could be consumed indefinitely. Yet, by sheer serendipity, a warrior might attain the harmony of heaven and man, a state somewhat akin to the outer scenery realm, where one's inner microcosm mirrors and cycles with the macrocosm of the world. The speed at which energy could be absorbed in this state was hundreds of times faster. Not only were there no side effects afterward, but there were also unexpected benefits. Shangwu should be fast asleep at this hour. Why is she cultivating today and in the harmony of heaven and man, no less? Xu Zheng quickened his pace. At the summit, Li Mo sat in serene stillness before a wooden hut, his entire being seemingly fused with nature. Every pore on his body appeared to have opened, exchanging breath with the world around him. It was as though his body had become one with heaven and earth. To the cosmos, he was like a small depression, drawing the purest primordial energy from all directions, as if the universe sought to fill this hollow. Faintly perceptible was the lotus seed taking root in his dantian, voraciously absorbing energy as it prepared to sprout, grow, and eventually bloom. Pfft! A soft sound escaped. Before Shui Jing could even process his shock, pfft! Another followed. After awakening his meridians, he's already opened a primary meridian? Shui Jing's jaw dropped, his long whiskers fluttering in the wind as he stood frozen in disbelief. Not only had Li Mo successfully awakened his meridians, but in a single day he had also broken through a primary meridian with unstoppable momentum. Not only had he mastered the Lotus Blossom Heartfire method without guidance, but he had also entered the harmony of heaven and man. Xu Zheng was questioning his own life, utterly speechless. "Elder Shu, when did you get here?" Li Mo's ears twitched as he opened his eyes. "You, don't speak and lose focus. The harmony of heaven and man is a rare opportunity." Xu Zheng was so agitated his beard bristled. "Huh? Harmony of heaven and man?" Li Mo blinked, confused. "But I kinda need to use the bathroom." Old Shu nearly fainted. Now was not the time for bodily functions. At his level, the inner scenery realm, experiencing the harmony of heaven and man was like a preview of the outer scenery, an invaluable, once-in-a-lifetime chance. If this opportunity had been his, he might have gained the leverage to break through to the next realm. Yet this brat was treating it like nothing special, squandering a treasure beyond measure. "Oh, all right." Limo didn't understand why old Shu seemed so distraught. Earlier, he had moved to the shade of a tree because the sun was too strong, and yet his cultivation speed remained just as fast. Could it be other people don't cultivate like this? Maybe it was a benefit of his mystic Ein Insultime body. The thought made him pause. The Lotus Blossom Heartfire method states that opening 12 meridians and planting 12 lotus seeds marks completion, a full mastery of the Qi blood realm. But why do I feel like that's not the limit? I could sense it. 12 primary meridians were far from my ceiling. My body felt like a bottomless pit. Opening the first and second meridians wasn't even the beginning. Ah well, one step at a time. Foundations are important. I should aim for perfection. Limo closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. Meanwhile, Xu Jing kicked open the wooden door nearby, finding Shang Wu still dead to the world. His temple throbbed. He pulled out a wakefulness incense from his medicine kit and waved it under her nose. Achoo! Shang Wu sneezed, her elegant face scrunching up. Having her sleep interrupted twice, she clenched her fists, only to relax when she saw it was Xu Jing, the sex-resident nice guy. Old Shu, this better be good. Your disciple is out there in the harmony of heaven and man, and you're still asleep. How can you sleep at a time like this? Xu Jing snapped. Are you drunk, or am I drunk? Shang Wu tilted her head, thinking he was spinning fairy tales. See for yourself. Xu Jing didn't bother arguing further, and stepped outside. Shang Wu rubbed her bleary eyes and peered out. One look, and Big Sis Wu stood at attention. Congratulations, host. Demonstrating the harmony of heaven and man has enlightened Xu Jing. Congratulations, host. Demonstrating the harmony of heaven and man has enlightened Shang Wu. Calculating rewards. Investment return, 3 gourds of ice fire wine. Investment return, 20 years of martial insight. Ice fire wine. Upon consumption, the drinker undergoes a trial of ice and fire, tempering the body. A sacred treasure for physical refinement. Huh. People can invest just by watching me cultivate? These rewards might as well be free. Ice fire wine. Limo decided against trying it out just yet. From what little he knew of his master, any alcohol in her vicinity would vanish instantly. Besides, he hadn't figured out how to refine his body yet. The wine would come in handy. After 2 hours of cultivation, he couldn't sit still any longer. The muscle soreness and fatigue described in the martial manuals were absent, but his bladder was another story. With that thought, Limo ceased drawing upon heaven and earth's energy, brushed off his robes, and stood up. The wondrous state dissipated instantly. The first thing he saw was Xu Jing reluctantly snapping out of his trance, his face filled with emotion. I owe you a debt, young man. At their age, bottlenecks were deeply entrenched and breakthroughs were near impossible. Witnessing the harmony of heaven and man had given him invaluable insights. Elder Shu, you flatter me. My father often speaks highly of you at home. Limo clasped his hands politely in response. His father, Li Dalong, had once been a disciple of Xu Jing. Back then, Xu Jing had not yet risen to the position of elder. Huh, it's good that he still remembers this old man. Xu Jing stroked his long beard and sighed. Dao Long was truly a pity. Had he not met with misfortune, he would have been an intersect steward by now. Old Shu appeared to be around the same age as Limo's father, but Limo knew that even when his father first entered the sect, Xu Jing already bore this middle-aged appearance. His true age was likely no less than 96. Seizing the moment, Limo spoke up. Each man's fate is his own. My father said he owed his life entirely to Elder Shu's intervention. If he hadn't met my mother on his journey home after being injured, I wouldn't even exist. When one door closes, another opens. Such is the way of things. Young Li had a knack for charming his elders. Dao Long was a fortunate man. Xu Jing's gaze at Li Mo grew even more approving. This boy wasn't nearly as unruly as Li Daolong's letters had made him out to be. Perhaps fathers simply judged their sons more harshly. The interaction between the old and young was harmonious until Li Mo suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol in the air. Then his neck tightened, and he felt a brief suffocation. Xiangwu had looped an arm around her beloved disciple's neck, declaring her territorial rights with vigilance. "Hey, hey, hey! This is my disciple! Don't you go getting any ideas, you old geezer!" "I'd consider it if I could, but my quota's long full," Shui Jing retorted irritably. Watching Xiangwu's boisterous antics, he felt a slight headache coming on. This grand disciple was promising material. Would Xiangwu end up leading him astray? Poor martial skills were one thing, but he'd hate to see a fine lad pick up bad habits. "Xiao Mo, if you want to test your martial skills or spar with others, you might try the training hall at the mountain's foot," Shui Jing suggested. Xiangwu narrowed her almond eyes for a moment before nodding. For learning basic techniques, the training hall should suffice. "Li Mo, sis, you're just too lazy to teach, aren't you?" Still, now that he had the foundation techniques, he did intend to pick up some combat skills. A trip to the training hall would also let him scout for potential investment targets. Not a bad plan at all. The Martial Training Hall. Today's martial arts instruction session had already concluded. On the bluestone-paved floor, outer sect disciples trained diligently, their sweat pouring down as they practiced. Among them was Wang Hu. The results of the ascending stairway trial were not determined by the highest step one reached, but by the final step one stood upon. Despite enduring excruciating pain to climb further, he had still only been assigned to the outer sect. And it was all because of one person. He must have used some trick to deceive the ascending stairway. One day I'll expose him for what he really is. Thud, thud. He pounded the sandbag as if it were the very person who filled him with resentment. This was the only way he could vent his anger. After all, Li Mo was now a true disciple. Even his cousin, Wang Ha, couldn't play a hand on him. "Junior brother Wang, your cousin has developed quite a grasp of the Six Harmonies fist. His meridians are open, and he no longer needs my guidance," a blue-robed outer sect steward remarked with a raised brow. Little Hu has always had some talent for fist techniques. He picked up a thing or two from my uncle's casual training, Wang Ha replied with a smile, though a cold glint flashed at the corner of his lips. Like Xiao Qin, he should have been an inner sect disciple. The steward shook his head, his gaze shifting to a young man in the crowd. The youth had an ordinary appearance, dressed in simple short robes, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He trained meticulously, his entire body drenched in sweat. "Senior brother, you're mistaken. Whose talent is far beyond that waste's level. He entered the inner sect in the same batch as me, yet he's only grown weaker. His ki and blood have nearly regressed to the level of a freshly opened meridian." Wang Ha's tone dripped with mockery. As they spoke, a figure stepped into the sunlight streaming through the hall's entrance. A young man in cloud-patterned robes, his smile warm and easygoing. "Huh?" Wang Ha's brow twitched. "Li Mo?" Wang Hu's fist tore through the sandbag at the sight of that familiar face. The other disciples paused their training, confusion written on their faces. Wasn't he a true disciple? Why had he come to the outer sect's martial arts hall? "Junior brother Li, I am He Hung Feng, "What brings you here?" The blue-robed steward stood, his manners impeccable. Limo cleared his throat. "Greetings, senior brother He. I've come to learn some basic martial arts." He Hung Fong, question mark. A true disciple coming to the outer sect to learn basic martial arts? Are you kidding? This matter, do the elders know? Well, my master is asleep, but Elder Shaoui sent me here. Limo nodded. Master? Elder Shang Wu? He Hongfeng's thoughts drifted to that fiery palace-robed beauty of an elder, and suddenly it all made sense. Ah, that explains it. The disciples in the hall reacted differently, some gleeful, some pitying, others resentful. A true disciple reduced to learning martial arts in the outer sect. It meant he wasn't highly regarded, which made sense. The elders all had their own true disciples, and with Yingbing's recent rise in prominence, many whispered that she would be the next sect master of Qingwen sect. Naturally, the elders flocked around her. Li Mo, meanwhile, was stuck with a master even dogs would avoid. Being neglected wasn't hard to understand. Among the crowd, the youth named Xiaoqin wiped his sweat, a sigh escaping his lips. His own situation wasn't much better. Are true disciples not allowed in the outer sect's martial arts hall? The rules don't forbid it. However, today's basic fist techniques have already been taught. If you wish to learn, you'll need to ask the inner sect senior brother responsible for instruction. The inner sect senior brother teaching fist techniques? Limo followed his gaze and spotted Wang Hao sipping tea nearby. Wang Hao didn't even look up, his tone less than welcoming. The martial arts hall has its rules. I only lead outer sect disciples for 1 hour each day. If you're late, no exceptions can be made. Then, as if just noticing, he feigned surprise. Junior brother Li, aren't you a true disciple? If you insist on breaking the rules, I suppose I'll have to make an exception for you. His words were deliberately provocative. If Limo pressed further, he'd be seen as demanding special treatment. What might have seemed like a minor request now felt unfair to the others. Cousin, true disciples think they're so special. Even in the outer sect, they should follow the rules. Wang Hu played along, acting as the perfect foil. Although he hadn't officially become a disciple yet, he was practically guaranteed to be taken under Steward Futo's wing. Status-wise, he had no reason to fear Li Mo, an unpopular true disciple. He Hongfeng stayed silent. As long as no trouble broke out in the hall, he had no intention of getting involved in personal conflicts. All right, you two sound like a comedy duo." Limo waved them off and turned back to He Hongfeng. "Can I just watch others train? That doesn't break the rules, does it?" "Of course not." "Good." Limo nodded and walked into the hall, scanning the area. He seems to be doing well. His eyes settled on Xiaoqin in the corner, and he approached. "Ch! Those two! Together now!" Wang Hao smirked, watching from the side. Wang Hu nearly laughed out loud. Did he think he could learn just by watching? Who did he think he was? And of all people, he'd chosen the outer sect's most infamous failure. "Senior brother, would you mind if I observed your training?" Li Mo first offered a respectful bow. "Xiaoqin, watch if you want, but I can't guarantee you'll learn anything." Xiaoqin replied gruffly. Li Mon smiled warmly. "Just focus on your training, senior brother Xiao. Pay me no mind." Xiaoqin's expression softened slightly. This young man, despite being a true disciple, didn't flaunt his status. Instead, he treated an outer sect disciple like him with courtesy. After enduring so much disdain, he rarely felt such respect from others. For a moment, he felt a strange kinship with Li Mo. "Junior brother, this is the 6 Harmonies fist. I'll start from the beginning. Watch closely." Xiaoqin slowed his movements deliberately for Li Mo's sake. The 6 Harmonies fist emphasizes channeling energy through all 6 harmonies, with intent reaching the 8 directions. Power rises from the earth. Once mastered, your eyes and hands move as one. Xiaoqin meticulously demonstrated the fist techniques while simultaneously explaining the martial principles, a master class in making the profound simple. As Li Mo observed, curiosity stirred within him. This senior brother's grasp of the 6 Harmonies fist was impressive, far beyond the level of an outer disciple. Before long, Li Mo had roughly memorized the techniques, though his understanding remained superficial. "Senior brother, what should I call you?" "Xiaoqin." Xiaoqin halted his movements. "Xiao?" The surname alone screamed extraordinary, and Li Mo couldn't help but make the association. Activating his heaven's eye, he scrutinized the young man. Name: Xiaoqin. Age: 18. Root bone: none. Cultivation: newly entered the Qi blood realm. Fate: purple. Evaluation: though his root bone is ordinary, his comprehension is exceptional. Resilient by nature, he appears unremarkable on the surface, but hides jade within. A late bloomer destined for greatness. Recent circumstance: possesses the rare treasure 7 Stars Ancient Jade. This artifact, requiring vast amounts of Qi blood to activate, has caused Xiaoqin's cultivation to regress from the 10th meridian of the Qi blood realm. After reading, Li Mo froze for a moment. Xiaoqin actually had a purple fate. He hadn't expected it. After all, the young man was just an outer disciple, seemingly unremarkable. If not for his skilled fist techniques and that conspicuous surname, Li Mo might have overlooked him entirely. Well, maybe I should just hunt down people with certain surnames for investments, round up all the Xias, the Yays. It also highlighted something. Even those with exceptional fate weren't guaranteed smooth sailing. They might face trials and tribulations. Overcoming them could strengthen their fate, while failure might diminish or erase it entirely. As Li Mo pondered, Xiaoqin suddenly frowned, glancing at Wang Hu in the distance. "Junior brother Li Mo, if you have issues with Wang Hu, you should leave soon." "Oh, why is that?" Li Mo asked, puzzled. "The martial hall has another rule. Disciples can challenge each other for sparring, and the challenged cannot refuse." Xiaoqin's expression darkened. "What kind of rule is that? Aren't they worried about injuries?" Li Mo raised an eyebrow. "So Wang Hu was planning to challenge him? With that supervising elder watching, nothing too serious will happen. At worst, minor injuries and some humiliation." Xiaoqin sighed, his tone suggesting he'd suffered such treatment before. Li Mo nodded thoughtfully. The rule made sense. The sect didn't want disciples who were all talk. Better they learn harsh lessons here than die outside. Combat was encouraged. As long as no one was crippled or killed, it was fair game. "If you want to learn the fist techniques, come back tomorrow. For now, you should go." "No need. What's there to fear?" Li Mo smirked, utterly unfazed. Xiaoqin frowned. Was junior brother Li Mo relying on his status as a true disciple, assuming Wang Hu wouldn't dare act? Just then, "You! Come here! Fight me!" Wang Hu cracked his knuckles and shoved an outer disciple forward. The disciple clenched his teeth and engaged, But having only just begun learning the fist techniques, his form was shaky at best. His punches barely differed from wild flailing. Pathetic. Did you skip breakfast? Wang Hu sneered, effortlessly deflecting the strike before sweeping the disciple's legs out from under him. Thud. The disciple collapsed to his knees. On the platform, He Hongfeng frowned. Sparring was one thing, but Wang Hu was clearly bullying a weaker opponent. Yet after a glance at Wang Hao, he held his tongue. "You! What? Not satisfied? We can go again!" "No, I yield." "Trash. Train harder next time. Get lost." Wang Hu rolled his neck, bones popping, before turning. "Oh, almost forgot. We've got a precious true disciple here. Come on, let's see what makes you so special." He stomped forward, shoving aside anyone in his path. Limo. Despite Wang Hu's aggressive approach, Limo felt no fear. After all, he could instantly pour years of martial insight into the 6 harmonies fist. How many should he add? 20? Would that be too much? Might he accidentally kill the guy? Then, swoosh! A frigid branch sliced through the air like a blade. Wang Hu's face paled as he desperately dodged. Too late. The branch grazed his neck, drawing blood instantly. The crowd gulped, feeling the phantom sting themselves. All eyes turned to the entrance. There stood Ying Bing, her expression frostier than winter. That branch had been her doing. A single, casual flick, yet it had nearly taken Wang Hu's head off. Limo. What is this absurd sense of security? She tried to kill me. Wang Hu trembled, voice shaking. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with desire as he stared at the stunning figure. Mastering an advanced sword technique on the first day, peerless talent, breathtaking beauty, and that ice-cold demeanor, perfect. But with Wang Hu wailing pitifully, Wang Hao put on a stern face. "Junior sister Ying Bing, how could you attempt to kill a fellow disciple? You owe me an explanation." He was ignored. "What brings you here?" Limo asked, surprised. "Passing by on my way to the scripture pavilion." Ying Bing's brows furrowed briefly before smoothing. She seemed to understand why Limo was in the martial hall. "Opened your meridians?" "Yeah, though, unlike you, I haven't learned any sword arts yet." Limo was both curious and shocked. That strike hadn't been beginner level. Nor could a freshly opened meridian channel that power. Yingbing had clearly unlocked another primary meridian. Damn! Red Fate is terrifying. Almost as broken as my cheats. Return to Autumn Water Pavilion. Yingbing's voice was cool, like jade striking stone. Without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. Right. Glancing at the still stunned Shao Qin, Limo decided there was no rush. He wasn't going anywhere. He could invest tomorrow. Their casual exchange unfolded as if no one else existed. Nearby, Wang Hao's face darkened like storm clouds. "Junior sister Ying Bing, you nearly killed my cousin. Even as a true disciple, you can't act so recklessly." Ying Bing paused. The fly's buzzing had finally annoyed her. Without turning, her voice cut through the air. "When I kill, I don't nearly do anything." With that, she walked out the door. None of the outer disciples along the way dared to meet her gaze. Limo. "Yes, exactly. This was the feeling I remembered." "You!" Wang Hao was instantly left speechless, his gloomy expression shifting several times. Her unyielding tone actually made him feel a flicker of conviction. "Senior brother He, Are you just going to stand there and watch? Junior sister Hastened hasn't broken any rules. Your cousin is howling with plenty of energy, hardly the sign of a life-threatening injury. Besides, he was the one who demanded a challenge against a true disciple. Well, here she is. He Hung Fong chuckled. Did they think he was stupid? Even if junior sister Ying tore down the martial training hall, he'd still cover for her. Stop howling already. She's gone. Wang Hao snapped, his mood inexplicably foul as he kicked Wang Hu in the rear. Only then did Wang Hu realize he just had a shallow cut on his neck. It looked terrifying, but it was nothing serious. But for a moment, he had truly felt the brush of death, as if his head had been severed from his body. You worthless trash! Laughing at me? Weren't you the one teaching Limo how to fight earlier? Wang Hu's temper flared instantly. Since you're such a great teacher, come on, let me learn a thing or two from you. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. He didn't have Limo's luck. He'd have to rely on himself. Inside the carriage. Though this carriage appeared modest on the outside, it concealed extraordinary craftsmanship within. The beams alone were carved from golden, fragrant wood, adorned with gluttonous motifs, sturdy, rot-resistant, and exuding an exotic aroma. It was essentially the martial world's equivalent of a luxury sedan, and riding in it, one couldn't even feel the slightest jolt. No wonder it's the sect leader's personal ride. Elder, how much does a carriage like this cost? Limor couldn't help but marvel, though he remained somewhat reserved. He was like a country boy stepping into a nobleman's estate, curious but too cautious to touch anything. This old man is merely a servant, surnamed Ba. Young master may call me Old Ba, the elderly coachman chuckled. If measured in gold, this carriage would cost tens of thousands of taels. It was a gift from the owner of Hershong Trading Company. Limor. 1. The young man who had once considered himself modestly well off suddenly felt the sting of poverty. Tens of thousands, and in gold no less. Even if the entire thing were forged from solid gold, it wouldn't cost that much. Noticing his bewilderment, Old Ba grinned. This carriage is forged from frost iron. Even an expert in the observation divine realm couldn't damage it. No wonder I can't afford it, Limor sighed, patting his empty coin pouch. His dream of owning a similarly extravagant ride had just been dashed. At the tea table, Ying Bing sat with effortless grace, sipping her tea as if she were the carriage's rightful owner. No, Limor even had the fleeting thought that she was merely condescending to grace it with her presence. Wasn't this ice block just a punching bag back at the Li Manor? Limor couldn't help but marvel. This was the privilege of one born with the Emperor's bone. Autumn Water Pavilion. Ying Bing picked up a withered branch and began practicing her swordplay, testing the limits of her current cultivation level. Meanwhile, Limor stood by the kitchen door and asked, "Anything you'd like to eat today?" The Qingyuan sect naturally had a dining hall, but since every meal with the ice block yielded rewards, Limor was more than happy to cook. "Anything is fine. I have no particular cravings, so don't waste effort on it." Yingbing replied without turning. "That's because you've never tasted real food. I'm not boasting, but if I put my mind to it, my cooking would be unmatched in this world." Limor brimmed with confidence. Among the white-tier rewards he'd received were rare seasonings unknown to this world, even a pack of hot pot base he'd been itching to try. Yingbing remained silent. Whether she heard him or not was unclear. "She's way too focused," Limor sighed internally. "Humans aren't machines." Neglecting one's basic needs for too long would only lead to trouble. "Is Senior Sister Ying Bing here?" a voice called from outside. Lee Moore stepped out to find an outer sect steward delivering bundles of exotic beast meat, precious ingredients that nourished chi and blood rarely seen outside the sect. Such were the privileges of a sect leader's direct disciple. The steward explained that these were raised on rare beast peak, ironbone ox, azure scale fish, and stonehorn sheep. Beef, lamb, and fish, perfect for hot pot. Lee Moore mused. Half an hour later, the courtyard was filled with the rich, spicy aroma of simmering broth. Lee Moore sat by the stove dipping paper-thin slices of ironbone ox into the bubbling pot. Divine. When this world's exotic meats met a hot pot base from Earth, the result was nothing short of heavenly. "Try this." Lee Moore fished out a piece of fish and placed it in Ying Bing's bowl. Good, right? Passable. But the speed of her chopsticks had quickened ever so slightly. Lee Moore noticed and grinned. "Eat up. Beast meat's good for martial training, too." Food and pleasure are human nature. You should indulge once in a while. Amid the rising steam, the girl's face blurred in the haze. Her cheeks moved faintly. Whether she heard him or not was anyone's guess. Mystic crystal. Inside the room. Congratulations, host. Investment, exotic beast hot pot. Reward obtained. 1 mystic crystal. Mystic crystal. Contains the purest natural energy of heaven and earth, used in alchemy, weapon forging, or as a power source for artifacts. Its applications are boundless. That hot pot was worth every bite. A milky white crystal materialized in Lee Moore's palm, a prism shimmering with faint light. The energy within felt familiar. Wasn't this the same energy he absorbed during cultivation? But the amount condensed in this single crystal was staggering. It would take him ages to accumulate this much on his own. Not that he needed it much right now. Still, this thing was priceless, worth a fortune. Even the ascension steps relied on these to activate. Decision made. We're eating exotic beast meat every day. I'll keep that ice block well fed. Lee Moore pocketed the crystal, his mind made up. Then another thought struck him. Didn't senior brother Xiao Qin have that 7-star ancient jade? His cultivation had been deteriorating because the jade required energy to activate. Wouldn't this mystic crystal solve his problem? I don't need the crystal anyway. Might as well invest it in him. Lee Moore had pieced together some patterns regarding investments. Fate rank determined the baseline reward. But the more beneficial the investment was to the recipient, the greater the reward would be beyond that baseline. Xiao Qin had a purple tier fate. The return would undoubtedly surpass a single mystic crystal. No need to keep practicing 6 Harmonies fist. 20 years of martial insight should be more than enough to master it. Learning from last time, Lee Moore didn't expend all his insights at once. 6 Harmonies fist. 5 years of martial insight infused. After 1 year of practice, you fully grasped the 6 Harmonies fist, reaching the novice stage. By the 4th year, the fist art had integrated into your daily movements, no longer bound by rigid forms. In the 5th year, your 6 Harmonies fist reached minor achievement. The insights fully settled, and Lee Moore clenched his fists, itching to test them. Without delay, he took a stance in his room and began executing the fist techniques with fierce precision. Every motion flowed naturally, as if he'd honed them through years of practice. Crack! Power surged from the ground, coalescing into a single devastating strike. 6 harmonies united. The force shredded his sleeve into shreds. And this is just with one meridian unlocked. Lemore exhaled deeply and changed into fresh clothes. Right now, he couldn't even unleash the full potential of 6 harmonies' fist. Time to cultivate. He sat cross-legged and quietly activated the Fireheart Lotus technique. Yingbing's sword blossomed into 9 sword flowers. The flower-seeking sword technique. She had mastered it in her past life, yet today she still watched Elder Han's meticulous demonstration with focus. After all, this was a secret sect technique. If she outright claimed she already knew it, she wouldn't be able to explain how. At her current level, she could already summon 9 flowers with a single stroke. In her prime, a casual swing of this sword art would conjure a sky full of falling petals, all transformed from sword energy. And if augmented by the power of the supreme yin, freezing an entire lake would be effortless. But her current realm was still too weak. Yingbing sheathed her sword and stood still, preparing to intensify her training. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed. The commotion next door. He's drawing upon the world's vital energy during his training? This shouldn't be a technique from Shang Wu's repertoire. It feels more like a unique physique. Yingbing was mildly surprised. She knew many methods to harness the world's energy to strengthen oneself. But without exception, all such techniques required at least the outer scenery realm. Without an inner world connected to the external one, a martial artist simply couldn't siphon energy directly from heaven and earth. That could only mean one thing. It was a trait of Lemo's special physique. Source flow martial body, evergreen wood physique, boundless celestial body. Yingbing fell into reminiscence, recalling the many prodigies she had encountered. Some among them had left a lasting impression with their brilliance. Which of these would Lemo's physique resemble? Or perhaps one she had never seen before? A moment later, she dismissed the thought. She was merely curious about the drastic changes in Lemo. The exact nature of his physique didn't matter. If she didn't recognize it, it couldn't be that formidable, at least not enough to rank on the Heaven Secrets Pavilion's 9 Heavens and 10 Earths leaderboard. And if it belonged to one of those past rivals she had defeated, what of it? In the end, none could compare to the 10 Extremities physique. After 2 hours of training, star-chilling aura started seeping from her body once more. She had just settled onto her bed when, knock knock? The door creaked open slightly. Lemo peeked in, carrying a bronze basin. Yingbing, the exotic beast meat needs refrigeration. I'll leave it in your room. The Ice Block brand fridge praised by all who used it. Question mark? Yingbing watched as he placed the covered basin in the corner and left, even turning off the lamp for her on his way out. In the past, she would have hurled the basin out and fixed him with a frosty glare, warning him never to enter her room uninvited or leave things there again. But today, the lingering richness of the hot pot still danced on her tongue, unforgettable. If the meat spoiled, she wouldn't get to enjoy it, would she? Swish. She drew the bed curtains shut. The room grew quieter as the biting cold spread, and she gradually drifted into sleep. The sleeping girl's face tensed slightly, but not from the torment of extreme cold. She was dreaming, dreaming of her past as the Phoenix sovereign ruling over the Cassia Palace. "Palace Master, I know disciples of the Cassia Palace must never indulge in love. So I beg you, strike down my martial arts and strip me of all my power. Master, I've met someone during my travels. Palace Master." "Ha ha 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 ha! Ying Bing, you don't even understand what love is. How pathetic!" Fragmented scenes flashed chaotically, and her frown deepened. The next day, the sun rose high, casting bright light over the land. In the martial training hall, Xiao Qin limped inside, his face pale and his breath weak, clear signs of injury. Xiao Qin actually dared to come today. After getting beaten up so badly yesterday, his wounds probably haven't even healed yet. If it were the old Xiao Qin, he could have crushed Wang Hu with one hand. Who knows what happened to him? If he stays like this for another 6 months, he'll probably be expelled from the Qingyuan sect, right? A few disciples whispered among themselves, their tones tinged with pity. But the moment Wang Hu and Wang Hao walked in, they immediately fell silent. "You trash, you still have the guts to show up today?" "Good, very good. I love stubborn fools who refuse to admit defeat." Wang Hu grinned with amusement, cracking his knuckles. Thud. Xiao Qin ignored him, continuing to practice his punches despite his injuries. Li didn't come today. It seemed he had taken his advice. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin had no choice but to be here. In 6 months, if nothing changed, he'd be kicked out of the Qingyuan sect. With his Qi blood realm declining again and again, his only hope now lay in mastering his fist techniques. "Senior brother Xiao, you are injured." Hearing the voice, Xiao Qin turned around and froze in surprise. Li Mo? Everyone else was equally stunned. He actually came? Yesterday, Wang Hu had openly threatened to spar with Li Mo if he ever showed up again. Wang Hu had been training in martial arts since childhood. Li Mo might have exceptional talent as a core disciple, but he was still a newcomer to martial arts with no prior foundation. Was he really that concerned about losing face as a core disciple if he backed down from a mere outer disciple? But getting humiliated in a fight would be even worse. Good, good, good. So you think I wouldn't dare to challenge a core disciple, huh? Wang Hu narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus to Li Mo. His aura turned dangerous. If he had merely toyed with Xiao Qin, his hatred for Li Mo ran deep in the bones. He glanced at his cousin. "Don't break the rules," Wang Hao said indifferently. "Of course not," Wang Hu smirked. "Meaning, within the rules, anything goes." Hai Hangfong frowned. Couldn't Wang Hu just stay quiet for once? Had these two forgotten how terrifying Elder Shang Wu was? But since they weren't technically breaking any rules, there was nothing he could say. "Stop standing around, start training." The outer disciples resumed their fist practice, while Wang Hao began teaching the 6 harmonies fist to the newcomers. His movements were fluid and natural, showing years of mastery in the technique. Yet the atmosphere in the training hall was tense. Something's about to go down. "You shouldn't have come," Xiao Qin said gravely, his thick brows furrowed. "You got beaten up yesterday, yet here you are," Li Mo replied with a carefree smile. Xiao Qin sighed. "I have my reasons." "So do I." "Eh?" Xiao Qin was taken aback, unsure how to respond. True, though they hadn't known each other long, Li Mo didn't strike him as the type to fight just for pride. "Senior brother Xiao, take this. Consider it repayment for teaching me yesterday." Li Mo handed him a small jade box. "The 6 harmonies fist isn't some divine technique, so there's no need to—" "Huh?" Before Xiao Qin could even open the box fully, his pupil shrank in shock. He recognized what was inside. "Mystic crystal?" "Keep it quiet, just between us," Li Mo whispered, pressing his finger to his lips. Junior brother Li, I can't accept this. Besides, a treasure like this can enhance any martial art. You should use it yourself. Xiao Qin hurriedly closed the box, lowering his voice. My constitution is special. It's useless to me. Li Mo's smile carried sincerity. He had seen the flash of desire in Xiao Qin's eyes, yet he had restrained himself, refusing the gift, and even reminded Li Mo of its value. This guy's worth keeping around. Even so, it's too precious. Xiao Qin remained firm. If you feel indebted, consider it a loan. Pay me back someday. And, as the first friend I've made here, refusing again would be an insult. Li Mo slapped the box into his hand. Friend! Xiao Qin was stunned, clutching the box. Once he'd had friends in the Qingyuan sect, back when his talent still shone. But after falling from the inner sect to the outer sect, those so-called friends vanished. None offered help. Some even kicked him while he was down. And yet Li Mo, who had only learned fist techniques from him for a day, was giving him a treasure that could change his fate. Just now, the jade pendant on his chest had reacted violently. Take it, senior brother. You need this, Li Mo urged again. After a brief struggle, Xiao Qin clenched his jaw. I will never forget this kindness. No grand speeches, no questions about why Li Mo believed he could repay this debt someday. Just a firm gaze and a solemn fist salute. Some things needed no words. Then I won't hold back when I need your help later. Li Mo patted his shoulder. Judging by the look in Xiao Qin's eyes, the man would probably throw himself into danger for him without hesitation. A purple destiny individual. His cheap master also had a purple destiny, now the youngest elder in the Qingyuan sect. A single investment could secure the loyalty of a future powerhouse and earn system rewards. A triple win! He won twice. Talk about luck. They say more friends means more paths. If I keep investing like this, once they grow stronger, won't I become the most well-connected man in the Great U? Li Mo's imagination ran wild. A classic scene played in his mind. A core disciple of the Qingyuan sect returns home to find his father living in a doghouse. With a single command, 10,000 experts descend from the skies. From now on, call me Li, the face fruit bearer. What a glorious future! Ah, right, the rewards. Xiao Qin offered to continue teaching him the Six Harmonies fist, but Li Mo declined with a smile, choosing to sit aside instead. Sipping tea, he checked his investment returns. Congratulations, host! Successful investment. Mystic Crystal ×1. Investment reward. Extreme Arms Slaughter Body. Extreme Arms Slaughter Body, Peerless Art. Harness the killing intent of weapons to temper the body, forging an indomitable physique. At its peak, all arms bow before you. Not only does it grant unmatched physical might, but it also amplifies the power of any weapon wielded. The complete martial art flooded his mind, instantly memorized. Li Mo closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge. This was a body-refining technique, one that also enhanced weapon mastery. This art requires tempering myself with the killing aura of weapons. Deep in thought, Li Mo pondered his next steps. Ultimate Soldier's Body Refinement. Just the name alone exudes a menacing aura. However, this is by no means a heretical practice. Instead, it is an extremely pure and highly sophisticated method of external body training. It is extremely perilous and incredibly difficult to master, but the rewards after mastering it far outweigh the hardships and perils. Li Mo made a decision to practice it. In the world of martial arts, getting into trouble is inevitable. No matter how good the armor is, it can't compare to one's own strength. For his own safety, he must master this technique. Is there a place within the sect where the sharp, killing aura of soldiers is strong? Before he knew it, the instructor in the martial arts hall had finished teaching the boxing techniques. It was now free, practice time, which also meant that free sparring was allowed. "Limo, you don't have a woman to protect you today, do you?" Wang Hu sneered, clenching his fists until they creaked. His eyes were blood red, and his gaze was filled with such hatred that it seemed he wanted to devour the young man in front of him alive. Hai Hangfang sensed something was wrong. However, just as he was about to stand up and stop it, Wang Hao grabbed his hand. "Junior brother Wang, if something really goes wrong, you and I can't bear the responsibility," Hai Hangfang said in a solemn tone. Wang Hao squinted his eyes and sneered. "Don't worry, my cousin knows his limits. Besides, he's only at the Qi blood realm. If there's any problem, you can stop it at any time. As long as it's within the rules, don't interfere." "All right then." Hai Hangfang hesitated for a moment and thought it made sense. He had already reached the great heavenly cycle of inner breath. As long as he paid attention, no one at the Qi blood realm could cause any major trouble under his nose. "Wang Hu!" Xiao Qin took a step forward and actually stood up, walking straight towards Wang Hu. It seemed that he wanted to have a sparring session with Wang Hu first. Xiao Qian was always reliable. But someone was faster than him. Xiao Qian only heard a whistling sound of the wind passing by his ear. Wang Hu only saw a dark shadow rapidly expanding in his field of vision. It was a fist. Bang! Almost all the outer sect disciples present hadn't even reacted yet. When they finally came to their senses, they heard a dull thud. Wang Hu staggered backwards and finally plopped down on the ground. The look of shock on his face hadn't even had time to fade. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The pain in his ribs made it hard for him to breathe. It seemed that a bone had cracked. "You're too weak. Sparring with you, I'm afraid I won't learn anything," Limo said indifferently, still wearing a faint smile on his face. Beside him, Xiao Qian's mouth was wide open in disbelief. The 6 harmony boxing? This couldn't be right. Limo had just learned the boxing yesterday. Moreover, he had just started his cultivation. Where did he get so much strength? The vast training hall fell into dead silence. The outer sect disciples witnessing this scene rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were still dreaming. Li Mo had only just learned this fist technique. Yet today he defeated Wang Hu, the tyrant of the training hall, with a single punch, leaving him unable to even crawl back up. And they call this a beginner? Are all true disciples this monstrous? On the grand chair, He Hongfang's eyes flickered with shifting emotions. Having touched the threshold of the observation divine realm, he could clearly see that Li Mo had only opened one primary meridian. While his progress was undeniably fast, that wasn't what shocked him. Wang Hu was at the Qi blood realm with 3 meridians opened. For a 1-meridian fighter to crush a 3-meridian opponent, though Wang Hu had underestimated his foe, it proved Li Mo's mastery of fist techniques far surpassed Wang Hu's. He had seen it clearly. That punch was at least at the minor mastery of the 6 harmonies fist. Wang Hao shot up from his seat and rushed to Wang Hu's side, channeling his inner breath to stabilize the latter's qi and blood. His expression darkened to the extreme. If true disciple Li disdains sparring with outer sect disciples, then how about crossing hands with me? Wang Hao, this violates the rules. He Hongfang set down his teacup, inwardly cursing. An inner breath cultivator who'd been training for years, challenging a Qi blood realm novice? Have you no shame? The other outer sect disciples also couldn't hold back their outrage. When Wang Hu bullied us, you stayed silent. So he's only allowed to win? Is that it? I won't use my inner breath. I'll suppress my cultivation to the early Qi blood realm. an inner sect deacon seeking guidance from a true disciple. Even if this reaches my master, it's still within the rules. Wang Hao made no effort to spare He Hongfeng's dignity. He Hongfeng's face grew even uglier, using Fu Tu to pressure him. The gap between an inner sect deacon and an outer sect deacon was far greater than that between their disciples. A cold smirk suddenly twisted his lips as a thought struck him. "Fine, as long as you don't regret it. What say you, junior brother Li? If you wish to decline, that's understandable." Wang Hao ignored him, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Mo. Li Mo narrowed his eyes. If they were at the same realm, it was worth a try. Moreover, during the earlier fight, an inexplicable surge of battle intent had risen in his chest. Instead of fading, it had only grown fiercer, like a wildfire. That was why he, in his first real combat experience, had executed his techniques without the slightest hesitation, unleashing everything he'd learned. Could this also be due to the Zhuan Pin immortal body? Then I'll ask for your guidance. Li Mo's soft voice sent ripples through the crowd. He actually accepted? He'd only been practicing fist techniques and martial arts for 2 days at most. If it were any other inner sect disciple, it might be fine. But Wang Hao, for all his amiable facade, was vicious at heart. Li Mo then turned his head. "Senior brother Xiao, step back a bit, huh? Where was old Xiao?" The space beside him was empty. Xiao Qin had vanished without a trace. Strange. Old Xiao didn't seem the type to flee at the first sign of trouble. "Ha! You stand up for others, yet they abandon you?" Wang Hao, eager to ensure his opponent didn't back out, clasped his hands behind his back, lips curling in mockery. "To avoid accusations of bullying, I'll let you make the first." Whoosh! Before he could finish, a fist was already at his ribs. Li Mo had no patience for niceties with troublemakers. His spine arched like a drawn bow, his fist a cannonball aimed straight for the vulnerable spot below Wang Hu's ribs. Feeling the sharp gust of wind, Wang Hao raised his brow, but remained unshaken. Boom! Their fists collided. Wang Hao's arm went numb from the impact, yet he stood firm, relying on his combat experience to counterattack immediately. But to his shock, Li Mo moved with the precision of a veteran. Ignoring the straight punch aimed at his chest, Li Mo instead surged forward, his arm descending like an iron whip toward Wang Hao's shoulder. His fist momentum flowed seamlessly, without pause. Minor mastery of the 6 harmonies fist? Wang Hao's heart chilled, but his own punch was already beyond recall. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of his Qi Blood realm strength into the strike, executing it flawlessly. He, too, had minor mastery of the 6 harmonies fist. And moreover, Wang Hao snorted, pulling his shoulder back slightly. Li Mo's devastating punch landed, but an invisible force seemed to cushion the blow, leaving it a hair's breadth from its target. Meanwhile, the punch to his chest sent Li Mo stumbling back several steps. Inner breath? Li Mo exhaled sharply, recognizing Wang Hao's fate. He had used inner breath after all. But instead of protesting, the fire in his eyes burned brighter. Again! Oh! Wang Hao was taken aback by the kid's tenacity, though his smirk deepened. In the end, you're just a novice with a few tricks. The longer the strags, the more your inexperience shows. This move again? If it failed once, repeating it would only leave you open. His pupils abruptly constricted. That fist? Crack! Li Mo's fierce punch shattered the thin layer of inner breath, landing squarely on Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao staggered back, his face alternating between green and white, vision swimming. 6 harmonies interconnected? Major mastery? But He Hongfang's teacup slipped from his fingers, spilling premium Longjing tea all over his lap, but he didn't even notice, his face frozen in shock. The 6 harmonies fist was foundational, yes, but that didn't make it easy. On the contrary, the most basic techniques were often the hardest to refine, each step requiring relentless practice. Is this even human? Wang Hao, caught off guard, had suffered a heavy blow. Yet instead of conceding, his entire body trembled with barely suppressed fury. Wang Hao, what are you doing here? Before He Hongfang could intervene, Wang Hao was already charging forward, his palm shimmering with a sinister gleam as he aimed straight for Li Mo's dantian. He Hongfang moved to intercept, his cultivation far superior. But his help wasn't needed. Boom! Wang Hao flew backward like a cannonball. Under that terrifying force, his bones emitted a series of sickening cracks. He smashed through the wall, leaving a gaping hole in his wake. He Hongfang's hair stood on end as he stiffly turned his head. Elder Shang. My master, senior brother Xiao? Li Mo blinked, spotting 2 figures at the entrance. None other than Shang Wu and Xiao Qin. Except Xiao Qin, a burly grown man, was currently being dangled in the air by one hand, his face ashen. Master, why are you here? This kid said you were being bullied in the training hall, so I came. Shang Wu's eyes narrowed to slits. Gone was her usual lazy demeanor. Now she resembled a tigress defending her territory. Understanding dawned on Li Mo. So that's why old Xiao disappeared earlier. Knowing Wang Hao's sore loser nature, he'd gone straight to Jade Cluster Peak to fetch reinforcements. Smart move, old Xiao. Cough, you flatter me, junior brother Li. Xiao Qin finally sat down, swaying unsteadily, his stomach churning. Poor guy, a Qi blood realm cultivator hauled through the skies by an inner landscape expert. Master, you beat him up like this? Is this really okay? Li Mo withdrew his sidelong glance. Not far away, Wang Hao had been smashed straight into the wall like a hanging painting, his bones shattered beyond count. Foam dribbled from his mouth, his breathing ragged, more exhales than inhales. Even if he survived, he'd likely be crippled. Of course it's not okay. Shang Wu crossed her arms, narrowing her almond-shaped eyes. Daring to lay a hand on someone under my protection? A mere inner sect disciple attacking a true disciple? Someone's definitely pulling the string. This humble one is He Hongfang. He Hongfang wiped cold sweat from his brow, legs trembling. Damn that idiot Wang Hao. No amount of persuasion could stop him. New to the sect, and he had to pick a fight with her? Any seasoned disciple knew. In the Qingyuan sect, it was better to offend the sect master than provoke the 9th elder. Go to the Divine Arms Peak. Tell Futu to get his ass over here. If I don't see him within 15 minutes, I'll pay him a visit myself. Shang Wu sprawled lazily across the grand chair. Me? Right away. He Hongfang bolted out as if the ferocious beast were chasing him. Li Mu? ? He'd been worried about the classic small fry beaten, big fry come seeking revenge, that the matter would escalate and his master would face consequences. But Shang Wu's attitude suggested she was ready to drag the big fry over for a beating too. Xiao Qin coughed lightly and whispered, "Rumor has it the divine arm's peak used to be quite tall, second only to the Qingyuan main peak." Li Mu paused, glancing out the window. Among the mountain peaks, the divine arm's peak was now the shortest, as if a massive chunk had been gouged out. Xiao Qin continued, "Back when Elder Han He and Elder Shang Wu had a disagreement, she removed the summit." "What?" He stared at the jagged, beast-bite-like scar where the peak should have been. Turning back, his delicate, seemingly harmless master sat sipping tea, legs crossed, a faint smirk playing on her lips as if recalling a fond memory. Li Mu felt the absurdity and surrealism of it all. "Come here, my precious disciple. Are you hurt?" Shang Wu beckoned with a sweet smile. Li Mu approached, touched, until she added, "When Futu gets here, we're squeezing him dry. Think you're up for it?" "Squeeze him dry?" Li Mu broke into a cold sweat. No wonder his master had arrived so quickly. Divine Edge Peak. The forging hall was a place where scorching heat and icy cold coexisted, with the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoing incessantly. He Hofeng rushed in frantically, blurting out, "Elder Futu, you must go now. Elder Shang Wu said if she doesn't see you within a quarter hour, she'll storm Divine Edge Peak herself." As his words fell, the burly, bare-chested men in the forging hall broke into a cold sweat, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. They all turned their heads toward the towering giant nearby. Futu's face twitched violently. His grip loosened and the forging hammer clattered to the ground. What exactly happened? Elder Han He slammed the table and stood up, furious. "Summoning and dismissing our Divine Edge Peak's elder as she pleases, threatening to storm our peak. Does she think we have no one left?" The group of muscular men lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. "Ahem, Futu, you should go first." "Yes, elder." Futu's expression shifted before he strode out of the forging hall. Only then did Elder Han He ask with a dark face, "Elder He, what exactly is going on?" Futu's discipline had a sparring match with the newly promoted True Discipline. He Hongfeng recounted the events in detail. Elder Han He's anger flared to the heavens. A senior discipline picking a fight with a new recruit? How shameless! And to make it worse, he lost. Now with that troublemaker Shang Wu involved, who could twist even the flimsiest excuse into a justification, things were bound to escalate. By the way, you mentioned Li Mo forced Wang Hao to use his inner breath? Exactly. In truth, Wang Hao had been secretly using it earlier, but only a sliver. He only lost his temper after suffering a setback against Li Mo's perfected Six Harmonies fist. This isn't your fault. Elder Han He stroked his graying beard, his eyes flickering with thought. Perfected Six Harmonies fist, opening his meridians in a single day. With just these 2 points, Li Mo was nearly on par with Ying Bing, if not equal. The ascending stone steps never erred. Perhaps this boy's physique was uniquely suited to martial arts, explaining his monstrous progress. Such a prodigy, yet he ended up under Shang Wu's tutelage. If he only learned skills, it'd be fine, but if he picked up that mad woman's bad habits, Elder Han He head ached just thinking about it. Martial Training Hall. The moment Futu stepped inside, he saw his discipline embedded in the wall, unconscious, while Shang Wu sat imposingly in the seat of honor, sipping tea. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. "Elder Shang Wu, what is the meaning of injuring my discipline like this?" Shang Wu's brows shot up, her voice even louder. "He struck first." She then lifted Li Mo's arm, pointing to the bruise on his palm. If I hadn't arrived in time, my exceptionally gifted discipline would have been strangled to death by yours." Limo coughed lightly, trying to pull his hand back. But it wouldn't budge. "Wait, master, this bruise came from me hitting him. A little longer, and it would have faded on its own." Futu reached out with his chi, yanking Wang Hao from the wall. After feeding him a healing pill, he turned back with a cold expression. "It was just a sparring between fellow disciplines, Elder Shangwu. You've gone too far. Wang Hao has the duty to guide newcomers. Perhaps he was merely instructing him in fist techniques." "Sparring? Using inner breath is also instruction?" Shangwu slammed her teacup down, her voice laced with fury. "Limo, recite the Qingyan sect's rules." "Those who harm fellow disciplines may be executed on the spot," Limo chimed in appropriately. "Useless. What good are you?" Futu glared at the unconscious Wang Hao. Bullying a discipline who just joined yesterday and resorting to inner breath? Now, with the charge of harming a fellow discipline hanging over them, they had no choice but to swallow the humiliation. Amid his anger, he couldn't help but glance at the youth beside Shangwu. He knew Wang Hao's limits. How could he fail to subdue the boy without inner breath? Then, "Thank you, Elder Shangwu, for disciplining my discipline. Farewell." Futu hoisted Wang Hao over his shoulder and turned to leave. But before he took 2 steps, a chilling aura locked onto him, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. "Your Divine Edge Peak still owes me an explanation." Shangwu spit out a tea leaf in disgust. "Bring me 10,000 yuzhin of frost iron, 1,000 yuzhin of crimson gold, and 10 yuzhin of refined iron. If even a single talent is missing, you won't leave this hall alive." Everyone present gasped. This was equivalent to Divine Edge Peak's output for a decade. Even Elder Han Hei might not be able to produce so much. Veins bulged on Futu's forehead. "Such outrageous demands! Shangwu, don't push your luck." "And what if I do?" A scorching aura erupted, suffocating the air itself. For a fleeting moment, Limo thought he saw a lotus of fire blooming around his beautiful master, its flames eternal and unyielding. Futu's momentum faltered. With anyone else, he'd be certain they wouldn't dare act within the sect. But Shangwu, when this mad woman lost her temper, even the sect master gave her space. Seizing the moment, Limo played mediator. "Elder Futu is only a steward of Divine Edge Peak. Asking for so much is truly beyond his means. Moreover, I wasn't injured. Perhaps we could reduce the compensation?" Shangwu snorted. "Fair enough. Discipline. What do you think would be acceptable?" Limo cleared his throat. "Bring me pen and paper." He swiftly wrote out a list. Futu glanced at it. Most of the items were exotic wines Shangwu favored, along with various rare treasures. Though it would still cost him dearly, it was nowhere near as outrageous as before. "Come to Divine Edge Peak to collect them." Watching the master discipline performance, Futu's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to swallow the loss. "Ah, that's more like it. If only you'd been so reasonable earlier." Shangwu's oppressive air vanished instantly. Only after Futu left with a cold snort did she beam with joy, suddenly pulling her precious discipline into a tight embrace, burying his face in her chest. If Limo had to describe Shangwu's figure at that moment, he'd call it suffocating. "As expected of my discipline. You've already learned 1/3 of my skills." "Master, can I have a share?" Limo asked shyly. "He, whom?" Shangwu instantly grew wary, eyeing him like he was no longer his dear little discipline. 10%. The beautiful elder held up a finger. "Are you taking only that much, master? 1/10 is yours, 9/10 are mine." Limo sighed. "Actually, I just wanted some exotic beast meat to grill." "Grilled meat?" Shanglu's eyes lit up. "You can cook?" "Of course. In Purple Sun Province, I'd rank first. No one would dare claim second. With modern seasonings, he had every reason to be confident. Before he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted, the surroundings blurred, rushing past at breakneck speed. Just as Limo was about to vomit, his feet finally touched solid ground again. Where was this? Hearing the clanging of metal, the dazed young man looked around in confusion. Before his eyes lay a massive cavern, within which faint glimmers of cold light could be glimpsed. To the left and right of the cave, two rivers flowed, one scorching hot, the other piercing cold, each channeled into the courtyard through separate aqueducts. A group of burly blacksmiths toiled away in this courtyard, heads bent over their work. What is this place? That's the Divine Edge Cave. It existed even before our Quinyan sect was established. Shangwu was in high spirits and happy to explain a few things to her novice discipline. That place is full of scrap metal. Back when I killed an assassin from the Fine Rain Tower, I tossed his sword in there. Elder Hanhei said something about it being nourished by the sharp era of weaponized slaughter. The sharp era of weaponized slaughter? Limo's heart stirred. Wouldn't this Divine Edge Cave be the perfect place to cultivate the extreme weapon slaughter body? Those are not mere scraps of metal, Shangwu. Show some respect for the predecessors of our divine weapon peak. Elder Hanhei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression full of displeasure. Shangwu wasted no time arguing. She simply stretched out her hand. Where are the goods? Futu. At his command, Futu emerged, dragging a horse-drawn cart behind him. Limo guessed that this must be some steward named Futu who had prepared the items so quickly because they were requisitioned from the Divine Weapon Peak. Everything had been requested by his master. It seemed this had been planned for a long time. Only things that could be easily obtained were chosen. Shangwu narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, grinning like a fox that had successfully stolen its prey. Elder Hanha, I'm surprised you're being so generous this time. Fine, consider the matter settled. Congratulations, host. Your investment has succeeded. Acting as Shangmu's accomplice in extortion has yielded rewards. Investment feedback: 3 jars of Icefire wine. Investment feedback: 2 bottles of 6 rune clarity pills. Investment feedback: 10 pounds of iron essence. Clarity pill possesses a calming effect, capable of suppressing distracting thoughts to a certain degree. Each pill lasts for 2 hours, with a maximum of 1 pill per day. Excessive consumption may lead to emotional numbness and loss of humanity. Iron essence: a single ounce refined from 10,000 pounds of iron. Adding even a trace to an ordinary weapon can make it sharp enough to split a hair, a must-have material for forging divine weapons. Young Li was also delighted. Who would have thought that helping his master extort goods would count as an investment? This was a jackpot. It might not be the highest quality reward he had ever received, but it was certainly the most abundant. The value of these rewards far exceeded the sum of everything his master had painstakingly plundered. Do you think I would lose both face and advantage? I hope when you lose, Shangwu, you won't go back on your word either. Elder Hanha snorted coldly. He was referring to their bet, a competition between their disciples. The stakes of that wager were far more valuable than this mere cart of goods. No, they couldn't even be measured in gold or silver. Then, I'll give you a chance to lose. Shangmu grinned and gave a thumbs up, then flipped it downward. Limo, Master, where did this confidence come from? If he remembered correctly, Morong Shao possessed the cry of the Flooddragon physique and was hailed as a once-in-a-decade genius of Purple Sun Prefecture. If not for Ying Bing, Morong Shao would undoubtedly be the top disciple of this generation. Elder Han Ha's confidence likely stemmed from that half-demon bloodline. The defining trait of half-demons is their exceptionally high starting point. My disciple may not be particularly talented, but at the Key-Blood Realm's 5th meridian, he can already descend to the 2nd level of the Divine Edge Cave. Shameful, truly shameful. He's only slightly surpassed this old man's achievements from back in the day. Elder Han Ha took a leisurely sip of tea. Shang Wu was genuinely surprised. He's only at the 5th meridian of the Key-Blood Realm, and you're already having him train in the Divine Edge Cave? A mysterious smile played at the corners of Elder Han Ha's lips. This old man has his own plans. No need to worry. His disciple possessed a half-demon physique, with a bloodline leaning toward the Flooddragon lineage, renowned for its formidable physical strength. Under his guidance, the boy had also cultivated body-refining techniques, fully capitalizing on his innate advantages. Now, relying solely on his physical body, he could lift boulders weighing 10,000 pounds. Limo might go far in the future, but so what? The Nine Peaks tournament is just around the corner. In the short term, there is no way he could surpass Morong Shao. So what if he can enter the Divine Edge Cave? Shang Wu pouted, but ultimately refrained from saying, "My disciple can do it too." The weapons inside the cave are all instruments of slaughter. Individually, they might not amount to much, but when gathered in a certain arrangement, they can harm from a distance. Moreover, some of these weapons have claimed countless lives, carrying with them a terrifying killing intent capable of shaking one's soul. Entering was a trial for both body and mind. Even she couldn't reach the deepest levels of the Divine Edge Cave. Elder Han Ha, may I ask if outsiders are permitted to enter the Divine Edge Cave? Oh. Elder Han Ha paused mid-sip. Shang Wu also subtly signaled her disciple with her eyes. Foolish disciple, we don't have to compete in everything. Elder Han Ha's gaze swept over them. Entry is permitted, but I advise you to think twice. Apart from Morong Shao, every disciple inside the cave is at least at the inner breath realm. The former could enter due to their innate physical resilience. The latter could protect themselves using inner breath. I'll start at the periphery. If it's too much, I won't push myself. Young Li's eyes burned with determination. His words were meant for both of them. Elder Han Ha inwardly shook his head. No wonder this boy had clashed with others so soon after entering the training hall. Having just made some progress in martial arts, he was already getting ahead of himself, constantly seeking to prove his superiority. Perhaps a little hardship would temper his arrogance. You may enter, but you assume all responsibility for your safety. If something happens, don't blame this old man. Thank you. Limo cupped his hands in respect, then glanced at his master. Shang Wu narrowed her almond eyes in thought before pulling out a small bell from her sleeve. If you can't endure, shake this twice with force. This was a harmony bell. When one bell was shaken vigorously, the other would ring in response. As long as they weren't separated by 1,000 miles, it would work. Despite her carefree demeanor, Elder Shang Wu didn't want her precious disciple to get seriously hurt. Thank you, Master. After pocketing the bell, Limo strode toward the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. Before the Divine Edge Cave. Peering into the cave entrance, one could see various weapons displayed within, some gleaming coldly, others rusted and worn. A palpable sense of blades pressing against the skin washed over visitors, making their bodies tense. Numerous martial artists came and went, all exuding formidable auras. Some were blacksmiths, while others were inner disciples from other peaks. What is your purpose for entering the Divine Edge Cave, and how long do you intend to stay? An inner sect steward sat at the entrance, recording the comings and goings. However, when he looked up, he froze slightly. The youth before him was far too young. Limo replied, "To temper my body and cultivate. No more than 2 hours." The steward blinked, then waved impatiently. "You've just entered the Chi blood realm. What business do you have here? Scram!" With his observation divine realm insight, he could tell Limo had only recently broken through to the Chi blood realm. Elder Hanha has already granted permission. Limo paid no mind to the man's attitude. The steward's gruffness wasn't malicious. Elder Hanha? The steward's expression shifted to suspicion. "Which peak do you belong to?" he asked. Limo answered, "Jade Cluster Peak." "Jade Cluster Peak doesn't have any disciples." Halfway through his sentence, the steward suddenly remembered. This year, Elder Shangwu had indeed taken in a true disciple, and not just any disciple, one with exceptional talent. If he recalled correctly, this disciple had ascended the heavenly steps alongside Ying Bing, the sect leader's true heir. What was his name again? For the life of him, he could not recall. "Hand over your waist token for registration." Limo removed his waist token. After recording the details, the steward nodded, his tone softening, as he offered advice. "If you're here to train, remember to know your limits. The first layer houses sharp weapons, many of which have never tasted blood. As for the second layer, those are genuine killing tools. I once slew a notorious bandit, and his blade now rests there." Since this was a true disciple, perhaps he had some hidden means. For instance, Elder Hanha's new true disciple possessed an unimaginably sturdy physique and could already venture into the second layer. He didn't mind explaining a bit more. "What about the third layer?" Limo asked curiously. "Young man, don't aim too high. The third layer stores named weapons, each with a spirit of its own. Unless you've reached the observation divine realm, you'd best stay away." The steward shook his head, emphasizing the warning. "I understand." Limo retrieved his waist token, clasped his hands in salute, and stepped into the cave. Instantly, the sensation of blades prickling his back intensified. The first layer was crowded, and some recognized him. Limo? Ha! It really is that true disciple Li. What's he doing here? Training? Tisk, with skin that delicate, he doesn't seem like a body tempering expert. And since he hasn't reached the inner breath realm, why would he need to refine his energy with metallic chi? The crowd buzzed with confusion. But Limo ignored them, walking forward 50 paces without hesitation. "Whew, can't go any further." Limo exhaled deeply. At this point his skin was already stinging. On his own, 50 paces into the first layer was his limit. Pushing further would cause irreversible damage. 10 years of martial insights remain. Let's start by mastering the extreme arms tempering body. Limo steeled himself and focused inwardly. 10 years of martial insights successfully infused. Year 1. You studied the extreme arms tempering body, learning to harness the killing edge of weapons to refine your body. Year 3. Through deeper practice, You discovered that with precise control, you could temper your internal organs as well. Year 5. Your extreme arms tempering body reached initial proficiency. Year 10. Your control became meticulous, allowing you to resonate with weapons on a profound level, even tempering your meridians. Insights complete. You have mastered the extreme arms tempering body to the great achievement stage. In an instant, enlightenment struck. Limo felt as if he'd stepped into a new world. If the pervasive killing edge was like water, then before he'd been a drowning man. Now, with the extreme arms tempering body at great achievement, he was a skilled swimmer, unshaken unless by raging storms. Temper. Limo sat cross-legged. The surrounding killing edge was drawn into his body. Though dangerous, under his precise guidance, the sharp chi didn't harm him. Instead, it sculpted and refined his physique. Youth must be carved to become a treasure. He's actually cultivating? How long do you think he'll last? I bet he won't make it past an incense stick's time. An incense stick? He'll be lucky to last 100 breaths. Don't you all have your own training to do? Why fuss over others? I'm a blacksmith, thank you very much. As Limo sat motionless like a medicating monk, some couldn't resist gossiping. A few even started betting on how long the true disciple Li could endure. But before the wagers could be settled, Limo suddenly stood up. Damn, that wasn't even 30 breaths. He's really weak. Bets are final, haha. Thanks, true disciple Li, for the free silver. Wait a minute, he's not turning back. The shout snapped everyone out of their daze. Indeed, this Limo, the true disciple, showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he continued deeper into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he was about to descend to the second level. What the hell? Was he out of his mind? Hold on, he seems completely fine. Hiss, this is unnatural. Damn, he actually went down to the second level. The crowd was utterly baffled. The young man moved with light steps, passing through the portal at the end of the first level. His figure soon vanished into the depths of the stairway. This? When they placed their bets, no one had anticipated something like this. How were they supposed to settle this now? After all, even many at the Chi blood realm could only endure staying on the first level. Yet here was Limo, strolling around as if it was his own backyard. This murderous, razor-sharp intent, it doesn't seem to come solely from the weapons stored in the Divine Edge cave. Could there be something deeper in the lowest level of the Divine Edge cave? Limo had picked up on something unusual. Others might not have noticed, but perhaps due to his profound womb-insual physique, he was exceptionally sensitive to such energies. If he ever took up blacksmithing, he'd undoubtedly excel. The thought only fueled his desire to venture further down. As soon as he stepped onto the second level, the number of weapons in sight dwindled, though the variety remained. 18 types, each one accounted for. Many bore chips and cracks, clear signs of past battles. A sudden heaviness pressed against his mind, his thoughts growing muddled. It was as if a cold, invasive force had seeped into his core. Killing edge. Limo retrieved a clear heart pill, placing one beneath his tongue. Only then did the unsettling sensation fade. After a brief pause to steady himself, "I can still go further." Limo pressed on. Another 100 steps forward, and abruptly he spotted a figure. Another young man, clad in the white cloud-patterned robes of a true disciple, adorned with a violet gold crown. The skin around his neck bore faint scale-like markings. His delicate features were twisted in struggle. Murong Xiao? The name surfaced in Li Mo's mind. He activated his Tenyang eye to observe. Name Murong Xiao. Age 16. Root bone, roaring dragon physique. Realm. Qi blood realm, 5 meridians. Destiny, blue tinged with black. Evaluation, born of a human father and a shape-shifting flood dragon mother. Though inherently kind-hearted, he is tormented by his bloodline. If he harmonizes the strengths of both lineages, his future is boundless. If he succumbs to their flaws, he will bring calamity. Killing intent possession. The last time Li Mo had observed Murong Xiao's destiny, it was blue tinged with violet. Now it was blue tinged with black. This half-dragon true disciple was teetering on the edge of life and death. One thought could lead to salvation, another to damnation. His name was Murong Xiao, raised since childhood by his grandfather. He wasn't always called a genius. From a young age, his body bore scale-like markings, making him a frequent target of bullying by other children. Every time he returned from school battered and bruised, his grandfather would scold him for being too soft-hearted and cowardly, unable to even fight back when beaten. But only he knew the truth. When fists and kicks rained down on him, what truly frightened him wasn't the fear of losing. It was the ravenous voice that echoed in his heart. Hungry. That was why he never fought back. He feared that once he tasted blood, he would no longer be able to control the starving beast within. As the years passed, that primal hunger gradually faded, but he maintained a vegetarian diet all the same. Murong Xiao believed he had become no different from an ordinary person. Until today. He had reached the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. You are a flood dragon, a born great demon. How can you abstain from blood and flesh? Stop erasing your true self. Return to your nature, and you will never again be trampled by the weak. The instincts he had suppressed for years had never truly vanished. They were like a pile of dry tinder, accumulating silently. Once ignited, the flames would rage uncontrollably. Just as Murong Xiao's consciousness nearly faded, his face nearly covered in scales, the next moment, someone pried open his mouth and shoved something inside, round and smooth. Before he could even taste it, it slid down his throat. Miraculously, his mind cleared almost instantly. Murong Xiao blinked dazedly and saw a youth standing before him, around his own age, handsome, and smiling brightly. In his hand was a porcelain vial, the medicinal fragrance wafting from it invigorating to the senses. Murong Xiao recognized him, the same youth who had been accepted as a true disciple alongside him during the initiation ceremony. Glad you're all right. Li Mo exhaled in relief. Whew, that was close. There weren't many people on the second level to begin with, and he happened to be the closest to Murong Xiao. If Murong Xiao had lost himself to bloodlust, the first target of his rampage would have likely been him. Thank you. Murong Xiao murmured his gratitude. Even a fool could tell this youth had saved him. What he had swallowed earlier must have been an incredibly valuable pill. Nothing else could have such an immediate effect. My thanks, Brother Li. I was careless and nearly lost myself to the killing intent. Though I suspect it's more than just that, isn't it? Hmm? Murong Shaw's expression stiffened. He looked up, meeting the other's gaze. Those smiling eyes seemed to see right through him. I once read about it in an ancient text. Half-demons are often influenced by their bloodline. The higher the rank of the bloodline, the deeper the influence. Without control, the demonic nature awakens. Yours must be of the flood dragon lineage. I saw horns sprouting from your head earlier. Before Li Mo could finish, Murong Shaw's expression shifted several times. Finally, his face darkened, as if he had made a decision. Step by step, he slowly approached. Li Mo instinctively took 2 steps back, wary. Was Murong Shao about to silence him to keep his secret? The moment the thought crossed his mind, thud, Murong Shao dropped to his knees, so forcefully that cracks spiderwebbed across the stone tiles beneath him. "Please don't tell anyone." Li Mo. The Tevian Eye's judgment of his nature as kind-hearted really wasn't wrong. He almost wondered if he leaned in right now and whispered, "You wouldn't want anyone to know about your half-demon blood, would you?" Murong Shao might agree to anything he demanded. "But doesn't Elder Hane already know about your half-demon heritage?" Suppressing his mischievous thoughts, Li Mo voiced his confusion. Murong Shao smiled bitterly. "You know how the Purple Sun province calls me the child of the Qilin. That was a lie my grandfather spread." Through Murong Shaw's explanation, Li Mo finally understood the full story. The howling flood dragon was a beast of calamity. Wherever it appeared, bloodshed and chaos followed. Years ago, Murong Shaw's father had brought home a woman, his mother. The two married soon after. Yet it wasn't until she was pregnant that the old family head realized his son was even bolder than the legendary Su Hen. Many things happened afterward, but in the end, Murong Shao was born safely. Knowing the half-demon blood couldn't be hidden, the old family head didn't bother concealing it. Instead, he spread rumors throughout the city. Over time, everyone in the Purple Sun province came to believe Murong Shao carried a trace of the Water Qilin's bloodline. The Qilin was an auspicious beast. Thus, Murong Shao became known as the child of the Qilin. Your whole family is full of absolute legends. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. But even if I don't say anything, you'll be exposed eventually. Ah? Murong Shao fell silent for a long moment, before releasing a heavy sigh. How could he not know? Even if he survived today, what about tomorrow? As a warrior, he couldn't spend his entire life playing the pacifist. At this moment, Murong Shao's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, Brother Li, what kind of pill did you give me earlier?" "Here, it's called the Tranquil Heart Pill." Li Mo handed him the bottle. "Tranquil Heart Pill? I've taken it before, but it never had such an effect." Murong Shao poured out one pill and examined it closely, his expression dimming again. This was indeed a Tranquil Heart Pill, no mistake. But it was a 6-marked one. A 6-marked pill, even the simplest healing pill, was something one could only hope to encounter by chance, its value far exceeding the pill itself. No wonder the effect was so potent. Even with the Murong family's considerable influence in the Purple Sun province, such a treasure was beyond easy reach. Because even if alchemists succeeded in refining them, they rarely traded them openly. "All right, I'll take my leave now. I still have to train." With that, Li Mo waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Li, your pill. Keep it for now. A man's pride is worth more than gold. Consider this a fair exchange for your grand gesture earlier." "Huh? As for the bloodline issue, I'll look through that ancient text again. There might be a solution." "Wait, what?" Murong Xiao knelt there, clutching the porcelain bottle in a daze. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, this was the first time he felt truly humbled by his own lack of imagination. Seriously? Brother? A 6-marked pill? And not just one, an entire bottle. He couldn't even begin to estimate its worth. In the hands of someone who needed it, this was nothing short of priceless. A pang of regret suddenly struck Murong Xiao's heart. If he'd already melt, he might as well have kowtowed a couple more times. He wanted to chase after Li Mo, at least to express his gratitude properly, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. He realized the place Li Mo was heading to was somewhere he couldn't follow. "Brother Li! Li Mo! That's the 3rd level!" Murong Xiao's voice echoed through the cavern. Even with his own physical resilience, he could only make it halfway through the 2nd level of the Divine Edge Cave. The key blood realm, venturing into the 3rd level, the mere thought sent chills down his spine. "No way! Brother Li just saved me. I can't let him come to harm. If I can't reach the 3rd level, then I'll have to ask my master for help." Murong Xiao scrambled to his feet. He sprinted toward the cave's exit. Meanwhile, the young men in question remained blissfully unaware. As he walked, Li Mo noticed a notification from his system. "You have unclaimed investment returns. Would you like to claim them?" "Not now." Stepping into the 3rd level, Li Mo focused intently. Before him, weapons of all kinds were embedded sporadically into the stone walls. These were blades once wielded by inner realm experts. Gazing at them felt like glimpsing fragments of their former owners' legacies. Moments when they pierced flesh, clenched in their master's hands during life or death battles. And with that legacy came an aura of killing intent and razor-sharp energy, magnified many times over. There might have been others on this level, but none within Li Mo's line of sight. This should be far enough. Any deeper, and even with my extreme blade forging body, it'd be too dangerous. Li Mo settled onto a flat boulder. He pulled out a gourd and took several deep gulps. Ice fire wine. Cool and refreshing like a mountain spring upon the first sip, yet the moment it reached his stomach, it ignited like wildfire, searing through every inch of his meridians, sinews, and even bones. Let's begin. Exhaling the wine's aroma, Li Mo chewed and swallowed a tranquil heart pill. Then he began circulating his energy. As the extreme blade forging body activated, the weapon-born killing intent surged through him like a torrent. Pain. Beads of sweat formed on Li Mo's forehead as he gritted his teeth. His muscles felt like unyielding stone, gradually polished to reveal jade-like resilience beneath, growing tougher by the moment. The ice fire wine's potency acted as a lubricant, enhancing the tempering process while accelerating muscle regeneration. His robes clung to him, drenched in sweat, and steam rose from his head. For the first time, Li Mo truly understood just how agonizing body refinement could be. But since he'd already committed, after a brief test, he extended the tempering to his meridians. Just as Li Mo immersed himself in cultivation, the weapons embedded in the walls trembled violently, as if resonating with his energy. At the same time, within the Divine Edge Peak courtyard, "What kind of body-refining martial arts did you teach, Li Mo?" Han He casually probed for information. Even though he believed Murong Xiao couldn't possibly lose, knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. However, Shang Wu's next words nearly made Han He spit out of his tea. "Body-refining martial arts? I didn't teach him any." "You didn't?" "He only opened his meridians yesterday. Where would he find the time to learn body-refining techniques?" Shang Wu propped her chin on her hand, yawning lazily. Han He's aged face twitched. "You don't even know what your own disciple is practicing, yet you let him enter the Divine Edge Cave?" He had assumed Shang Wu had prepared some hidden trump card to win their bet. And Li Mo? Could he really have picked up some low-tier martial art like Iron Shirt and started training like a fool? Just then, "Master! Master! Something terrible has happened." "Weren't you training? What's wrong?" Han He frowned at his disciple. He had always believed his disciple possessed a calm temperament, which is why he'd allowed him to descend to the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. Why was he so frantic now? The Divine Edge Cave was right under his nose. What major incident could possibly occur? "Brother Li has entered the third level of the Divine Edge Cave." "Master, you must go save him," Murong Xiao urged. His desperate demeanor made it seem as though his own father had fallen into a river. "Brother Li? Which Brother Li?" Han He was momentarily confused. "Shang Wu's true disciple, Li Mo." Han He? Question mark. Shang Wu? Huh? Li Mo had gone to the third level? The third level housed named weapons. Whether it was the lingering killing intent of past weapon masters or the innate sharp energy of the Divine Edge Cave, neither was something a key blood realm cultivator could withstand. The blacksmiths in the courtyard collectively gasped. Even they, who worked with weapons daily, dared not linger too long on the third level. For someone in the key blood realm, it was certain death. That doesn't make sense. How did he even get down there? Han He stood abruptly, his expression shifting between shock and suspicion. To reach the third level, one had to pass through the second. A novice who had just entered the key blood realm with no body refining experience shouldn't even make it past the second. Yet Murong Xiao's expression left no room for doubt. "I don't know either." Murong Xiao shook his head. "Perhaps he possesses a rare treasure that shields him from the sharp energy." Han He pondered for a moment before arriving at this possibility. "He should be fine, right?" Shang Wu's drunkenness instantly evaporated as she hesitantly pulled out a resonance bell from her robes. The bell hadn't rung. Han He said gravely, "On the third level, your disciple probably lost his mind to the killing intent the moment he stepped in. With a treasure, he might last a short while." Before he could finish, a red figure shot out like a meteor, leaving only a crater where she had stood. "Huh? What just flew past?" The intersect steward at the entrance rubbed his eyes. "Who are you? Register." "Do you even know who I am?" "Oh, it's you." Han He followed swiftly. If a true disciple died in the cave, even he as an elder would bear responsibility. "Shang Wu, don't collapse my Divine Edge Cave," he shouted after her. This reaction was understandable. Once, an inner breathe realm disciple had accidentally entered the third level and lost his mind. The speed of an observation divine realm expert surpassed even the flicker of fire. Truly, faster than fire. Shang Wu made no effort to conceal her aura. Her scorching heat overwhelmed even the sharp energy of the weapons. As a result, the first and second levels of the Divine Edge Cave were left with many trembling martial artists. In mere moments, Shang Wu arrived at the third level. But then she suddenly halted. Huh? Her tense expression gradually relaxed, replaced by bewilderment. Shang Wu, my disciple has saved yours this time. How do you plan to repay this debt? Elder Han He descended with his hands clasped behind him. But his words caught in his throat. The elder, who had overseen Divine Edge Peak for 20 years, froze on the spot at the sight before him. He had thought this would finally force Shang Wu, that mad woman, to owe him a favor. Perhaps she'd stop freeloading off his peak. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to witness such an unforgettable scene. A young man sat atop a bluestone, surrounded by dozens of weapons, each one radiating a docile, submissive aura. Without any exception, they were all named weapons. Every intersect disciple had the right to enter the Divine Edge Cave and choose a weapon. With luck, one might earn the recognition of a named weapon. Of course, most could only pick from the first or second levels. For an ordinary disciple, gaining the acknowledgement of one named weapon was already a stroke of immense fortune. To know even most elders of the various peaks wield nothing more than named weapons. Dozens of named weapons recognizing a master at once? Han He would rather believe his old eyes. Those of a master in the internal scenery realm were failing him. Gulp. Han He swallowed hard. I told you this kid doesn't seem like a fool. He's doing just fine with his training. Shang Wu snorted, her lazy demeanor returning. Han He was speechless. Who was it that nearly crashed into someone several times just a moment ago? At this point, he had no time to argue with Shang Wu. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the youth surrounded by named weapons, scrutinizing him again and again. Even after weathering countless storms, he couldn't help but question reality. This kid really is cultivating. And he's drawn dozens of named weapons. The killing intent and sharpness in this entire area now revolve around him. Even someone in the observation divine realm would have to think twice before confronting him. Yet he remains completely unharmed. I myself am a master craftsman, exceptionally sensitive to weapons. But the more I understood, the more I realized how impossible this feat was for someone in the key blood realm. By the way, old man Han He, doesn't your Divine Edge Cave have a rule? If someone gains the recognition of a named weapon, they can take it away, right? Shang Wu wiped the corner of her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming. She didn't even have a named weapon herself. Well, that was because she had something better. But this was dozens of them. If she took her precious disciple for a few more strolls around the third level, there might be even more. Han He? Question mark? Are you here to stock up on goods? You're mistaken. Each disciple can only take one weapon from the Divine Edge Cave. That wasn't the case before. That was then. This is now. The effects of the Tranquil Heart Pill are wearing off. Li Mo stopped circulating his cultivation technique. Opening his eyes, he gazed into the distant, cold glow. When he had pushed the extreme soldier slaughtering body to its limit earlier, he had faintly sensed something. That trace of connection was weak, but it undeniably existed. Deep within the Divine Edge cave, something was calling to him. Ahem, Limo, you may choose one of these named weapons to take with you. The voice of Elder Han He came from behind. Only then did Limo snap out of his thoughts and notice the two figures behind him. Elder Han He looked resigned. His master, however, was practically drooling over the weapons surrounding him. Why were they here? Thank you, Elder Han He, but I don't plan to choose a weapon just yet. Limo cupped his hands respectfully. His father's greatest hobby was collecting all kinds of weapons, often saying he dreamed of owning a named weapon. Naturally, Limo knew how precious they were. But the problem was, he hadn't trained in any weapon techniques yet. It wouldn't make sense to just pick a named weapon at random and then search for a matching martial skill. Exactly, disciple. No rush. Shangwu chimed in, then turned back with a smirk and added, Once you can descend to the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave, we'll take our time picking one. Right, Han He? Han He's eyelid twitched violently. The 4th level? Those were the treasures the Divine Edge Peak guarded as its very bloodline. Let's see if he can even get down there first. Sooner or later. Shangwu, delighted to see the annoying old man flustered, patted her disciple's shoulder triumphantly. But the moment she did, she noticed something odd. Limo, why do you feel harder? Guess why I came to the Divine Edge Cave in the first place. Limo had a retort on the tip of his tongue but held back. Well, the extreme soldier slaughtering technique was indeed remarkably effective. At the very least, he no longer felt pain when his master slapped him. By rough estimate, his physical toughness had increased by at least 30%, and this was just the first day of training. It would only get stronger from here. Once my body toughens up further, I'll go deeper. Whatever's calling to me, it's not on the 4th level. It's even further down. Limo withdrew his gaze. At the cave entrance. That Limo, the true disciple, entered the 3rd layer of the Divine Edge Cave? Damn, how did he even get in there? He's done for. A few years ago, an inner disciple who had just reached the inner breath realm accidentally wandered into the 3rd layer. By the time they rescued him, his body was riddled with wounds and his mind was broken. Even after treatment, he was left drooling. Yikes! He won't die on our peak, will he? That's Shangwu's disciple. Oh, I just remembered I left my laundry hanging at home. Gotta go. The cave entrance was bustling, with many disciples abandoning their blacksmithing work to gossip. If a true disciple were to meet misfortune in the Divine Edge Cave, it would be a major scandal for the Qingwan sect. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Brother Li is such a good guy. Please don't let anything happen to him. As he muttered to himself, his spirits suddenly lifted. What are you all gathered here for? Get back to your duties. Han He strode forward, scolding the nosy inner disciples. Shangwu and Limo emerged from behind him. Limo still wore his usual faint smile. Brother Li, are you all right? Do you recognize me? How many fingers am I holding up? 5. Wait, don't you only have 5 fingers? Limo thought this was some kind of riddle. What's 5 plus 5? 10. After a brief intelligence test, You're not an idiot. That's good. Murong Xiao exhaled in relief, looking genuinely pleased. Limo. Thanks. Before they could exchange more words, Limo was promptly hauled onto a carriage by Shangwu. Let's go, old man. Shang Wu cheerfully flicked the horse's rear with her whip. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, "Take care, Brother Li!" Murong Sha waved after him. Han He watched puzzled. Since when did his disciple know Li Mo so well? No matter. The Nine Peaks tournament had nothing to do with personal relationships. When the time came, they would still have to compete. No matter how prodigious Li Mo was, he had only stepped into the blood qi realm. The gap between him and Murong Sha was still vast. But in the future, that might change. Shao. In 10 days, all new disciples will participate in the sect trials. From now on, you will train with me every afternoon to refine your martial techniques. Yes, Master. Night fell. The vast Qingyao mountain range was enveloped in silence. In the outer disciples' residence, a single room still glowed with lamplight. Shao Qin clutched an Empyrean crystal, his cultivation now fully restored to the 9th meridian of the blood qi realm. The crystal had already turned mostly gray. This wasn't solely his doing. 10th meridian! I've returned to the 10th meridian of the blood qi realm. Shao Qin opened his eyes, his usually stern face breaking into a rare smile. But then he frowned at the now completely gray crystal in his palm. It's completely drained? I shouldn't have been able to absorb this much. Of course you couldn't. That was my doing. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Who are you? My name? Well, that's a long story. 10 minutes later, Shao Qin sat in stunned silence, torn between shock and disbelief. His cultivation had plummeted because of the jade pendant hanging from his chest, or rather the old man inside it, who called himself the 1,000 Forms Martial Vulnerable. If the old man was to be believed, he had once been far stronger than even the Qingwan sect's patriarch. And now he offered to teach Shao Qin on one condition. Once Shao Qin grew powerful enough, he would help the old man regain his physical form. It seems the 7-star ancient pendant chose well. You endured hardship without abandoning the martial path, which is why I awakened. The aged voice carried approval. He was quite satisfied with Shao Qin's perseverance and talent. Since that's the case, I'll give you a gift, a token of our master-disciple bond. As he spoke, the pendant glowed faintly, as if opening a tiny portal. From within, a brocade pouch floated out. This pouch contains a feather from the flame sparrow. Though it only carries a trace of the true phoenix's bloodline, after my refinement, it's still a rare treasure. Wear it, and evil shall retreat. It will also temper your body. Its uses are boundless. Shao Qin held the pouch, warmth spreading through his limbs. But he remained honest. If it was not for Li Mo, who gave me an Empyrean crystal, I wouldn't have lasted long enough to awaken you, Master. Empyrean crystal? The old voice paused, then noticed the drained stone in Shao Qin's hand. Such crystals are exceedingly rare in the Eastern Wasteland domain. And he just gave it to you? Yes. Junior Brother Li is a man of noble character. Master, I'd like to repay his kindness by giving him this phoenix feather pouch. Shao Qin's eyes burned with determination. With the old man guiding him, he wouldn't face much danger. But this was a gift from his master. He couldn't just hand it over without permission. Your gratitude is commendable. Once you achieve greatness, you can always support him in the future. The 1,000 Forms Martial Vulnerable didn't object. He preferred Shao Qin to be loyal. It boded well for his own revival. Besides, anyone who could casually gift an Empyrean crystal must have some backing in the Eastern Wasteland domain. Support Junior Brother Li? Shao Qin laughed bitterly. He's a true disciple. I'm just an outer disciple. He had personally witnessed Li Mo's monstrous talent, mastering the 6 harmonies fist in a single day. True disciples, at best, become elders. The Qingwan sect is just a minor sect in one precinct of the Eastern Wasteland domain. The old voice grew solemn. Soon you'll leave this place and shine on a far grander stage. As my disciple, never belittle yourself. I will remember your teachings, Master. Xiaoqin nodded, though hesitantly. You lack confidence in yourself, and in me. Fine. Tomorrow I'll see this Li Mo for myself. Let's see just how extraordinary he is. Reading Xiaoqin's thoughts, the thousand forms Marshal Vulnerable couldn't help but feel curious. But he quickly steered the conversation back. Your current cultivation technique isn't suited for you. Listen closely. I will teach you the Transforming Nether Heart Sutra. Thank you, Master. Xiaoqin focused intently. Soon after, the old man fell silent, probably returning to sleep within the pendant. Tucking the pouch into his robes, Xiaoqin began practicing the new technique with fervor. Autumn Water Pavilion. The aroma of cumin and sizzling fat permeated the small courtyard. Grilled meat skewers, 5 taels of silver each. Pretty ladies eat for free. Here, you're a beauty. Have one on the house. Li Mo had dug out a charcoal brazier from winter supplies to use as a grill, skewering meat from the rare beast peak and roasting it until it crackled with juices. As he grilled, he called out in a playful tone. Good disciple, were you a chef in your past life? Shang Wu took a bite, her almond-shaped eyes glazing over in delight. She'd eaten grilled meat before, but why was her disciple's version so unbelievably delicious? That unique fragrance, paired with the charred aroma of the meat, was simply divine. Li Mo chuckled and picked up a few more skewers. Wow, another beauty! This black-horned lamb nourishes yin and replenishes blood. It's yours. It is quite good. Yingbing took a small, delicate bite, chewing slowly. For the usually icy girl to offer a 4-word evaluation meant the flavor truly impressed. Phoo, phoo! Shang Wu, who loved spicy food, kept fanning her mouth. Even Yingbing, who typically favored light meals, indulged freely this time. Between the grilling and eating, she lost count of how many skewers she'd had. Little Binger, you respect your elders best, so this grilled fish skewer should be mine. But you're not my master. You've eaten so much already. Girls who overeat get chubby. I'm still growing. Come on, you live with Li Mo every day. Just ask him to make more next time. Shang Wu crossed her arms, pouting. Despite her wheedling, she couldn't pry a single skewer from the girl. How infuriating! Yingbing nibbled her fish, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, not bothering to hide her faint smile. Memories surfaced. In the hazy recollections of her time in the Eastern Wasteland domain, only a few important figures stood out vividly. Shang Wu was one of them. When the Qingyun sect fell, had it not been for Shang Wu, she might never have escaped Purple Sun Prefecture alive. But still, she shook her head, dispelling the dark thoughts. In this life, those tragedies would not repeat. Fine meat deserves fine wine. Li Mo finally joined them at the table, carrying a jade white porcelain flask. When he uncorked it, a sharp yet refreshing aroma filled the air. As he poured, the liquid separated distinctly into red and blue hues in the cup. What wine is this? It smells amazing. Shang Wu's delicate nose twitched as she inhaled, her almond-shaped eyes widening. Frostfire wine. Li Mo smiled, sliding a cup toward her. He poured another for the ice block, Yingbing. Her crescent brows lifted slightly as she examined it, her mirror-like eyes reflecting the dual-toned liquor beautifully. This wine came from Jade Spring Isle in the North Sea. There, a mystical hot and cold spring existed, renowned for tempering the body. A famed brewing family on the island used its waters exclusively, creating this very wine, hence its name. That family, though mere vintners, dwarfed even the Qing-Yun sect in influence. Every year they sent hundreds of varieties as tribute to the Moon Palace, Frostfire wine among them. Back then she'd long outgrown its benefits, often gifting it to promising disciples. So how did Li Mo acquire it? "Sweet disciple, where did you get this?" Shang Wu, cheeks flushed from the wine, spoke softer than ever, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Li Mo leaned back slightly. It was hard to reconcile this delicate, tipsy woman with the one who could pulverize mountains barehanded. "Found it in a hidden realm, only managed to grab a few jars." "Oh, no wonder you emerged unscathed from the Divine Edge Cave's third layer." Shang Wu found nothing suspicious in his claim. Yingbing took a sip, understanding dawning. She had a theory now. Li Mo must have stumbled upon some legacy. Its treasures likely reshaped his physique, and this wine was left behind to further temper the inheritor's body. Perhaps during those days in Purple Sun Prefecture when she was unlocking her meridians? No matter. At least this way, he stood a chance to inherit Shang Wu's teachings and rise as a Qing-Yun sect elder. For him, that alone was a monumental shift in fate. Then fine. Shang Wu drained her cup with a pout. "There are a few jars left. Master, why not take one?" "No need. This wine tempers the body, but I've outgrown its use." "The next time I descend the mountain, I'll bring you better." Li Mo, surprised, absent-mindedly took a sip from a nearby cup. Then froze. He hadn't poured for himself. That was Yingbing's cup. "Little Bing, you okay?" Shang Wu tilted her head, noticing the girl's sudden stillness. "Fine." Yingbing frowned slightly, shaking her head. "Then drink up. This wine's great for Qi Blood requirement cultivation." Shang Wu punctuated this by chugging from her own gourd. Li Mo coughed, handing Yingbing a fresh cup before refilling it. Yingbing sipped quietly. Just then, her usually placid heart had rippled faintly. That was unusual. In her past, suitors had included geniuses of unparalleled talent, scions of terrifying influence, even one of the 9 heavens, the Azure Heaven himself, who'd confessed admiration before her ascension. But she'd never spared them a thought, let alone reciprocated. In time, the world deemed the Moon Palace's Empress as icy in heart as in demeanor, devoid of mortal desires. Truthfully, she'd simply prioritized the martial path above all. Worldly attachments eroded greatness. Love was but an obstacle. But that fleeting sensation earlier, she hadn't disliked it. Perhaps the wine's effect. She finished the Frostfire wine without savoring it. My current realm can't suppress intoxication. Focusing inward, she guided the liquor's energy through her meridians. I should train seriously these coming days. Oh, and the sect's holding trials for new disciples soon. Don't embarrass me. Shang Wu yawned after delivering this reminder. Trials? Li Mo blinked. Shang Wu licked a stray drop of wine from her lip. They'll send you into the Qing-Yun mountain range to gather herbs or hunt beasts. Challenging for Qi Blood realm disciples. Some 9th-grade monsters are tricky. You and Yingbing can watch each other's backs. Li Mo nodded. A classic. Master, Yingbing's the sect leader's disciple. She gets way better resources. Why would she need my help? Rumor has it that when the master first took him in, it seemed to be out of interest in Yingbing. They'd barely met, yet he was already calling her Little Binger affectionately. Yingbing didn't seem to mind either, as if the two had known each other for ages. "Who said I don't care about you?" Shangwu sniffed lightly and pulled out a small manual. "Take this and practice. It's a mid-tier martial art, perfectly suited for your current level, far better than the Six Harmonies fist at any rate." Written on the manual was, "Blazing Prairie Swordplay." Though it was only a mid-tier martial art, on the outside world it would already be considered a treasured heirloom by many sects. Countless minor sects still treated low-tier or even unranked martial arts as priceless treasures. "Thank you, Master." And here you were complaining about me earlier." With that, Shangwu waved her hand, picked up her little gourd, and left the Autumn Water Pavilion. At the table, Yingbing set down her wine cup, her mind settling back into calm. For the sect's trial, what she had to do was something no one could help her with. She was going to claim an inheritance. Though she didn't know whose inheritance Limo had obtained, compared to the one she was about to awaken, it would be as different as clouds and mud. After all, no true powerhouse would leave their inheritance in the barren eastern wasteland domain. The inheritance she was going to awaken was different. It wasn't left behind by a human. In the room, Limo soaked his feet while checking the day's investment rewards. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment, 1 portion of Icefire wine and 1 portion of roasted exotic beast mate. Investment reward, 1 jar of 100 Blossoms Dew Balm. Investment reward, 1 luminous pearl. 100 Blossoms Dew Balm. A premium healing ointment crafted from the first dewdrops of 100 rare flowers and herbs, contains exceptional vitality, and has miraculous effects on external injuries. Luminous pearl. Harvested from the North Sea, it shines eternally without dimming, a must-have for the abodes of esteemed masters. These rewards should belong to Master." A round, fist-sized pearl appeared in Limo's palm, radiating a soft glow. He had seen something like this before. At the auction stage of the prosperous trade house in Ziyang Prefecture City, a luminous pearl had been displayed. But, judging by its luster and color, that one was inferior to the one in his hand. At any rate, it was quite valuable. As for practical use, it couldn't compare to the 100 Blossoms Dew Balm. Limo applied a small amount of the balm to himself. A cool sensation spread, and the minor injuries from tempering his physique in the Divine Edge Cave during the day began healing almost instantly. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment. 1 portion of Icefire wine and 1 portion of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment reward, 20 years of martial insights. Investment reward, 1 profound crystal. Still, the ice block is more rewarding." Limo couldn't help but sigh. Just treating her to some wine earned him 20 years of martial insights. This was something one could never have enough of. Clearly, even with the same investment, the rewards from Yingbing, who clearly favored wine and meat, were far superior to those from Master. This was simply the terrifying advantage of a red-destined fate. Well, for the sake of rewards, he had to cling tightly to that UJ leg. Was it just a leg? No, it was a gleaming money tree. Host has 1 unclaimed reward. Would you like to claim it? Limo remembered. He had saved Murong Shao during the day. That should count as a significant alteration of fate, right? What kind of treasure would drop this time? Little Li couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With a thought, he commanded, "Claim." Congratulations, host. Investment, 1 tranquil heart pill. Successfully rescuing Morong Xiao and preventing his descent into demonic corruption. Investment reward, 1 indestructible heavenly scripture seal. Indestructible heavenly scripture seal. Stamp this on any martial technique to initiate deduction and refinement, elevating its grade. Can upgrade techniques up to high grade. Refine martial techniques? Limo froze, nearly dropping the luminous pearl. The next moment, a small seal, about the size of a thumb, materialized in his left hand. The seal bore a coppery hue, yet it differed from any brass or bronze Limo had seen. Its 4 sides were engraved with tadpole-like script, exuding an ancient charm. If there's a stone heavenly scripture seal, does it mean there are also copper, silver, and gold ones? Limo pondered. The highest grade technique he currently practiced was Extreme Arms Tempering Body, classified as a peerless art, while Fireheart Lotus Method was a high-grade martial technique. Beyond peerless arts lay divine techniques. If he obtained silver or gold heavenly scripture seals in the future, he could upgrade the techniques he had already mastered. Upgrading existing techniques would always be more convenient than switching to new ones. I'll think about it when the time comes. Limo pulled out the blazing prairie sword art his master had just given him. Aside from this mid-grade sword technique, there wasn't anything else he could upgrade right now. He gently pressed the heavenly scripture seal onto the manual. Immediately, the tadpole script faintly glowed, all of them burrowing into the pages, swimming between the characters. Some characters were rearranged by the tadpoles, while others were swallowed and replaced with new ones. Limo watched in fascination. After about 5 minutes, the tadpole script completely dimmed and vanished, and the sword technique recorded in the manual had transformed into Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers. Just gained 20 years of martial insights. If I poured all of it into the other 2 techniques, it might not be enough to break through from mastery to perfection. Let's learn the sword art first. Little Lee rubbed his hands together, reasoning with himself. All right, fine, he just wanted to learn swordplay. Who wouldn't want to be a dashing, moon-seeking swordsman? Strength aside, looking cool was a lifelong pursuit. Filled with anticipation, Limo channeled all 20 years of martial insights into the Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers. 20 years of martial insights successfully infused. The first year, brimming with enthusiasm, you diligently study the Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers sword and successfully grasp its basics. The 5th year, your passion for swordplay remains undiminished. Training progresses smoothly, and you finally reach initial proficiency. The 8th year, you hit a bottleneck. For a long time, not a shred of progress is made. Doubt creeps in. The 20th year, after prolonged meditation, you finally break through sheer perseverance, barely reaching minor mastery. Limo opened his eyes. Instantly, 20 years of relentless practice, through cold and heat, day and night, flooded his memory, vivid and clear. His gaze fell upon a tree branch outside the window. No, this was clearly a peerless divine sword. Snapping off the branch, he couldn't resist swinging it. The branch in his hand faintly hummed with a crisp, wind-like resonance. The blazing prairie sword art emphasized explosive power. The refined Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers inherited this strength and elevated it further. Each strike left behind hidden force in the enemy's body, manifesting as red marks, resembling burning crane feathers. Once the accumulated force reached its peak, it could be detonated in a single burst. At minor mastery, the maximum stacking was 9 layers. Once I reach the inner breath realm, I can replace the force with inner breath. Tossing aside the cracked branch, Limo was quite satisfied. But upon calming down, another thought arose. 20 years and only minor mastery? Was it because martial skills were harder to refine than cultivation methods or body tempering? Or did I simply lack talent in swordsmanship? If I get other martial skills later, I can test it by infusing more insights. Limo shelved the thought. Sitting cross-legged, he began his cultivation practice. The speed of opening meridians needs to accelerate. This mystic yin-insam body of mine seems to have more primary meridians. The path in the blood-chi realm is longer than most. After a strange resonance with heaven and earth, Limo once again entered the state of Tendeling unity. The purest essence of the world flowed into his body like water. His consciousness gradually sank inward, entering his own body. Internal vision. This wasn't something he had to deliberately train for. After reaching mastery in the Fireheart Lotus method, it came naturally. Of course, for others, mastering internal vision usually required reaching the inner breath realm. An ordinary blood chi cultivator could only rely on diet, training, and relentless tempering of their blood chi before blindly channeling it to impact their meridians. But with internal vision, Limo could not only refine his blood chi with essence, but also guide it precisely into his meridians. To put it simply, the former was like dumping a bucket of water haphazardly. The latter was like using a hose, precise and efficient. Thus, Limo's meridian opening process could only be described as effortless. There was no such thing as a bottleneck, let alone the risk of injury. What seemed simple was actually the result of multiple factors working in perfect harmony. The Swanpin immortal physique, a mastered supreme cultivation technique, and the enhanced meridians from the extreme soldier's forged body, all were indispensable. This is a bit slow. At this rate, it'll probably take until midnight to fully unblock the Yang Link meridian. Limo sighed inwardly. These words could only remain in his thoughts. If spoken out loud and overheard, he'd likely get beaten up. Even the outer disciples of the sect were elites selected from across an entire prefecture, cycling through generations, all striving to enter the inner sect. The condition? Within 3 years, unblock all 12 primary meridians and reach the internal breath realm. Yet, in the end, only 1 in 10 succeeded. And here he was complaining about speed. Unconsciously, night deepened. A moon more than 10 times larger than blue stars hung high, casting the Qingyang mountain range in a silvery glow. Inside the room, the fluctuations of heaven and earth's qi gradually settled. The Yang Link is open. Limo glanced outside. The moon had just reached its zenith. Roughly 3 hours? If others found out, they'd think they'd seen a ghost. But within Limo's body, the newly unblocked meridian pulsed with vast amounts of qi and blood, undeniable in its presence. Of course, this was within his expectations. What truly surprised him was the number of meridians he possessed. I should have 36 primary meridians? Limo was both shocked and exhilarated. For martial artists, primary meridians were akin to engines. This meant the ki and blood he could wield in the future would be triple that of an ordinary ki blood realm cultivator. The gap in combat power would be even staggering. The sect's trial is in just over 10 days. No idea if something unexpected will happen. After all, Yingbing's evaluation of him had plainly stated, fate fraught with turmoil. So if nothing went wrong, something was bound to go wrong with her. And if she ran into trouble, Li Mo, sharing the same roof, would inevitably get dragged into it. A faint sense of urgency arose in his heart. He craved power. The ki I've accumulated should be enough to unblock one more meridian, Li Mo muttered to himself. After a quick trip to the bathroom and a sip of water, he sat back down. The fluctuations of heaven and earth's ki stirred once more. Strangely enough, as long as he cultivated, he never seemed to feel fatigue or exhaustion. If not for the limitations of ki to blood conversion speed, he could probably grind 12 hours a day without issue. Next door. Yingbing's room was frozen over, many items ruined by the cold. She never lit candles. When she trained, candles weren't even permitted to burn. Back in the Moon Hall, the entire hall was illuminated by jade crystal lamps fueled by mermaid fat. 2 meridians. Still not fast enough. Yingbing lowered her gaze, calculating silently. The legacy site she aimed to enter required at least 8 unblocked meridians in the ki blood realm. In other words, she had to unblock 6 more in these 10-odd days. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. The sect trial for this year hadn't been peaceful. Back then, she hadn't unblocked her meridians and wasn't a participant, but she'd heard whispers. Rumors that a small number of disciples had vanished during the trial. Not died, vanished. No bodies, no traces. What exactly happened remained a mystery. Every bit of strength increases my chances. I must obtain one of the 9-colored phoenix's soul fragments. Yingbing's jade-green eyes flickered like snow under moonlight. In her past life, she stumbled into a secret realm born from one of the 9-colored phoenix's 9 soul fragments, the Aurora fragment. It was this that revealed her talent and altered her destiny. Throughout her life, this legacy remained inseparable from her. Later, through serendipity and schemes, she gathered all 9 fragments, which became a cornerstone of her invincible path. Among her life's greatest opportunities, the 9-colored phoenix ranked in the top 3. Her self-created divine art, the 9-colored mystic phoenix scripture, could only be cultivated with all 9 fragments. Is Li Mo still cultivating next door? He's got some perseverance. Oddly enough, the mere thought of Li Mo nearby sent ripples across the frozen lake of her heart. She didn't dislike the feeling, but she disliked how it affected her. What annoyed her more was that she couldn't trace the origin of this emotion. Could it be because I still owe him a favor? After a moment's thought, Yingbing made a decision. She'd take Li Mo to the legacy site. Any minor opportunity there could alter an ordinary person's fate. Perhaps it might even allow him to step beyond Purple Sun Prefecture in his lifetime. Maybe even the Eastern Wasteland domain. If he could glimpse even a fraction of the true wonders of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, his life would not have been in vain. The next morning, Li Mo woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. He had only slept for 4 hours, yet his energy and spirit were brimming, his body filled with strength. The night before, he had practiced his cultivation late into the night. The result? His 3rd meridian was just a hair's breadth away from being fully unblocked. If nothing else, his physical strength alone had increased significantly compared to before. a conclusion he reached after accidentally snapping a pair of chopsticks while preparing breakfast. Is the ice block still training? She's really grinding. No wonder she's the chosen one. Li Mo placed breakfast in the steamer. All she had to do was light a fire to heat it up, another small but thoughtful gesture. Joking aside, was this just breakfast for Ying Bing? No, this was a solid investment of hard-earned silver. And given Ying Bing's level as the chosen one, she might just surprise him with some incredible returns. Details determine success or failure. I'm practically an investment genius. Young Li couldn't help but praise himself. Now, forget about silver. His system space was stocked with 5,000 taels of gold, along with all sorts of rare and exotic treasures. Who knows, they might all come in handy someday. A truly successful investor knows that even the smallest gains add up. This morning, I'll head to the Divine Edge Cave to train the Extreme Arms Slaughter body. Li Mo made his plans. In his view, a powerful physique was just as important as cultivation realms. Sure, young Li aspired to be a swordsman, but who said a sword saint couldn't also build tank stats? Besides, the Extreme Arms Slaughter body enhanced the connection between a cultivator and their weapon. Once he got his hands on a top-tier sword, his sword techniques would unleash even greater might. Li Mo had just stepped outside when he ran into a familiar figure not far from his doorstep. Xiao Qin. Though he still wore the gray robes of an outer disciple, his demeanor had improved dramatically, standing tall, as if the shadows over him had finally lifted. Intersect. Moreover, Xiao Qin's aura was far stronger than before. Junior brother Li. Xiao Qin had clearly been waiting outside the Autumn Water Pavilion for a while. When the door opened and he saw Li Mo emerge, he greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Thanks to you, I've returned to the 10 meridians of the Blood Qi realm." "Congratulations, senior brother Xiao." Li Mo wasn't surprised, but he was genuinely pleased. Old Xiao was a decent guy, and it was good to see him avoid wasting more time in stagnation, finally stepping back into the light. "I owe it all to you, junior brother." Xiao Qin shook his head, sincerity in his voice. "If not for that mystic crystal you gave me, I might have remained stuck for who knows how long. This is a debt of rebirth." "Glad you've recovered. At this rate, you'll return to the intersect in no time." Li Mo offered his praise without hesitation. Old Xiao must have already activated the 7-star ancient pendant. The question was, did it contain an inheritance, a fallen expert's legacy, or perhaps the expert themselves? Whatever the case, Xiao Qin's future achievements would be anything but ordinary. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Mo suddenly sensed something. Someone was observing him. A realization struck him. Could it be Xiao Qin's old grandpa? "Junior brother, your kindness in my darkest hour is something I don't know how to repay. Recently, I had a stroke of fortune. An elder bestowed upon me a protective talisman." Xiao Qin pulled out a golden brocade pouch from his sleeve. Its design clearly didn't belong to this era, and the material wasn't ordinary gold thread. Even from a distance, one could feel a faint, soothing, gentle warmth radiating from it. The only flaw, it was strung on a rough hemp cord. Inside is a feather left behind by a divine beast of immense bloodline power. It wards off evil and nourishes the body. Such a treasure! Wouldn't you need it more, Brother Xiao? Li Mo had a good idea who this elder was. So it really was a case of meeting an old grandpa. No wonder he could produce such a rare protective treasure. "It's not as useful to me anymore." "Please, junior brother, don't refuse." Seeing Li Mo hesitate, Xiao Qin pressed urgently. Understanding, Li Mo accepted the pouch with a smile, not letting his thoughts show. Then I'll gratefully accept. Thank you, Senior Brother Shao. Defensive treasures? One could never have too many. Right now, I'm training the Extreme Arms Slaughter body, so my physical defense will be formidable. In short, his armor stats are stacked. But against magic damage, not so much. This pouch perfectly covered that weakness, ensuring he wouldn't fall victim to underhanded tricks. One investment, double the returns. Absolute win. As long as it's useful to you, junior brother. Shao Qian exhaled in relief, as if a weight had lifted. He had been worried Li Mo would stubbornly decline. Junior brother, I'll take my leave now. There are still some matters I need to attend to. Shao Qian waved. His master was still weak, urgently needing soul-nourishing herbs and treasures. He had to figure out where to find them. Even if they'd cost a fortune, at least he could start by gathering intel. Take care, senior brother. Li Mo nodded. Once he fastened the pouch, a faint warmth immediately spread through him. Clatter. A sound came from behind. Ying Bing had opened a window for ventilation. The ice coating the windowsill shattered as it hit the ground. On the mountain path, Shao Qian's steps were noticeably lighter. But before he'd gone far, the voice of Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable echoed in his mind. Such talent! Such talent! It's unparalleled in all history! The tone was thick with astonishment, even a trace of awe. This expert, who once dismissed the Purple Sun Prefecture's lord as an ant, was clearly shaken. Master. Shao Qian paused mid-step, momentarily stunned. Master, are you saying Junior Brother Li's aptitude is extraordinary? No, not him. That girl. The old man's voice still couldn't seem to calm down. The girl. Shao Qian thought for a moment, then nodded. Ah, you mean junior sister Ying Bing. I heard she and Li Mo grew up together as childhood friends, both now true disciples. They'll probably advance side by side, might even become a legendary pair someday. A faint, knowing smile crept onto his Shao Qian's face, mixed with a hint of envy. Side by side? Thousand Forms Marshal Venerable sighed deeply. Disciple, you have no idea what she carries within her. Beings like her are born by the will of fate itself. Your junior brother Li's innate foundation is solid. For a small place like Purple Sun Prefecture, he stands out. But that's where it ends. That little girl, however, in the future, her brilliance may illuminate all 9 heavens and 10 lands. To think that after my death I'd witness the humble beginnings of such an existence. Shao Qian was utterly lost. Just yesterday his master had carried the air of an untouchable expert. This shift in attitude was abrupt, like really abrupt. But master, yesterday you told me not to underestimate myself. I hope you can hold on to that sincerity. Ha 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 ha! The old man couldn't help but be infected by his laughter. But perhaps, from speaking too much, his voice grew faint and indistinct. I hope we can find some soul-nourishing treasures today. Shao Qian quickened his pace as he descended the mountain, on the road from the Autumn Water Pavilion to the Divine Armament Mountain. After walking for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the mountain gate came into view ahead. At that moment, a long line had formed in front of the gate. An outer sect steward sat there, receiving and sending off disciples, with a stack of identity tokens piled in front of her. Elder Disciple Li! The elderly woman greeted Li Mo with a respectful bow upon seeing him. Though an elder disciple held no real authority within the sect, their status was undoubtedly higher than that of an outer sect steward. Li Mo found the old woman somewhat familiar. She had once assessed his bone structure, assigning him a Grade C talent. The surrounding outer sect disciples, upon seeing the white cloud-patterned robe he wore, all gazed at him with admiration and longing. Yet none hesitated. One by one, they handed their tokens to the steward, shouldered their bags, and walked out of the mountain gate. "What's going on with them?" Limo couldn't help but ask, curiously. At this time, it shouldn't yet be the period for dismissing outer sect disciples. Why were so many people lining up to surrender their tokens as if preparing to leave the King Yuan sect? "The sect trials are approaching. Since they're called trials, there's bound to be some danger involved." She stretched out her left hand, revealing only 3 fingers where there should have been 5. "Ah, I see." After a brief thought, Limo understood her meaning. Not everyone had the confidence to compete for a place in the inner sect. Those who stayed would have to participate in the trials. If they ended up disabled yet failed to enter the inner sect, being expelled later would make even daily survival difficult. Dying during the trials wasn't out of the question either. Many disciples joined the sect without ever intending to enter the inner sect. The old woman shook her head, casually stacking the newly collected tokens. Learning some skills in the outer sect, then returning home to open a martial arts school or become a constable, that was already considered a fine future in the eyes of many. Limo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The path of martial arts was like swimming against the current. Most weren't even fish fighting upstream, just grains of sand swept along by the river. If not for the advantage he had, his own future wouldn't have been much better. He likely have returned to his hometown and, under his father's arrangements, secured a position as a town guard captain. Just as he was about to leave, something compelled him to use his ever-active divine eye of fate to examine the crowd before him. Instantly, information about numerous individuals appeared before his eyes. Name: Wu Bing. Age: 19. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi blood realm, 3 meridians. Fate: white. Evaluation: Wu Bing's martial achievements are rather unimpressive. Recent events: recently received a letter. The 3rd husband of Widow Wang in his village has died, preparing to return home to pursue love. Looking around, most of the outer sect disciples voluntarily leaving the King Yuan sect had white or gray fates. None held much investment value. Take Wu Bing, for example. Helping him pursue Widow Wang, what reward could that possibly yield? At best, a few strings of copper coins, at worst, some peculiar item like Widow Wang's undergarments. Of course, exceptions existed. Name: Liu Hui. Age: 19. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi blood realm, 3 meridians. Fate: black. Evaluation: a perennial unlucky fool. Recent events: on his way home, fell for a honey trap, failed to play the hero, got stabbed in the back by the woman and was thrown into the river to feed the fish. After reading this, Limo let out a soft sigh. A life was still a life. He couldn't bring himself to remain indifferent to all things. Even if they were strangers, as long as no deep hatred existed, he couldn't bear to see them die for no reason. Liu Hui. Me? Elder disciple Li? Liu Hui pointed at himself, stunned that the famously fortunate Li Mo had called his name. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out any connection between them. "May I ask what instructions Elder disciple Li has for me? On your way home, do you pass by Qinghe County?" Li Mo stepped forward and asked. No, I don't." Liu Hui was utterly confused. Qinghe County? That wasn't just out of the way, it was in the opposite direction entirely. He could have taken a boat downstream straight home, but going to Qinghe County meant traveling by land. Then something even more bewildering happened. Li Mo pulled out a small gold bar, about the thickness of a thumb, from his sleeve. "How about now?" Yes, absolutely on the way." Liu Hui wasn't stupid. He quickly realized elder disciple Li wanted him to make a detour to Qinghe County. That gold bar looked to weigh 4 or 5 times, enough to buy a house back home. Good, since it's on the way. "Deliver a message to County Captain Li Daolong in Qinghe County for me." "Of course, elder disciple, please speak." Moments later, Liu Hui happily walked off with the gold bar. Above his head, his black fate had turned white. His recent events now read, took a detour home, met the head of Yonghui Escort Agency along the way, and became an escort. Meanwhile, a crisp voice rang in Li Mo's ears. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight." Though Liu Hui was no chosen one, just an ordinary face in the crowd, he still provided Li Mo with 2 years of martial insight. An unexpected windfall. Li Mo's lips curled slightly. He hadn't expected much. Martial insight was always welcome. No amount was too much, and even a little was worth having. Every drop filled the bucket. And so, Li Mo repeated the process. 5 minutes later. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight." 10 minutes later. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight." Half an hour later. "Congratulations, host. Successful investment, a life saved. Investment reward, 2 years of martial insight." Honestly, the world wasn't peaceful. Natural disasters and human calamities abounded. Many encountered misfortunes on their journeys home. One man, upon encountering a tiger, thought his newly learned 6 harmonies fist could handle it. He attempted a slide tackle and became the tiger's lunch. Another stumbled into a black market inn and ended up as filling for human meat buns. All this made Li Mo understand why his father had spent a fortune hiring escorts when he traveled to Xi'an Prefecture City. These unlucky souls also brought Li Mo substantial gains. 8 years of martial insight in total. With another 20 or 30 years' worth, he might even master one of his martial arts techniques. "People will keep leaving the sect until the trials begin. I can come back daily to farm these investments." Li Mo was in high spirits. 13 days remained till the trials. Even if fewer disciples left later, accumulating 70 or 80 years of martial insight was still possible. Enough to elevate his core martial arts skills to the next level. He scanned the crowd once more. No more young men with black fates. Satisfied, he strode towards the divine armament peak. No matter, he'd return tomorrow. He had just asked earlier, and disciples returning home after leaving the sect would always come to the mountain gate in the morning. In any case, he planned to visit the divine armament peak every day recently, so he would pass by this place daily. Time passed swiftly. 10 days later, the young man stepped into the Divine Edge cave. The cold glint of the cave reflected in his eyes, a sharpness flashing for just a moment. Yet the harmless smile on his face made it seem as though that fleeting edge had been nothing but an illusion. "Ah, Li Mo's here again. Junior brother Murong was asking about you this morning. Tisk tisk, training your body every single day? Li Mo, you must have a special constitution like junior brother Murong, don't you?" Over these days, the disciples of the Divine Edge Peak had grown quite familiar with Li Mo. After all, this true disciple carried no airs, treating everyone with the same warm and approachable demeanor. The last time someone got injured, if not for Li Mo swiftly producing healing medicine, that inner disciple's hand might have been ruined. Thus, in just 10 short days, an outsider might have mistaken Li Mo for the true disciple of the Divine Edge Peak. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Li Mo passed through the corridor and entered the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. He didn't activate his extreme blade slaughter body, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Name: Li Mo. Age: 16. Root bone: mystic womb, immortal body. Realm: 8 meridians of Qi blood realm. Destiny: ? Evaluation: possessing an immortal physique, his fate is shrouded in chaos, unknowable. Recent events: within the Divine Edge Cave, he has tempered his body to the peak of mortal weapons. One step further, and he will reach the level of a sharp weapon. If my body can become as tough as a sharp weapon, I can venture down to the 4th level. If not, I'll just use my martial insights to push the extreme blade slaughter body to perfection. In 10 days, he had accumulated 76 gears worth of martial insights. Not just perfection, if he poured them all into the extreme blade slaughter body, he might even push it to the realm of transformation. But for now, there was no need. Body tempering emphasized the word temper. To make progress, one had to grind themselves day after day, otherwise, no matter how strong the theory, it remained just that, theory. Unlike sword techniques, where every bit of refinement brought tangible power, stepping into the 3rd level, Li Mo walked to the very end, swallowed a clear heart pill, and then sat down cross-legged. On the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave, name? Not even lifting his head, the inner sect steward spoke as he sensed someone approaching. Ying Ha-cheng. The newcomer coldly stated his name. The steward's heart jolted, and he hurriedly stood up. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, lean, almost as if the cloud-patterned white robes hung too loosely on his frame. His features were handsome, yet his pallor was sickly, and the black mole between his brows lent him an air of gloom. Of course, what made the steward react this way wasn't just Ying Ha-cheng's status as a true disciple. The current master of Rare Beast Peak also bore the surname Ying. Ah, true disciple Ying. It's been a while. How is Peak Master Ying? No need for your concern. Ying Ha-cheng's tone was indifferent, not even bothering to spare the steward an extra glance. Still, after taking the identity token, the steward quickly recorded the details. Might I ask, true disciple Ying, what brings you to the Divine Edge Cave? Body tempering, weapon retrieval. Ying Ha-cheng, true disciple of Rare Beast Peak, entering the Divine Edge Cave for body tempering and weapon retrieval. Once the record was complete, Ying Ha-cheng retrieved his token and stepped into the Divine Edge Cave. True disciple Ying? He hasn't been here in ages. Must have just emerged from seclusion. Do you think he's already condensed his inner breath into form, stepping into the observation divine realm? Tisk, tisk. Hard to say. If true disciple Ying is here for body tempering, he'll probably head to the 3rd level. Then he'll run into true disciple Li, won't he? The disciples in the 1st level of the Divine Edge Cave couldn't help but murmur among themselves. But before they could say much more, the chatter died, because not far away, Ying Ha-cheng had turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Divine Edge Peak disciples present. For some reason, being looked at by him made them feel as though they were being sized up by a predator. Narrowing his eyes, Ying Ha-cheng asked, "Since when did the sect have a true disciple Li?" He just joined our Kiwan sect at the recent initiation ceremony," someone answered. The next moment, a chill ran down his spine. Ying Ha-Cheng's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing right in front of him in an instant. And those eyes staring at him, had they turned into vertical slits? A newly initiated disciple? Entering the third level of the Divine Edge Cave? Are you mocking me? No, no, I wouldn't dare, the inner disciple gulped. Everyone knows true disciple Li comes here every day. On his first visit, Elder Hanha was so alarmed he went down to check on him, but he was completely fine. The surrounding disciples nodded vigorously. Ying Ha-Cheng remained half convinced, a flicker of anger in his eyes. After standing still for a few seconds, he snorted coldly and strode off. Only then did the oppressive weight in their chests lift, and everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Once his figure had completely disappeared, someone spat quietly. That true disciple Ying, spending too much time with those beasts on Rare Beast Peak, has messed with his head, hasn't it? Don't say that. If he's reached the observation divine realm, he might hear you. True disciple Li's better. At least he treats us to drinks. Huh. Damn right. Walking through the second level of the Divine Edge Cave, Ying Ha-Cheng was indeed in a foul mood. For the sake of this physique, he had paid a price beyond ordinary imagination. Only then had he gained the ability to temper his body in the third level. And now, someone claimed a newly initiated disciple could do the same? Does that mean all his sacrifices were a joke? If Maru Xiao has half demon blood, fine. But where did this true disciple Li come from? Does he also carry some kind of demon blood? Step. Ying Ha-Cheng entered the third level. The flesh beneath his skin suddenly began to twist unnaturally, his lean frame inflating as if pumped full of air. Fine, thick, dense fur sprouted across his skin, and his arms elongated in an instant. He had grown stronger. Yet his entire body now bore faint bestial traits, making him appear grotesque. My 100 Beasts blood training is just a few forms away from being complete. When it's done, it'll be a true peerless technique. Sensing the boundless strength within him, he let out a low chuckle and he kept on moving. The razor-sharp intent of the cave struck his body, but the iron-like feathers covering it deflected it all. 10 minutes later, he froze. Up ahead, a young man sat cross-legged. Hundreds of weapons of all kinds orbited around him, every single one a famed armament. This was likely half of the famed armaments in the entire third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Ying Ha-Cheng's eyes instantly reddened, his vertical pupils dilated. Feeling the ground tremble, Ying Mo opened his eyes and looked back. Well, turning around was a mistake. What on earth was that thing? Surely not human, right? Nobody mentioned there were monsters in the Divine Edge Cave. Ah, well, my body's already as tough as a sharp weapon. Might as well try the fourth level. After hesitating exactly 3 1/3 seconds, Li Mo stood up. Before the creature could react, he dusted off his pants, didn't even look at the famed weapons surrounding him, and stepped into the fourth level. And as he left, the renowned weapons all returned to their original positions, clearly demarcated. Crack. Something seemed to shatter within Ying Ha-Cheng's heart. It was his fragile Da heart. He had schemed tirelessly to obtain even a single famed weapon, yet the other couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. He had undergone hundreds, even thousands of trials to temper his body, even at the cost of becoming a monster. Yet to this day he still dared not approach the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave. Meanwhile, the other had just joined the sect, and his starting point was already the unattainable peak Ying Ha-Cheng had longed for. The son of a peak master, Ying Ha-Cheng, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, felt his composure crumble in an instant. Why wasn't I chosen? What right does he have? The flesh on his body began to writhe once more, showing faint signs of losing control. Ying Hacheng rampaged wildly, venting his resentment. But everything here was a renowned weapon. The saying, "A famed weapon has a spirit," was no mere jest. Was that really a monster just now? Li Mo pondered, then felt something was off. The Divine Edge Cave was located within the Qingjuan sect, and its entrance was guarded by an inner sect steward. How could a monster possibly get in? Perhaps it was just a senior brother with an unfortunate appearance. Li Mo dismissed the thought. Thud. His footstep landed firmly on the ground of the 4th level. A wave of razor-sharp killing intent assaulted him. Despite his early achievements in body refinement, he instantly felt an almost crushing pressure. His physique, comparable to the peak of mortal-grade weapons, registered faint stinging sensations. Just the residual aura alone is terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the 3rd level. Li Mo took a shallow breath, and even his internal organs tingled slightly. Fortunately, he had trained his organs and meridians as well, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted a moment here. What kind of weapons are being nurtured on this level? Li Mo raised his gaze. The vast 4th level was split in half, one side frozen in frost, the other distorted by scorching heat. This was inside a mountain cave, no less. The sight was nothing short of unbelievable. The number of remaining weapons had dwindled significantly. Only 9 stone platforms stood, each embedded with a single weapon. The first held a translucent crimson longsword. As Li Mo approached, he noticed inscriptions carved before the platform. Zhu Zaiko, the first master of the Divine Edge Peak, was inspired by the vision of twin suns in the sky. He forged this weapon in imitation of the blazing void sword, ranked 5th on the divine arms ranking of the 9 provinces. Upon completion, it attained the rank of mystic armament and was named Crimson Sky. This was the first line on the platform. A mystic armament. Weapons were categorized as mortal, fine, sharp, and named. Beyond named weapons lay the 5 tiers of mystic armaments. As for what lay above mystic armaments, Li Mo had no idea. He hadn't even heard of such things. But judging by the inscription, if this mystic armament was merely an imitation, its original counterpart, the blazing void sword, must be even more formidable. The divine arms ranking of the 9 provinces. The first master of the Divine Edge Peak. Li Mo was awestruck. To his knowledge, the current Divine Edge Peak struggled to produce even named weapons after long periods. Yet in the past, they could forge mystic armaments? That would mean this sword was crafted shortly after the Great Yu dynasty unified the realm. More words followed, so Li Mo continued reading. Qin Jin Meng, the 4th master of Yade Cluster Peak, claimed this sword today. Lu Rulung, the 6th master of Yade Cluster Peak, humbly requests the Crimson Sky. Yue Hong, the 13th master of Sunset Glow Peak, having mastered the blazing sun sword art to perfection, seeks the Crimson Sky. The intervals between later claimants grew longer. Li Mo's thoughts churned. This suggested fewer and fewer in the Qingyuan sect were qualified to wield this mystic armament. Moreover, the sword seemed to have been lost for a time. Shang Wu, the 33rd master of Yade Cluster Peak, slew a heaven-ranked assassin of the Drizzle Palace and recovered the Crimson Sky. Li Mo scanned the 9 platforms. Though their timelines varied, their contents were similar to the first. 3 were empty. Whether lost or in the hands of sect elders, he couldn't tell. He now understood. These were all mystic armaments forged by past masters of the divine edge peak. To claim one had to earn its recognition. Once the wielder could no longer control it, the weapon had to be returned. How does one become a weapons master? Limo couldn't deny his envy. A mystic armament. He dreamed of owning a majestic sword like this. Among the 9 platforms, only 2 were swords, one named Frost Sky, the other this Crimson Sky. Hum. Suddenly, a sword's resonance echoed. As if sensing Limo's approach, the Crimson Sky sword trembled in its platform. The next moment, Limo's vision blurred. A swordsman materialized in the distance, standing with his back to him, a blade strapped behind him. The figure's face was indistinct, clad in simple short robes, yet exuding an undeniable sharpness. Though the swordsman didn't speak, Limo grasped his intent. "Draw your sword." Draw? He retrieved a tempered steel sword from his system space. This was his first real sword fight, and his excitement was palpable. "With my newly mastered superior sword art, why should I fear you?" 10 minutes later, Limo clutched his chest instinctively, snapping his eyes open. In that dazed moment, he had felt an illusory blade pierce through him. Though unharmed, the phantom burn lingered. His mastered sword art hadn't lasted 5 exchanges. The Crimson Sky sword fell silent once more. Seems one must master a superior martial art to perfection to become a weapons master. Reading the inscriptions again, Limo steadied himself. After a hesitant pause, he shook his head and sat down to temper his body. Martial arts grew exponentially harder at higher levels. 76 years of combat insights weren't enough to push the fire crane 1,000 feathers to perfection. 100 years might suffice. With that thought, he turned his gaze to a nearby stone wall. Since entering the Divine Edge Cave, I've felt something calling to me. But there's no path forward here. Do I have to break through this wall? At the cave's entrance, the crowd stood in stunned silence. In Hua Chung, who had earlier carried himself with lofty pride, now emerged in disarray. His robes, once adorned with cloud patterns, hung in tatters, his body crisscrossed with bloody gashes. The wounds weren't severe. After all, the named weapons acted without wielders, leaving mere surface injuries against his toughened physique. But what baffled him was their outright rejection of him, contrasted with their eagerness for a mere new discipline. It was like watching a woman he had pursued for years throw herself at a stranger she had just met. Infuriating. "I'm still not strong enough." Clenching his fists, In Hua Chung strode to the Divine Edge Peak's rear mountain. A figure waited in the distance, tall and burly. Futu. "What happened to you?" Futu's brow arched at his disheveled appearance. "Where's the new vessel I asked for?" In Hua Chung ignored the question, hands clasped behind his back. "Wang Hu, tiger-armed, panther-waisted. The beast seed is already in him." Futu smirked. "He even thanked me." "Good." In Hua Chung's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Knowing his inability to swallow defeat, Futu added, "Patience, brother. Stick to the plan. Wait for the sect trials to make your move." "I know what I'm doing." In Hua Chung brushed him off. After a pause, he continued, "A batch of outer disciplines will soon leave the sect to return home." "You'd target even them?" Futu studied him carefully. In Hua Chung scoffed. "They've enjoyed the Kwanghuan sect's benefits. Did they think they could just leave in glory? If those trash can be of any final use, it's the greatest honor of their wretched lives." The 100 Beasts' blood refinement? No wonder it was forbidden. Practicing it too much rots the mind. Futu sneered internally but feigned hesitation on his face. Don't forget who vouched for you to enter the Guanghuan sect. In Hua Cheng's voice carried a faint threat. Futu had no intention of refusing in the first place. After putting on a show of reluctant agreement, he nodded. Fine, I'll see what I can do. Futu turned to leave, but before he could take more than 2 steps, In Hua Cheng's voice called after him. That newly promoted true discipline, the one surnamed Li, what's his background? He's the sole discipline of Yade Cluster Peak, Futu replied, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. You better not set your sights on him. If you provoke Shang Wu, not even Peak Master Yin can save you. Yade Cluster Peak, Li Mo. In Hua Cheng muttered the name to himself, as if committing it to memory. The 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave. Only the elders of the various peaks, or those at the observing divinity realm with perfected body refinement, could enter and face the profound arms directly. That kid must have a rare treasure on him. Yes, it had to be because of a treasure. The anger in Yin Hua Cheng's heart faded, replaced by a burning greed. Little Li remained completely unaware that someone had set their sights on him. Divine Edge Cave, 4th level. The sharp, murderous aura of weapons swirled in the air, howling winds roaring through the cavern like ghostly wails. Anyone whose flesh had not been tempered, or who lacked special techniques, would likely have their bones dissolved and flesh scattered by the razor-sharp winds in an instant. Yet the young man's body stood unshaken. Through the tattered remains of his clothing, glimpses of skin faintly shimmered with a treasure-like glow. Exhale. Inhale. Li Mo's body was in the midst of a breakthrough, akin to a weapon being honed. Under the relentless grinding of the sharp energy, the rust was gradually stripped away, revealing its true edge. Most disciples of the Qingwen sect wielded ordinary weapons. Only a select few inner disciples possessed a sharp weapon, some acquired from the Divine Edge Cave, others purchased elsewhere. And now Li Mo's flesh was approaching the level of a sharp weapon. Suddenly, the scattered aura abruptly intensified, growing even frigid. The radiance on Li Mo's body grew increasingly dazzling, finally reaching its critical point. His eyes snapped open, a fierce sharpness flashing within them. With a soft exhale, "Pfft," a small crater exploded into the opposite cave wall. A single breath, sharp as an arrow. If it struck someone at the initial stage of qi and blood cultivation, it could leave them either dead or severely wounded. Li Mo rose to his feet, indifferent to his tattered clothes. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. Picking up a piece of blue stone, he applied a slight pressure. Silently, the stone crumbled into dust, slipping through his fingers. A body comparable to a sharp weapon. Even a 9th-grade mystical beast would struggle to break my defense, let alone an 8th-grade one. Brushing the stone dust from his palm, Li Mo examined his hand under the dim light, satisfaction swelling in his heart. His skin tone hadn't changed. If anything, it seemed fairer now, like it had been polished smooth. Thank you. Bowing solemnly, Li Mo paid his respects to the 6 mystical weapons before him, including the scarlet sky tong. A faint resonance emanated from the weapons, as if acknowledging him. Then Li Mo strode to the deepest part of the Divine Edge Cave's 4th level. Holding a luminous pearl in his left hand, he tapped the stone wall with his right index finger, the sound crisp, not dull. Hollow? Li Mo raised an eyebrow. Under the glow of the pearl, he noticed that this section of the wall had a slightly different hue from the surrounding rock, as if it had been artificially constructed later. After a brief pause, boom! Lemo's fist shot forth like a dragon, unleashing the power of his 8 opened meridians and his weapon-grade physique. The sheer force blasted the wall apart, sending rubble flying. There really is a path. Lemo's eyes lit up. But before he could celebrate, a gale roared toward him, as if countless arrows were firing at his face. The overwhelming weaponized sharpness seemed to solidify into tangible form. Lemo! Exclamation point! Alarmed, he immediately activated the extreme weapon slaughter body technique at full power. Forcing his eyes open, he saw a narrow passage, barely wide enough for one person, with faint red and blue light emanating from the other end. Inside a cavern the size of a basketball court, 2 pools lay side by side. One seethed like molten lava, the other radiated bone-chilling frost, their waters flowing outward. At the point where the 2 pools converged, a pitch-black hammer stood inverted, silently diverting the mingling fire and ice. Boom! Though it was just a hammer trembling, the impact felt earth-shattering, shaking the entire Divine Punk Peak. A single glance made Lemo's mind explode with visions. In a daze, he saw a burly, bearded man wielding the hammer, striking a sword blank on an anvil, sparks flying in all directions. The Scarlet Sky Tongue? The Frost Sky Tongue? Had both these mystical weapons been forged by this hammer? The thought had barely formed when the scene shifted again. Now the hammer, still in the bearded man's grip, smashed into the skull of a dragon-like beast the size of a small mountain, its head exploding, leaving only the horns intact. Then, in the hands of other mighty warriors, the hammer crushed countless foes. A single strike could reduce an entire mountain to dust. Rumble! Not good! This is an actual earthquake! Snapping back to reality, Lemo realized the tremors weren't an illusion. The Divine Punk Peak was truly shaking. He sprinted for the exit. As he ran, an unexplainable voice echoed in his mind. Not human speech, yet he understood its meaning. "I'll be waiting." Was that the hammer? Divine Punk Peak, Forging Hall. Hiss! White steam billowed as Han-He removed his shirt. Despite his aged face, his upper body was a terrifying mass of sinewy muscle. He retrieved the newly quenched weapon, a 3-pronged blade with a beast mouth design, gleaming coldly. "Master, you've forged another named weapon." Murong Xiao relaxed his stance, admiration shining in his eyes. Lately, he had been practicing the cyclone hammer technique under Han-He's guidance. A named weapon. In the past, the master forgers of our Divine Punk Peak produced many true grandmasters, ones capable of crafting mystical weapons. Han-He sipped his tea, gently stroking the newly forged trident. "You'll reach that level one day, master." "I'm too old. This lifetime, it's unlikely." Han-He shook his head, then turned an expectant gaze at Murong Xiao. "With your half-demon physique, train hard. Perhaps one day you'll be worthy to wield the Rampart Calamity Starfall hammer." Before he could finish, boom! The earth quaked, panicked shouts erupting everywhere. Han-He shot to his feet, brows furrowed deeply. As it struck by realization, he vanished in a blur, appearing at the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave in an instant. "Earthquake! Run! Get out now!" Those still inside fled for their lives, as if regretting not being born with extra legs. Lemo emerged among them, clothes in tatters, looking like a wild man. Murong Xiao rushed over, eyeing his ragged state with concern. "Brother Li, what happened to you?" "Oh, just tore my clothes while training," Limo replied casually, though his heart pounded uneasily. There was no doubt today's commotion was his doing. "The elders are gathering. What's going on?" Morongxiao suddenly remarked. Following his gaze, Limo saw 9 figures now standing at the cave entrance. "Even my master is here." Limo grasped the severity of the situation. The disturbance in the Divine Edge Cave must have been caused by that hammer. Just what tier of weapon is it? "Brother Li, want to come change clothes with me?" "Yeah, good idea." After the two left, at the Divine Edge Cave entrance, "Han He, could it be?" Chuang Bufan ventured cautiously. Han He nodded grimly. "Indeed, the Rampart Calamity Starfall hammer." "You don't look like you've become a grandmaster. What triggered it?" A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Hua Seng spoke up. "Yin Hua Zuan, master of the rare beast peak." Shang Wu, eyes half-lidded, chuckled. "Old relics have tempers too, don't they?" The other 8 immediately glared at her. Hanny snorted coldly. "Shang Wu, do not disrespect our Divine Punk Peak's ancestral treasure. The reason why the Divine Punk Peak bears such a name is naturally because it possesses a true divine weapon, the Panju Starfall Hammer. Even before the Qingwen sect was established, it had already existed within the Divine Edge Cave. Later, only when successive generations of the Divine Edge Peak elders reached the level of grand artificers and sought to forge profound artifacts, would they invite it out. They merely used it, never truly wielded it. This matter was known only to the sect master and the respective peak elders. "Enough talk. Why don't we go down and take a look?" Shui Jing stroked his long beard as he spoke. The elders exchanged glances before agreeing. The journey passed in silence. Before long, they arrived at the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave, the place where profound artifacts were stored. When they saw the gaping hole, their pupils constricted in shock. "This hole seems to have been blasted open by sheer brute force. There are no traces of internal energy or martial intent. Who did this?" The elders looked at one another, confusion evident in their eyes. Clearly, none of them had been the one to open this passage. Just as they were puzzling over it, they noticed Han He's expression had turned strange. Following his gaze, they too looked toward the deepest part of the Divine Edge Cave, where ice and fire converged. Shang Wu raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "Han He, it seems that ancient hammer has acknowledged a master." Everyone. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt, and they couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A divine weapon? Han He's face twitched uncontrollably as he stood frozen in place, as if his soul had left his body. Acknowledged a master? Who? Qin Fufan struggled to steady his voice. No one answered. How intriguing, to have the divine weapon acknowledge a master, yet leave it behind here? Yin Huashuan's eyes gleamed with speculation. Surely it couldn't be because they couldn't lift it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A divine weapon would never acknowledge someone who couldn't even wield it as their master. Han He trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse. For a moment, silence fell over the group. After a long pause, Han He was the first to speak again. "I will investigate this matter. If I uncover any leads, I will report to the sect master and convene a discussion with the elders of all peaks. Should we seal this hole? After the sect trials, newly promoted true disciples and inner disciples will come to the Divine Edge Cave to select their weapons. I don't think it's necessary. True, new disciples likely won't make it this far anyway." After a brief discussion, the elders of the various peaks began filing out of the Divine Edge Cave. Only Han He remained, standing motionless as the interplay of ice and fire cast his shadow against the wall. After a long while, his expression turned desolate, and he let out a melancholic sigh. "So, you were unwilling to remain just a forging hammer, were you?"
Autumn Water Pavilion. Nightfall brought a slight chill. Only 3 simple dishes were laid out on the table today, none prepared by Li Mo, but fetched from the dining hall instead. Yingbing held her bowl, chewing slowly. After barely finishing half a bowl, she set down her chopsticks. The meal today was utterly bland. Yingbing had never been one to fuss over food. As long as it was clean and filling, that was enough. For her, eating was merely a necessity for sustaining her current body, nothing more. Her appetite, like all her other desires, was faint. Well, that had been the case before she tasted hot pot and grilled meat. I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. The same principle applies to food. Now, looking at these plain dishes, Yingbing felt a faint emptiness in her heart. Her gaze flickered subtly toward the opposite side of the table. The young man there was mechanically shoveling food into his mouth, his face etched with existential doubt. Young Li Mo's mood was indeed exceedingly complicated. Pangu's cataclysm star hammer, a divine weapon? When Mu Rongxiao had whispered to him that the disturbance might be linked to the divine weapon beneath the divine edge cave, Li Mo's expression was priceless. After reaching minor mastery in swordsmanship, the Scarlet Sky Sword barely acknowledges me. Yet, despite never practicing hammer techniques, this divine hammer seems inexplicably drawn to me. That hammer could practically be called the Scarlet Sky Sword's father. Does this mean I'm not cut out for the sword at all, but for the hammer instead? His mind conjured an image of himself smirking devilishly, swinging the hammer to crush an enemy's skull. Tsk! Impossible. Impossible! Li Mo slapped his chopsticks down, dispelling the mental image. His appetite gone, he stubbornly picked up his sword and strode into the courtyard. Grasping the steel-green sword, he began practicing his forms for the first time in earnest. The blade's gleam flowed smoothly, the movements vigorous and sharp. For someone his age to achieve minor mastery in an advanced sword art, any elder who saw him would praise him as a prodigy of the sword path. 10 days to minor mastery, not entirely without talent. Even Yingbing found it somewhat passable. Of course, he was still far from a true sword prodigy. Even without her past life experience and insight, it would have taken her no more than half an hour to reach minor mastery in the same sword art. Yet, in the realm of swordsmanship, there existed even more monstrous geniuses. Those born with a sword heart and sword bones, capable of refining any sword technique with a single glance, creating peerless sword arts by age 10, and mastering divine-level sword skills to perfection by 20. Such individuals truly existed, and one of them had left a deep impression on Yingbing as a former rival. Then there was the great Yu's young princess, a natural-born sword embryo, destined for the blade, her talent unrivaled in the current era, far more terrifying. Had Li Mo known her thoughts, he might have laughed bitterly. He knew his own limits. The years he'd spent practicing the sword exceeded his actual age, and this was all he had to show for it. His true aptitude was, likely, utter garbage. I don't feel any improvement at all, not even a glimpse of the threshold to greater mastery. As he practiced, Li Mo had to admit one thing. This wasn't sword training, it was just waving a sword around. There was no progress after a full session. He didn't even know where to direct his efforts. The worst wasn't a lack of effort, but not knowing where to channel it. Could it be that he truly wasn't meant for the sword? This sword art of yours emphasizes restraint over release. A familiar, clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Before Limo could react, a slender, pale hand had already taken the steel-green sword from his grip. The longer you accumulate power, the greater the final burst of force. Swoosh. Thus, each stroke must be as precise as embroidery, controlling every ounce of strength. Swish. The finer your control, the more power you can store. Under the moonlight, the beauty's swordplay was ethereal. Her movements were focused, seamless, and transcendent, like an ice lotus blooming in a secluded mountain pond through the seasons. Limo stared mesmerized. But soon, doubt crept in. Had the ice block ever practiced flaming crane 1,000 feathers before? Was her advice even accurate? 20 years of martial insights successfully infused. Young Limo decided to cheat, just a little. After all, with the sect trials approaching, improving his swordsmanship would undoubtedly come in handy. Year 1. Thanks to Yingbing's guidance, you found the correct path to practice Flaming Crane 1,000 Feathers. Year 5. Through relentless training, you learned to retain 17 feather strokes without releasing them. Year 7. Progress grew harder with each step. Even the slightest improvement demanded immense effort. After 2 years, you saw no advancement. Year 13. Through grinding perseverance, you ingrained the technique into your muscle memory, retaining 24 feather strokes. Year 20. For the first time, you successfully imprinted 30 feather strokes on a wooden dummy. Flaming Crane 1,000 Feathers Sword Art. Greater mastery achieved. Limo. A flood of swordsmanship insights poured into his mind. Yet, he felt no joy. The ice block's advice had been correct. One thing was certain. She had never practiced this sword art. She'd simply watched him perform it once. And then, she could instruct him? Though he loathed the phrase, Limo had no choice but to admit the only words echoing in his mind were terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled cracks. The young woman sheathed her sword and turned away. Behind her, the bamboo stalk suddenly split open, dozens of feather-like marks exploding into dazzling ice blossoms. She didn't even look back, merely asking softly, "Did you learn?" Limo. Yes. It was clear Yingbing wasn't mocking him. She genuinely wanted him to learn, and genuinely believed he could improve after just one demonstration. Limo was reminded of his past life when he'd asked a top student for help with a math problem. Without looking up, they'd scribbled 4 solutions, all beyond the syllabus. Then earnestly asked, "Got it? Now you try." The sword was tossed back to him. With mixed emotions, Limo took it and began his forms. Yingbing's lowered eyes reflected the young man's slightly awkward movements. A trace of approval flickered in her gaze. Not bad. If he could be taught, he wasn't hopeless. At least he had the makings of a swordsman. Did I get it right? Limo turned, only to find empty air behind him. The second-floor window had already shut, a thin layer of frost rapidly spreading across the panes. She must have returned to her cultivation. How many meridans has the ice block unlocked now? Limo pondered. He'd initially thought his progress in the Blood Key realm was impressive. Even a red-destined prodigy might struggle to catch up. But tonight's events had thoroughly humbled him. Young Li Mo shelved his pride. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. The warm ember of the Firebird feather pouch against his chest radiated steady comfort. Heartfire Lotus Technique. Activate. Tonight he would attempt to unlock the 9th meridian. Unnoticed, the moon climbed to its zenith. Next door, the 9th meridian, success. Yingbing opened her eyes, the frost crystals on her lashes glimmering faintly. From the moment she began opening her meridians until now, barely half a month had passed and she had already condensed 9. In her previous life, it had taken her a full 3 months. Her progress in cultivation was now several times faster. But her combat prowess had improved by more than 10-fold. At present, she could wield sword techniques at their perfected level with her current physique. Her battle experience was unrivaled, not just in Purple Sun Prefecture, but across all the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moreover, she bore the power of the lunar yin within her. Though she couldn't yet control it fully, even the faintest wisp of its aura was enough to serve as a lethal trump card. The sect trials. I should be able to handle any unforeseen variables now. If I can obtain one of the 9 souls of the 9-colored primordial phoenix, I'll have achieved perfection in the Qi blood realm. And then there's that mysterious system. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yingbing's eyes. Without a doubt, she would claim the top spot in the system rankings. Once she did, the rewards would make her even stronger. In the Qi blood realm alone, across all the 9 heavens and 10 earths, past or present, she dared declare herself peerless. Time flowed on. The sun rose, the moon set. The diligent young Li Mo was already up, bustling about in the kitchen early in the morning. Since she gave me pointers yesterday, I'll make today's breakfast a bit more lavish. Speaking of which, breaking through to the 9th meridian with the Heartfire Lotus technique has improved my control over the cooking fire, too. Li Mo stirred the dishes as he mused. Indeed, last night he had opened his 9th meridian. They said the later meridians were harder to unlock, yet he had never encountered anything resembling a bottleneck. Every breakthrough had come as naturally as water flowing downhill. After preparing breakfast, he ate lightly and headed to the sect gates as usual, ready to harvest another wave of martial insights. True disciple Li, here again today? The same elderly woman was still handling the withdrawal procedures for departing disciples. Li Mo's daily visits had left the old lady uneasy. Surely he wasn't planning to withdraw from the sect like those outer disciples. Just passing by. Li Mo replied with a smile, only for his expression to freeze the next instant. He had just activated his heavenly destiny eye. Name, Jiang Yu. Age, 19. Bone structure, none. Realm, Qi blood, 4 meridians. Destiny, black. Evaluation, a face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Recent fate. While returning home from the mountain, encountered a summoning demon cultist, was implanted with a beast seed, and died from having his essence blood devoured. Name, Duan An. Age, 18. Bone structure, none. Realm, Qi blood, 2 meridians. Destiny, black. Evaluation. A face in the crowd, utterly unremarkable. Recent fate. While returning home from the mountain, encountered a summoning demon cultist, was implanted with a beast seed, and died from having his essence blood devoured. These two were no exceptions.
Limo swept his gaze across the crowd, a sea of black. Every departing disciple's destiny was pitch black. Every single one of them would die, and their deaths would follow the same script. The summoning demon cult? Limo's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's thought, he suddenly stepped in front of the group. "Senior brothers, a moment, please. I've deposited 10,000 taels of silver at the Splendid Tower, but since joining Qingwan sect, I've resolved to focus solely on martial arts, and likely won't need it. Since you're all heading home, why don't enjoy yourselves there for a few days? Spend my silver for me. Help me sever this worldly attachment." 10 minutes later, Limo had a mountain of pending investment returns, 110 years' worth of martial insights, plus assorted miscellaneous items. Well, he'd successfully talked all those homebound disciples into heading to the Splendid Tower. The Splendid Tower was the liveliest pleasure house in Purple Sun Prefecture's capital, frequented by nobles and officials. A single night there cost at least 30 taels. Naturally, it was also a safe place. The moment they heard they could eat, drink, and revel for free, the group was overjoyed. Such generosity! They were practically ready to call Li Mo their sworn father on the spot. Judging by their enthusiasm, they wouldn't be leaving until they'd thoroughly indulged. The summoning demon cult doesn't seem to be one of Purple Sun Prefecture's 3 major sects. Doesn't sound like a proper orthodox faction. Limo withdrew his gaze and headed for the Divine Edge Cave. This world didn't govern by laws. Overthinking was pointless. Only true strength mattered. 3 days passed in a blink. Autumn Water Pavilion. It looks like 10 meridians is the limit for now. Limo rose, rubbing his numb thighs after a night of motionless meditation, and opened a bundle nearby. Inside were 2 garments, one dark as night, the other indigo blue, both made of fine Songjung brocade. Young Li recognized them instantly, his mother's handiwork. A letter lay nestled within. "My son, may these words find you well. You and little Binger have both become true disciplines of Qingwan sect. Wonderful! Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." The handwriting was slightly erratic. Clearly, his father had been too excited to hold the brush steady. Limo chuckled wryly and read on. "Now that you're a true disciple and training in martial arts, it's time to mature. Rein in that reckless streak of yours, no more of your old mischief. A real man should settle down before pursuing greatness. It's time you considered marriage. And treat Binger especially well. You've known each other since childhood, and now you're both true disciples in the same sect. Such fortune is heaven sent. Strike while the iron is hot. Open your eyes and seize this opportunity." His father's urgency was palpable. The last strokes nearly tore through the paper. The man was practically demanding a grandchild by next year. Limo. "Can anyone relate? Harassed about grandchildren at 26 in my last life, now 16 in this one, and still not spared the marriage pressure? Well, in Great U, men marrying at 16 wasn't uncommon. Is this really my fault?" Limo rubbed his temples. He couldn't begin to imagine the ice block that was Ying Bing as a doting wife. Just picturing the 2 of them sharing a bedroll made him shiver. "Guess I'll have to disappoint the old man." Shaking his head, Limo changed clothes. In just half a month, the boy in the mirror had grown more defined features, his sunny handsomeness even more striking. His once lanky frame now boasted lean muscle, the very picture of slender clothed, sculpted unclothed. Dressed in his mother's tailored martial attire, he cut the image of a dashing young hero, if one ignored the embroidered lovebirds on the fabric. "Yingbing, my mother made you new clothes." Li Mo knocked on the neighboring door, arms full. The humid rainy season had left the door frozen stiff. His knocks rang out like hammer strikes. "Leave them outside," a voice colder than ice chimed in. Limo nodded and went to warm breakfast. Soon after, footsteps descended the stairs. Limo turned instinctively, the bun in his mouth slipping out unnoticed. Her jade-like features glowed in the dawnlight, a high ponytail swaying behind her. The fitted garments accentuated her graceful figure. Her legs weren't just long, they were practically longer than fate itself, and the sheer black gauze traced their contours with unmistakable clarity. Black stockings? Limo quickly realized it was likely a material called dark cloud gauze, lightweight yet durable, resistant to extreme cold and scorching heat. Not to mention exorbitantly expensive. Such protective gear cost far more than weapons. Whoever invented this thing was an absolute genius. "I'll wait for you at Moonview Cliff for 1 hour. Try to make it." Yingbing's words came out of nowhere. Moonview Cliff? Why? Limo had no idea why she'd suddenly dropped that line. The ice block of a girl clearly had no intention of explaining. Curious, Limo activated his Heaven's Mandate Divine Eye. Name, Yingbing. Age, 16. Constitution, Lunar Phoenix Body of Supreme Yin. Cultivation Realm, 10 Meridians of the Blood Chi stage. Destiny, Crimson. Bears the Emperor's bone, with profound ice as her destiny and autumn waters as her spirit. Possesses the bearing of a celestial phoenix. Evaluation. A life fraught with tribulations, yet she always emerges unscathed. Though her wings are still tender, when the winds of change arrive, she will soar above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a phoenix reigning over all realms. Recent circumstance: participating in a sect trial, intending to visit the legacy grounds of the 9-colored primordial phoenix to obtain one of its 9 spirits, the Aurora Soul. To repay a favor, she plans to bring along a certain burden. From the carriage, one could already see Rare Beast Peak in the distance. Rare Beast Peak was the final summit of the Qingyuan mountain range and the closest to the wilderness. Ahead, a vast crowd gathered, with inner and outer sect disciples clearly separated. Without exception, they were all new disciples who had yet to participate in the sect's trial. The moment the sect master's carriage came to a stop, it instantly became the center of attention. Is that the sect master's true disciple, Yingbing? Tisk, this junior sister's looks are downright unfair. Keep it down. I heard from Qian Buffan's true disciple that she's already opened 8 meridians in the Qi blood realm. She was even rewarded with a set of black cloud silk inner armor for it. How long has she been here? 8 meridians already? What a monster! Don't tell me someone could win the sect trial in their first year. That would be too terrifyingly talented. Who's that next to her? True disciple Li Mo. They entered the sect together. Oh, I know him. True disciple Li is a really good guy. Hearing the chatter, Li Mo's lips twitched. Thanks, but I prefer doing good deeds anonymously. No need to hand out nice guy cards. Moonview Cliff seems to be deep in the trial grounds. Scanning the map, Li Mo located the place where Yingbing had agreed to meet him. The deeper one ventured into the trial grounds, the stronger the beasts became. Moonview Cliff was remote, requiring passage through territories of late-stage and even peak 9th-rank beasts. Without some real skill, reaching it would be impossible. 1 hour. Li Mo glanced at Ying Bing, who had taken the lead at the front of the crowd, and silently bolstered his own resolve. Don't underestimate this transmigrator's cheat abilities. Suddenly, Li Mo noticed a familiar gaze locked onto him. Wang Hu. The boy still wore his usual arrogant expression, but a sickly pallor lingered between his brows, casting a shadow over his entire demeanor. Meeting Li Mo's eyes, he slowly drew a finger across his throat in a slashing motion. What's his problem now? Li Mo rolled his eyes, but instinctively sensed something off about Wang Hu's condition. With a thought, he activated his heaven eye and scanned him. Name: Wang Hu. Age: 16. Physique: tiger arms, panther waist. Realm: Qi blood realm, 8 meridians. Fate: black. Evaluation: moderately talented. With diligent training, he might achieve something in the future. However, his narrow-mindedness, vindictiveness, and arrogance make him prone to extreme paths. Recent misfortune: beast seed deeply implanted. Strayed too far down a dark path. His own essence blood can no longer sustain him, forcing him to consume beast blood, gradually losing sanity. Beast seed. Li Mo's brow arched slightly. What puzzled him wasn't Wang Hu's fate, but that he had come into contact with the demon summoning cult. Before the sect trial, outer disciples weren't allowed to leave the mountain unless they withdrew from the sect. If Wang Hu had stayed within Qingyuan's sect the whole time, where had this beast seed come from? This trial might not be as straightforward as it seems. Li Mo pondered for a moment. Well, when the child of destiny is involved, things going smoothly would be the real anomaly. Following the usual tropes, the ice block, Ying Bing, would probably turn the tide at a critical moment, maybe even pull off a desperate counterattack. But since he knew now... Master. Li Mo rushed straight to where the elders were sitting. Shangwu, who had been dozing off, rubbed her sleepy eyes at her disciple's voice. Time to eat. I'll treat you after the trial. There's something important I need to report. Li Mo explained his suspicions, though he covered up the heaven high with a plausible excuse. The moment the words demon summoning cult left his mouth, Xie Jing and Qian Bufan immediately straightened, their expressions turning grave. Even Shangwu's drowsiness vanished. Are you certain it's the demon summoning cult? This is no joking matter. Qian Bufan's voice was low, his brows furrowed with concern. My father served as a county captain and once captured a cultist. The era feels similar, though I can't be entirely sure. But given the severity, I thought it best to report it. Better a false alarm than negligence. Li Mo's reasoning was sound. Li Mo is always thorough. Xie Jing pondered briefly before nodding. 9 out of 10, that Wang Hu kid has practiced the cult's forbidden art, 100 beasts, blood refinement. Daring to extend their claws into our Qingyuan sect? Inhua Yuan, elder of Rare Beast Peak, shot to his feet, looking ready to drag Wang Hu in for interrogation. Inhua, always so hasty. Xie Jing stopped him, then gave Li Mo an approving glance. We'll handle it. Return to the trial and proceed as normal. Act as if nothing happened. Understood. Li Mo complied without hesitation. Old Xie probably had his own plans. In Qingyuan sect, if even the elders couldn't resolve an issue, overthinking it wouldn't help. Half an hour later, Qian Bufan stood before the assembled disciples, hands clasped behind his back, as he announced the trial rules. Ordinary beasts don't count towards points. Ninth rank early stage, mid stage, and late stage beasts are worth 1, 3, and 15 points respectively. Of course, there are also peak ninth rank beasts, worth 100 points. But unless you possess strength comparable to the inner breath realm, don't attempt them lightly. Upon slaying a beast, or in emergencies, fire a signal arrow. An intersect deacon will come to assist. With that, Qian Bufan returned to his seat. The disciples collected their signal arrows and selected weapons before the 1,000-strong crowd marched into the forest. "Inhua, junior brother!" Xie Jing suddenly spoke. "Hmm?" Inhua Yuan nodded. He blew a bone whistle, and from Rare Beast Peak, hundreds of birds took flight, some diving into the woods, others circling overhead. A short while later, a signal arrow shrieked across the sky. Soon, an intersect deacon returned, dragging the corpse of a black leopard the size of a calf. Its eyes were wide open, its ferocity frozen in death. The fatal wound was a single, clean slash to the throat, so precise that not a drop of blood spilled, the wound instantly sealed by frost. "Yingbing, 1 point." Qian Bufan marveled. Many disciples can kill ninth-rank beasts, but to do it so flawlessly, without wasting a single ounce of strength, that's rare. Yinhua Yuan's eyes gleamed. Even if I suppressed my cultivation to the Qi blood realm, I couldn't match that. Xie Jing clicked his tongue in admiration. Little Ying never had combat experience before, did she? Shang Wu's almond eyes sparkled. First time killing a beast, and it was like slaughtering a chicken. Many prodigies, despite their strength, faltered when facing beasts, reduced to a fraction under pressure. But some thrived in battle, growing stronger the fiercer the fight, like herself. Shang Wu called this the innate brawler constitution. Why hasn't my dear disciple made a move yet? The master propped her chin on one hand, her drowsy eyes half-lidded as she teetered on the edge of sleep once more. Whoosh! Another signal arrow pierced the air. Limo, 1 9th rank early stage beast, slain. The strange beast, dragged back by the intersect steward, left the elders deep in thought. After staring at it for a long time, Xie Jing finally spoke hesitantly. "Is this thing a wing-fang serpent?" To be honest, if old Xie hadn't just used the scales of a wing-fang serpent for alchemy, he wouldn't have recognized what this mess even was. The serpent corpse had its head blown apart, fangs shattered, and every bone in its body broken, causing the long serpentine body to crumple into a heap, like a soda can crushed underfoot. Too brutal. A complete opposite of Yingbing. Qian Bufan, resting his hands on his round belly, fell into contemplation. Disciple Shang Wu, wasn't Li Mo practicing sword techniques? He's also mastered the 6 harmonies fist. Shang Wu shrugged, as if to say this wasn't her fault. Ying Huashuan picked up a fragment of a fang. The fangs are the toughest part of a wing-fang serpent, yet they were shattered along with its body in a single punch. That kid's current level isn't inferior to Ying Bing, and he's also trained in some kind of body-forging technique. Xie Jing felt his scalp tingle. None of the elders disagreed. With their discerning eyes, they could deduce much from the battle's aftermath. Judging by the outcome of the fight against a 9th-tier early-stage beast, Li Mo's performance was no less impressive than Ying Bing's. But the elders opened their mouths, unsure whether to praise him or not. This fighting style was far too reminiscent of a certain someone, The Kyungher sect already had Shang-Wu to deal with. Wasn't one enough? If a second one appeared, wouldn't that be disastrous? Ah, old Shui, you fool, why didn't you take Limo as your disciple back then? Question mark, question mark. My true disciple quota was full. Elder Qian had openings. Why didn't he take him? I wanted to, but disciple Shang-Wu got there first. You fool! Is it too late to steer him away from this misguided path? The elders sighed in dismay. Shang-Wu abruptly stood up, one hand on her hip, the other clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking ominously. Fine. If you want to poach my disciple, go ahead. Whoever beats me gets my precious apprentice. The hall fell dead silent.